warm-up. Here comes the first of our Friday night finals. We'll start with the 40 and 40X on the front row. On the inside, that's Reagan Roseboom, Rock Rapids, Iowa. On the outside, that is Reagan Graping, Rock Rapids, Iowa. Row number 2 on the inside, that's the 1R, that is River Graping out of Rock Rapids, Iowa. And on the outside, that is the 100 of Camden Keller out of Brenner, South Dakota. And we are off and running green, green, green. Roseboom out quickly to the early advantage, and then the Graping brothers are hooked up in a battle for second and third. That's River in the 1R and Reagan in the 40X. Elise Fairchild out of Greenville, Iowa, running in the 4th spot in that 52E. And then Camden Keller in the 100 and Daniel Landers in the 10X. Landers looking to get inside on Keller. Again, the Grapings continue to battle for second and third. That's the younger of the two out in front. That's River. His older brother, Reagan, right behind him in that 40X. Reagan Roseboom out in front. Roseboom in front of Graping and Graping, and now Daniel Landers on the move. Landers on the move into 4th spot, gets around Fairchild. Around Keller and then around Fairchild. Daniel Landers out of Olympia, Minnesota now, moving into 4th in that 10X. Great battle between the Grapings for second. Look at these two guys going at it. You don't think there's a sibling rivalry between these two? River trying to hold off Reagan. They're falling almost to straightaway now behind Roseboom. Still Graping and Graping for second and third. Then Landers and Fairchild. Keller, Ani Duffy, Renly Goff. Roseboom coming up on Goff. Will put a lap down. Still, the battle among the Grapings belongs to River over his brother Reagan. Five to go. It's all Reagan Roseboom out in front, working his way through the field. The battle for second and third still between the two Graping brothers out of Rock Rapids. River in that white and gray 1R. Reagan in the black 40X. Now Reagan looking to get to the inside on River. Can't get there as they come up on Goff. 2 to go for Reagan Roseboom with a half a lap lead now on Graping. Roseboom up on Fairchild to the white flag and 1 to go. Graping and Graping still in the battle for second and third. Reagan coming to the inside, down to the bottom. River trying to hold him off. They'll contact. They'll spin to the top. Landers will come home second, and then Graping and Graping. River in front of Reagan. Reagan Roseboom headed for victory lane. Pull him all the way up to the top. All right. So, just as was the case in Bloor about a month ago, the third generation So Reagan Rosaboom. You know, I never asked Dad, Jody, what Grandpa thinks about this fledgling racing career. He loves it? Okay, I'll take that. Big thumbs up from Dad. Grandpa Randy raced for years. I mean, there wasn't anything he couldn't drive, I don't think. I think he drove just about everything. Multiple track championships at Arbox 1 final coming up next. So Arbox 1 looks like it will be a 2-kart race. I see the 67 out of Colton, South Dakota. That is Owen Carsrud. And alongside of him is the 4 from Greenville, Iowa. That is Leo Fairchild. Adult warm-up on deck. Adult warm-up. Final call on adult warm-up, you're next. Final call on adult warm-up. You are next. Waiting on the 2H of Oliver Holmes from Rock Rapids. I did not see Oliver practice today. He did practice and qualify last night, but then the rain changed our lineup. On deck, adult warm-up and then UAS. Then super heavy and junior wing. These main events are all 15, and then the South Dakota State Championships will start. Here we go. It'll be a 2-car race. On the pole, the 67 out of Colton, South Dakota. That's Owen Carsrud. And to his outside from Greenville, Iowa, the 4 of Leo Fairchild. Carsrud and Fairchild. Adult warm-up to the starting grid. You're on deck. Adult warm-up to the starting grid. Remember, feature winners, make sure to pull to the high side under the AJC banner for your victory lane photo. So here we go. Carsrud and Fairchild, and we're ready to go with Arbox 1. Fairchild moves to the outside, dives down and grabs the lead off into turn 1. Leo Fairchild, Owen Carsrud. Carsrud was the quick qualifier last night. So let's see how this shakes out. This might turn into a pretty good battle between these two. Carsroot closing the gap on Fairchild. He's within a kart length, coming off of turn 4. Adult warm up on deck. Adult warm up on deck, followed by UAS and Super Heavy. Fairchild maintains the advantage on Carsroot. Fairchild opens it up just a little bit. Now Carsroot into turn 3. Closes it back down to about a car length. Carsroot trying to find a way. Runs that a little bit lower line down the back straightaway to see if he can close the gap a little bit. Now drifts out of turn number 4. Fairchild with the advantage. Carsroot again, creeping in down that back straightaway. Closes the gap. Coming to halfway this next time. It's been Fairchild from the start over Carsroot. Halfway home with the cross flags from head flagman Jason Cooper. Leo Fairchild out of Greenville, Iowa, trying to pick up the win here in Arbox 1. Adult warm-up coming up. Carsroot now right on the bumper. Oh, and maybe has found his rhythm. Let's see if he can find a way to get around Fairchild. Fairchild has been very smooth and steady. Carsroot looking off of turn number 2. High side he comes. Now watch, see if he'll make the move to the bottom. No, he'll stay out there. 5 to go. 10 down and 5 to go, and Carsroot is right on the back bumper of Fairchild. Carsroot this time going to the bottom. Gets a run. Stuck a nose in. Look out. Carsroot did not have the line. He'll keep it going. But Fairchild now has almost a full Speedway lead. Carsroot tried to get in there, but he did not have the line. Fairchild coming up on Carsroot will put him a lap down after the spin. It'll be 2 to go now for Fairchild. Carsroot looked like he had an opportunity. He should have maybe just kind of held up for a second. Went one more lap around, got it in a little bit deeper. White flag waves for Fairchild. Off of 4, checkers in the air. Fairchild picks up the win by a full lap. Here comes Fairchild to victory lane. Pull him right up in front. Yep, get her right up there. Stop right there. That's pretty close. Ladies from Hagen will move them back. Here comes part of the crew. Adult warm-up coming up next. There we go. We're going to get him lined up just right. Turn it that way. Photographers know how to do this. They get him perfectly lined up right in front, get it all ready. That's why their pictures are the best. Our friends from Hagen Photography Motorsports made the trip, and they have been with us. This is event number 2 of 5 this season. He's not so excited about getting up on the. Okay, maybe he will get up on the wing. What do you say, Leo? You get up there? And a little bit of help. Okay, that's it. Careful. Careful. All right, now get your... Hey, here's a checkered flag if you want to use this one in victory lane. We got a flag to use too. There you go. We'll just tuck it out of sight, and then we can use it. Hold that in victory. There you go. Hold that up nice. Put it right in front of Dad. That's there. There it is. There's the victory lane photo. That'll look good. Nope, hang on. One more. One more. Make sure we're good. There it is.
I've got everybody but the very last guy, the 24, Buddy Reimer. Yes, he left.
So here we go. This is our adult warm-up lineup, and they'll start like this. On the pole from Plattsmouth, Nebraska, the 211 of Jacob Krug. Starting second, the 98 out of Dalton City, Illinois, of Logan Webb. Starting third from Mitchellville, Iowa, the 19 of Fast Andy Brose. Starting fourth from Ham Lake, Minnesota, the 5X of Reese Whitney. Starting fifth from Cherokee, Iowa, the 9 of Max Pogler. Starting in the sixth spot from Laverne, Minnesota, the 4 of Gavin Gregory. Starting seventh from Alexandria, Minnesota, the 1 of Jackson Clark. Starting eighth from Cedar Falls, Iowa, the 9S of Reagan Skolton. Starting ninth from Aberdeen, South Dakota, the 119 of Landon Schott. Starting 10th from New Richmond, Wisconsin, the 30 of Tyler Alton. Starting 11th from Belle Plaine, Minnesota, the 14K of Logan Katasik. Starting 12th from Ham Lake, Minnesota, the 6 of Declan Whitney. Starting 13th from Newton, Iowa, the 777 of Kirk Weber. Starting 14th from Nicollet, Minnesota, the 96 of Jake Robb. Starting 15th from Des Moines, Iowa, the 41 of Stevie Smith. Starting 16th from Lenox, South Dakota, the 327 of Mark Jacobson. Starting 17th from O'Fallon, Missouri, the 28T of Tanner Lowry. Starting 18th from Renner, South Dakota, the 98X of Max Keller. Starting 19th from Asani, Minnesota, the 00N, that is Noah Berglund. Starting 20th from Renner, South Dakota, the 99 of Michael Payton. Starting 21st from Marshall, Minnesota, the 7 of Travis Miller. Starting 22nd from Rapid City, South Dakota, the 68 of Carter Johannesson. And starting in the 23rd position from Sioux City, Iowa, the 43 of Richard Norby. 23 cars, 15 laps, adult warm-up going green, green, green. Krug and Webb, Brose and Whitney. Brose to the inside, brings Whitney whip on Webb. Eddie Brose into second, Brose coming on Krug. Inside in three, he's got him. Brose and Whitney coming. Gregory up to third. Jackson Clark now moving into fourth. Reagan Skolton into fifth. Brose your leader. Then Whitney, Gregory, Clark, and Skolton, the top five. Eddie Brose in that 19. Reese Whitney. Here comes Gavin Gregory. Gregory into the 2 spot. Clark running 4, but challenging Whitney for third. Here comes Jackson Clark. Clark into third. Brose and Gregory, your pair up front. 4 or 5 car lengths back. Then it's Clark and Whitney. Then Skolton, Alton, Krug, and Kirk Weber. Weber was started all the way down at 13th, is on the move behind Krug. Up front, it's nose to tail. Gregory right there on Brose. Clark still runs third. Whitney runs fourth. Skolton fifth. Krug sixth. Then Weber and Alton. Here comes Gregory to the race lead. Gavin Gregory with 5 to go. 10 down and 5 to go. And the 20-year-old from Laverne, Minnesota has grabbed the lead. Gregory, Bros, and Clark now all right there. Watch that one of Jackson Clark. Clark right there on Bros, looking for something. Will he make it here off of 4? No. Down to 2 to go. Gregory, Bros, Clark, Krug, and Whitney, your top 5. White flag for Gavin Gregory. Gregory through 3, off of 4, checkers for Gavin Gregory. Bros home 2nd, Clark home 3rd, Krug home 4th, and Reese Whitney comes home in 5th. So the 20-year-old out of Laverne, Minnesota wins adult warm-up. Gavin Gregory. Mom and Dad not going to make the run over here to Victory Lane because Gavin's got to get ready. The UAS finals coming up in a couple of races. He and Brian Evans Jr. will handle that one, but Gavin Gregory, your winner in adult warm-up.
Thank you. I'm glad I could help out a little bit. About time you start pulling your weight.
The UAS final coming up next, so Gavin's going to get a little, not much break. He's going to go right to the grid. Gregory's got to go all the way through the scale to make sure that one's okay. The crew will have the just 2 in our UAS final. Brian Evans Jr. and Gavin Gregory. Now, let's see whether or not Gavin will even make it out. Nevin's working on a different kind of motor on this number 1. He's been testing and tweaking that engine all weekend. All right, here we go. We're looking to go green. It'll be Nevins on a solo run for UAS, I believe. Yep. Nevins picked this motor up in Wisconsin earlier this week from a friend of his and said, all right, I'll go to work and we'll try and tune it up. I got a race this weekend. Got several kinds of adjustments he can make on that motor. Throttle and you can see him. He's got his hand back on the back on the motor adjusting. So he's really driving with one hand. Starting to wind it up just a little bit. On deck is our super heavy final. And then junior wing. So he gets it dialed in and winds it up. Obviously, he's not able to keep it full throttle all the way around this thing. Whoa, got it up high, waved it off, said that's it. The motor has gone, has stopped. So that'll finish up UAS. He might not be able to coast all the way back off. He might need a little extra assistance there to That's a heck of a scooter right there. You know, they have them electric scooters now. You can get them going. That's a heck of a scooter. Oh my gosh, he's coming all the way around. He wants that victory lane shot. He does. The UAS Nationals are in Delaware, Iowa this year, and you can bet that the Iowa Ace, as I've always known him, will be there. Where's Senior? Come on, Senior, where are you? Oh, man. Where's Pops? He said, I'm too old to push that cart. Oh, you got a little crew member coming here, Ace. You got a little bit of help coming, your rookie. There he is. Oh, goodness. There we go. That's a good one. Beautiful. All right. Now we're going to have to push him all the way back on. All right, push. What happened? I don't know how you could drive that thing with one hand. That's just, there's no way. No way. It's easy, he says. It's easy. Not really. All right, looks like we're going to flop the order again. We're going to move the junior wing final in front of super heavy to make sure those guys that just came out of adult warm-up and have to put weight on can get it all done. So I believe we're going to move to the junior wing final. Now we're going to go to super heavy, or we're going to go to the junior wing. The junior wing guys are sitting there, but super heavy should just be 4-5 entries. So, all right, we're going to stay with the order. We're going to go with super heavy next, and then junior wing, and then we will go to the first of our South Dakota State Championship finals in junior 2. So here comes our super heavy final, and this is how they will start on the pole from Springfield, Missouri in the 26T. That is Dylan McCord. Behind him, the 51E, also out of Springfield, that is Zachary Evans. Starting third, the 13 out of New Brighton, Minnesota. He won the super heavy final both days at Golden Spike in Blue Earth. That's Jonathan Hansen. Starting fourth from Rapid City, South Dakota, the 68, that's Carter Johannesson. And starting in the 5 spot from Newton, Iowa, the 777 of Kirk Weber. Weber was not with us back on the first weekend of May at Golden Spike. I'm pretty sure they were running the asphalt event at Hawkeye Downs. Kirk has really dominated that event over the past several years. So the field will get the 1 to go when they come past the flag stand, and then we'll go green. Got them all. Well, got one still sitting there getting gloves on. That's Evans. Here comes Zachary Evans. Trying to get looks like he's getting the elbow restraints. Junior wing final coming up next. Junior wing drivers to the grid, and then junior 2 South Dakota State Championship. So it's McCord and Evans, Hansen, Weber, and Johannesson. Single file in the main events. The heat races were double file, but the main events are just single file except in the wing carts. So pull Evans alongside of McCord, and then we'll be good. There we go. Now we're good. Now we're good. All right, here we go. Looking to go green. This time, Dylan McCord, Zachary Evans, Jonathan Hansen, Kurt Weber, and Carter Johansson. We're off and running for 15 laps in Super Heavy. Quickly, Jonathan Hansen to the inside, brings Weber with. Evans gets shuffled back to 4. Jonathan Hansen, right to the bottom, got the race lead into turn 3. Jonathan Hansen, your new leader. McCord running second. Weber running third. Then Evans and Johansson. Junior wing final coming up next. And then our state championship main events. Jonathan Hansen. Here comes Weber to the inside on McCord. Kurt Weber into second now. McCord trying to come back and will do. They'll swap the spots back and forth. That'll bring Evans back into the race. That battle for second, third, and fourth right now between McCord, Weber, and Evans. Jonathan Hansen all alone out in front, but that battle for second is a doozy. Look at this thing. McCord and Weber are nose to tail. Weber content to ride for a minute now. Now Weber cuts to the inside. Weber into second and pulls away a little bit from McCord as they come out of turn number 2. Jonathan Hansen all by himself with a half a straightaway. Weber now has pulled away from McCord into second. He's got 4 or 5 car lengths in front of Dylan McCord, and then Zachary Evans is there in 4th. 5 to go. 10 down and 5 to go, and Jonathan Hansen is the guy out front. Jonathan just continues to dominate Super Heavy in this AJC MidAmerica Series. Evans now to the inside on McCord. Zachary Evans into 3rd. 2 to go now for Hansen. White flag coming. 1 to go for Jonathan Hansen. Hansen to the double checkers in the win, followed by Weber, Evans, McCord, and Johansson. And how appropriate this Memorial Day weekend that Jonathan Hansen will pull it up into victory lane. His dad, a longtime veteran, Air Force service. Where's Doug? I don't see him. Raced for many years himself. The boys, Justin and Jonathan and Jeremy both raced. Isn't it appropriate that Dad, Memorial Day weekend, Dad's a military veteran, and Jonathan just keeps crushing them in Super Heavy. Boy, they got that thing dialed in. Nicely done, Jonathan. Nicely done. All right, that'll bring us to the last of our preliminary features in front of our South Dakota State Championships, and that's our junior wing final. And here's how they are scheduled to start. This will be a side-by-side start. So on the front row from Dresser, Wisconsin, the 26 of Dominic Weber to his outside. From Bennington, Nebraska, the 27D, that is Riker Lopez Beck. Row number 2 inside from Chautauqua, Wisconsin, the 8X of Corbin Tarvis. Outside from Spirit Lake, Iowa, the 2K, that is Luke Krieger. Row number 3 on the inside from Rock Rapids, Iowa, the 40 of Reagan Rosenboom to his outside, the 69 of Kason Rylson from Cottonwood, Minnesota. Row number 4 inside, the 1, Gettysburg, South Dakota, that's Rayshawn Sheehan. The outside, the 2R, that is Reagan Graping from Rock Rapids, Iowa. Row number 5 on the inside from Dawson, Minnesota, the 6 of Kara Mamali. The outside, the 10 from Crooks, South Dakota, that is Rickson Goff. And starting shotgun on the field should be the 15 out of Lee Summit, Missouri, that is Colton Brown. So here we go, everybody there minus Rylson. And we're off and running, green, green, green. Weber dominated junior wing at Golden Spike at the beginning of the month. And he's back out front again. Lopez, Beck, and Tarvis, and then Rosenboom and Krieger. It's Tarvis, Lopez, Beck, Rosenboom, and then Krieger, your top 5. Then Reagan Graping in the 2R in the 6th spot in front of Sheehan and Momley. Weber, couple of cart lengths in front of Tarvis, but he's running him down. Krieger now coming to the inside on Rosenboom. Can't get there. Rosenboom hangs on. Good battle for 4th now between Rosenboom and Krieger, with Graping trying to get into the mix. Meanwhile, up front, Tarvis has caught Weber, and the Wisconsin drivers are nose to tail. Tarvis with a little bump to say, how you doing? Nobody got that close to Weber at the beginning of the month at Blue Word, but Tarvis is there with Lopez Beck. Weber maintains the advantage. Dominic Weber in the 26. Tarvis running second, and Lopez Beck. And Rosenboom, Krieger, and Graping. Dominic Weber out in front of Corbin Tarvis. And then it's Riker Lopez Beck. Tarvis now is falling back just a little bit from Weber. Those front 3 have pulled away from the next 3, led by Reagan Rosenboom, Luke Krieger, and Reagan Graping. Weber again maintains the advantage. Tarvis way out high. That'll open it up for Lopez Beck to get through and into second. Riker Lopez Beck into the 2 spot. Coming to what will be 2 to go, and it looks like Dominic Weber will continue his domination in junior wing here in the AJC MidAmerica Series, powered by FBM. Battle for second. Tarvis to the inside on Beck. Oh, and then Lopez Beck around. Weber to the checkers. He'll win it. Followed by Tarvis, Krieger, Graping, Rosenboom, Brown, and then Lopez Beck. So Dominic Weber out of Dresser, Wisconsin, continues his winning ways in junior wing. Corbin Tarvis comes up to say nice job and drives on by. Weber's got this whole victory lane thing down. He's won them all so far this summer on the AJC series. And got it very nicely done. Dominic Weber in that Whiplash Design and Graphic 26 out of Dresser, Wisconsin. And there he is. Gets the congratulations. Here's the checkered flag. You know how to hold that. Winners know how to hold that. Are you getting in? Oh, what are you back out of the shot for? Come on, get in there. Oh, there we go. Put the flag behind so we can see the spot. There we go. That's a good shot. No, you don't want. Oh, come on.
Charlie, what are you doing?
Oh, man. All right, so Dominic will slide down in there. Yeah, wouldn't even recognize the MBTV crew hollering and heckling him to get into the lineup. A reminder, of course, we're live on MBTV Sports.com. We've got YouTube. You can find us. All right. Here comes the first of our South Dakota State Championships. This is our Junior 2 South Dakota State Final, and it goes like this. To lead them to the pole, the 81 out of Clear Lake, Minnesota, that's Jaden Anderson. Starting second from Osceola, Wisconsin, the 32 of Riley Finnegan. Starting third from Stanhope, Iowa, the 72 of Henry Arnold. Starting fourth from Boone, Iowa, the 78 of Ace Wolfgren. Starting fifth from Mount Ida, Arkansas, the 7G of Grayson Redleaf. Starting sixth out of Elko, New Market, Minnesota, the 3 of Carter Brown. Starting seventh from Sparta, Missouri, the 11R of Carter Roller. Starting eighth from Lake Crystal, Minnesota, the 16 of Braylon Manderfeld. Starting ninth from Russell, Iowa, the 17 of Trenton Peterson. Starting 10th from Portland, Missouri, the 35 of Blaine Kindle. Starting 11th from Nicollet, Minnesota, the 07 of Robbie Perino. Starting 12th from Harrisburg, South Dakota, the 63 of Bentley Kockelman. Starting 13th from Grand Forks, North Dakota, the 71, that is James Mochert. And starting in the 14th spot from Clear Lake, South Dakota, the 16P, that is Parker Holt. 14 drivers. This one is 30 laps the distance. 30 laps. And here we go. South Dakota State Championship. Junior 2. 30 laps. Anderson. Finnegan. Here comes Arnold. Arnold's going to bring Wolfgren. Here comes Redleaf. Redleaf in the 7G up to third. Grayson Redleaf out of Arkansas in that third spot. Anderson, Arnold, and Redleaf. Then Carter Brown. Three-car battle for second, third, and fourth between Arnold, Redleaf, and Brown. Wolfgren and Finnegan. Now Redleaf into second. Grayson Redleaf out of Mount Ida, Arkansas. Moving into the 2 spot. It's all Jaden Anderson, though, with a half a straightaway. Now let's see whether or not Redleaf can run him down. Anderson, Redleaf, Brown, Arnold, and Finnegan now your top 5. Wolfgren and Finnegan. Hang on, got a cart. Off the top, yellow is coming out. Waiting to see whether or not we would go to the caution, and we do. Caution coming out.
To the back, correct?
Ma'am, unless you got something different down there, I got 63 taking him all the way up because the guy up top was holding his hands up.
So nose to tail will line them up. Well, that'll be a big advantage for Grayson Redleaf, Carter Brown, Henry Arnold, and Ace Wolfgren. because Jaden Anderson had gotten out to a pretty sizable advantage in that 81. We saw him last night in the heat race go from last to first. So he got all those passing points and won that heat race. That's what put him up front. We're moving Bentley Cockelman to the tail, the 63. And then we'll be good to go. Field should get the one to go from Cooper this time. Let's see. He'll roll it up. Yes, he will. He'll roll the green up. We'll get the one to go. Jaden Anderson, Grayson Redleaf, Carter Brown, Henry Arnold, Ace Wolfgren, Riley Finnegan, and Blaine Kindle now your top 6. Then Robbie Perino, James Mockert, got 71, started second to last and has now moved himself up into the hunt. Here we go. They'll hit the white line and the green flag is back in the air and we're off and running again here at the Junior 2 South Dakota State Championship. Anderson, Redleaf, Brown, Arnold, and Wolfgren. That front 5, a little bit of contact. Hang on. Got Carter Roller to the high side of turns 3 and 4. That's Carter Roller from Sparta, Missouri in that number 11. Thinking he rolled the chain off. It looks like they're trying to roll it back and maybe roll the chain back on. Our race director, Jade Schott, out to restart the motor. And Roller will come off. He'll exit out the starting grid. On deck is our rookie South Dakota State Championship final. Then our Junior 1. South Dakota State Championship, and then our adult state championship. Brown to the inside on Redleaf. Redleaf gets shuffled way up high. Anderson, Brown, Arnold. Kindle runs forward. Here comes Wolfgren with Perino and Finnegan. Finnegan's going to get to the inside on Perino. Out front, it's still Anderson. He's led the entire way. Followed by Brown and Arnold, Wolfgren and Finnegan. Perino, Holt, and Cockelman. Redleaf was up front on the restart, now well back in the field and trying to work his way forward. Two-car battle at the front between Jaden Anderson and Carter Brown. Anderson has led every single lap. Finnegan now into third. Wolfgren running fourth. Arnold back to fifth. Good run for Riley Finnegan, the young Wisconsin driver. Brown now to the race lead. Around on Anderson. Carter Brown, Jaden Anderson now running 1 and 2. Anderson right back up on Brown. This ain't over yet. Halfway home. 15 down and 15 to go. Carter Brown now your leader, followed right by Jaden Anderson. Finnegan and Wolfgren are third and fourth. Henry Arnold is fifth. Then Bentley Cockelman right now sixth. Carter Brown maintains the advantage out front. Anderson led the first half of this race, but now Brown in charge. And starting to open it up just a little bit. Anderson had a good run off the get-go, but Carter Brown now has caught him, got around him, and has pulled away by about 3 kart lengths down that back straightaway. Finnegan and Wolfgren trying to reel in the front 2. Here they come. Keep your eye on that back pair. Riley Finnegan and Ace Wolfgren starting to close the gap on Anderson and Brown. Oh, look out. 2 karts spinning, top of the racetrack. Everybody's still going. We stay green. With a lot of runoff here, you're able to stay. Now Finnegan closing on Anderson. Carter Brown now has pulled away. Brown with a half a straightaway, but the battle is for second. Riley Finnegan on the run. Finnegan trying to catch with 5 to go. Finnegan might be the fastest kart on the track. Running down Anderson. And the 2 of them are closing on Brown. Field will be coming to the 2 to go. This time by 2 to go. Brown, Anderson, Finnegan, Wolfgren your front 4. Red Leaf now 5th. Then Holt and Arnold. Anderson now getting the white flag right up on the backside of Brown as they come through lap traffic. Brown, Anderson, checkers, Brown wins it. Followed by Anderson and Finnegan. So Connor Brown continues his winning ways. The second event of the series, and Carter Brown wins again, and again, and again. And here comes the trophy. It's one of the best trophies in sports. I'm telling you, everybody wants to have that big Mount Rushmore in your shop as a trophy. And here it comes. There it is. Hold that. Look at that thing. There it is. The South Dakota State champion. A Mount Rushmore depiction in the trophy. So Carter Brown holds off Jaden Anderson and Riley Finnegan. Here, show it. Jade, show us that trophy up here for the TV guys. The folks at MBTV want to see the picture of the trophy. Yeah, look at that thing. Look at that trophy. That's what that is a cool trophy right there. So Carter Brown heads around and we go to the rookie version of the South Dakota State Championship. Another one of those Mount Rushmore trophies up for grabs. This time among our rookies, and they'll start like this. On the pole from New Richmond, Wisconsin, the 1 JMO, it's Jamison Ferguson. It's Jamison Finnegan, I should say. This one is 20 laps. Starting second, the 12B from Bellevue, Minnesota, that's Braxton Sage. Starting third, the 16 out of Lake Crystal, Minnesota, that's Zelia Manderfeld. Starting fourth from Colton, South Dakota, the 67 of Owen Karsrud. Starting fifth from Chamberlain, South Dakota, the F10 of Mateo Farnsworth. Starting in the 6th spot from Boone, Iowa, the 78 of Max Wolfgren. Starting in the 7th spot from Lennox, South Dakota, the 32X of Wyatt Jacobson. Starting 8th from Renner, South Dakota, the 7 of Barry Paxton. And starting in the 9th spot from Cornell, Wisconsin, the 22X of Jackson Back. Finnegan, Sage, Manderfeld, Karsrud, Farnsworth, Wolfgren, Jacobson, Payton, and Back. 20 laps. Rookie South Dakota State Championship. Junior 1 South Dakota State Championship to the grid. Junior 1 South Dakota State Championship to the grid. Adult South Dakota State Championship beginning ready. Here we go, green, green, green. Jamison Finnegan and Braxton Sage quickly out to the advantage. Running 1 and 2. Manderfeld and Karsrud are 3rd and 4th in front of Wolfgren and Jacobson. Jacobson to the inside on Wolfgren. Young Wyatt Jacobson. His dad and uncle have put hundreds of thousands of laps on this track over the course of the years, and now here's the next generation of Jacobson racer. And quickly to the inside on Manderfeld goes Jacobson into 3rd, excuse me. Finnegan and Sage around back, down the back straightaway. Sage trying to finally clear. Meanwhile, Jamison Finnegan is pulled away to a sizable advantage now when Sage had trouble getting around Jackson back. Finnegan, no problems getting around Sage with more trouble. Back gets back around him, and now Jamison Finnegan is off and running with a huge lead of almost a full straightaway. Wyatt Jacobson now running 3rd and closing the gap on Sage. We might get a battle for 2nd here in a little bit. Sage having trouble with Jackson back, and that's let Wyatt Jacobson run him down. Jacobson now closing on Sage. Jacobson to the inside on back, makes the clear pass. Now he's got Sage directly in front. We're halfway home. It's all Jamison Finnegan. Finnegan with a full straightaway on Sage and Jacobson. Wolfgren and Manderfeld are 4th and 5th. And they would be the next carts for Finnegan to lap if he can catch them. Meanwhile now, Jacobson has gotten into the 2nd spot around Sage as they work through lap traffic. Leaders working through lap traffic, no trouble for Finnegan. Wyatt Jacobson has moved into 2nd, Braxton Sage back to 3rd. Then Wolfgren, Manderfeld, Karsrud, Five to go this time for Jamison Finnegan. Battle heating up again for 2nd. Jacobson in the 32, Sage in the 12. Everybody gets through lap traffic okay. Wyatt with a little wobble off of 2. Braxton tucks in right behind him. This battle for the runner-up spot's going to be a good one here in the Rookie State Final. The win is already cut and dried for Jamison Finnegan, who has a half a lap lead on this battle for 2nd. 2 to go now. White flag will be coming for Finnegan as he laps part of the field for a 2nd time. Jacobson and Sage still 2nd and 3rd. Wolfgren, Manderfeld. Trouble for Mateo Farnsworth. White flag coming, Farnsworth stuck. We're gonna go Caution flag is coming out, but the leader had taken the white. So normally that would end us when the leader has taken the white flag and the yellow then comes out. So with the yellow and the double checkered, and Jamison Finnegan makes it very easy. The win in rookie. The one JMO of Jamison, he knows where victory lane is. He hasn't lost the race yet this summer. He just has crushed this rookie field. I mean, it has not been close. And so JMO is into victory lane again. Wyatt Jacobson will come home second, and Braxton Sage will come home third. And here comes the coolest trophy we love, man. We love this trophy. Here it comes. Our race director, Jade Schott, bringing out the South Dakota State Championship. And in the rookie division, the South Dakota title will go to Wisconsin, as Jamison Finnegan. It's very heavy. Yeah, it looks like it'd be light, but it's not. That's a heavy old trophy. Junior 1 state final coming up next. Our Junior 1 state final coming up next. And then our adult final, and that'll wrap up our Friday night. Can you hang on to that, Jamison? That's a heck of a heavy trophy, Dad. You might have to pop in there and help. That thing's got a big old, that thing weighs a lot. I mean, it may not be it may not actually be the made out of the rock of Mount Rushmore out in the Black Hills, but it is big old heavy trophy. Are we good to go? That'll be a great one. There you go. Let Dad carry. That thing is heavy. All right, Jade, you're going to hang on to it, and then once everybody clears tech, they'll pick up their version of the trophy. Holy cow. There we go. That's a good one right there. All right, fired up, Pops. Let him drive it off. Got to head for the scale, make sure he makes weight, not going to be a problem. And we get ready for Junior 1. And this is how the Junior 1 state final will start. On the pole from Stanhope, Iowa, the 32 of Hayden Arnold. Starting second from Truro, Iowa, the 5 of Jackson Reeves. Starting third from Primgar, Iowa, the 12 of Dayton Van Beek. Starting fourth from Arlington, Minnesota, the 17 of Jackson Lotsky. Starting fifth from Mount Ida, Arkansas, the 7G of Grayson Redley. Starting sixth from Lee Summit, Missouri, the 15 of Colton Brown. Starting seventh from Fairmont, Minnesota, the 3 of Kaylor Ekstrom. Starting eighth from Tech, Wisconsin, the 85X of Emmett Gonzalez. Starting ninth from Esteline, South Dakota, the 45C of Colin Griffin. Starting 10th, the 8X out of Chautauqua, Wisconsin of Corbin Tarbus. Starting 11th from Clear Lake, South Dakota, the 16 of Broden Holt. Starting 12th from Cherokee, Iowa, the 9 of Macy Pogler. Starting 13th from Renner, South Dakota, the 100 of Camden Keller. So it'll be 13 drivers for 30 laps. In the second to the last of our state championship finals. Still getting part of that Junior 1 field lined up. There they come. Slow them down a little bit so that the back half can catch up to the front half. There we go. Got them all. Keller the last to come. Get everybody else to get caught up. Arnold. Should be Arnold, Reeves, and Van Beek. But I don't see Jackson Reeves. I don't see the 5 of Jackson Reeves. So no Reeves. So Arnold, Van Beek, and Lotsky. Red Leaf, Brown, Ekstrom. Oh, here comes Jackson. Late off the grid for Jackson Reeves. He'll move up between the 32 and the 12. Got to split those front 2 and put the 5 in between them. He's second. Yep, right in there. There we go. Van Beek pulls back. Reeves tucks in. We're good to go. Our adult state final coming up next. Adult state final to the starting grid. Adult state final to the starting grid, please. This is Junior 1. Arnold, Reeves, and Van Beek. We go green, green, green. Or as Darrell Waltrip used to say, boogity, boogity, boogie. Iowa Karts running 1, 2, and 3. Lotsky running 4th. Arnold, Reeves, Van Beek. Caution coming out for Keller in the 100. Camden Keller in that 100, along with, there's one other kart up there. That might be Broden Holt in the 16. Yep. So Holt and Keller tangle at the top of turn number 2. We have one main event left to go from our Friday night program before we start our full Saturday complement with heat races in our MidAmerica classes and qualifying in our pro classes. Stanhope, Iowa's Hayden Arnold, I should say. Henry, the older of the two. True, Iowa's Jackson Reeves. Primgar, Iowa's Dayton Van Beek. 1, 2, and 3. And then you have the 17 of Jackson Lotsky out of Arlington, Minnesota. And the young Arkansas driver of Grayson Redleaf out of Mount Ida, Arkansas in that 5 spot. All right, here we go. Field will be coming to what should be the green. Caution coming out. Trouble for the 45 of Griffin. Colin Griffin needs an assist. The advent of the clone motors has made restarts so much easier. And the old Animal, when you had to have that electric starter and you ran out and you had to fire it up. Maybe it would go, maybe it wouldn't. Now with the clone, simple pull of a cord like firing up your lawnmower, and boom, you're off and running. Most of these motors will start with one quick pull. You watch our officials. Trouble again for Griffin. All right. All right, field's ready. We should be coming to green this time. Arnold, Reeves, Van Beek. Lotsky and Red Leap, your top 5. Then Brown, Ekstrom. Red Leap looking for the inside on Lotsky. Can't get there. Hayden Arnold and Jackson Reeves. Dayton Van Beek. Lotsky now getting in the mix as well. Jackson Lotsky in that 17. Here comes Colton Brown. Brown moving into 5th now. Here comes Van Beek to the inside on Reeves. That's for 2nd. Not quite. Can't quite get there. Stuck the nose in, but he couldn't get it in far enough. Meanwhile, Arnold beginning to pull away just a little bit. Here comes Lotsky into the 3rd spot. Around Brown coming as well. Colton Brown on the move. Van Beek slides back. Brown now to the inside on Lotsky. Colton Brown really on the move. He's into 3rd now and coming hard. Brown in practice crashed that car. Was part of a 3-car crash. They had to put a new body on it. But he has definitely found some juice here in the Junior 1 South Dakota State Championship. And now Van Beek is back in the mix. Dayton Van Beek right on the backside of Brown. If the two of them work together, they can catch Reeves. Oh, look out, got a cart upside down. Coming out of turn number 4. The red flag will come out. Quickly over to check on Broden Holt. That's 16. That is Broden Holt out of Clear Lake, South Dakota, upside down on the 16. And the caution comes out. Our EMT out to check on him. Local track officials out to check on it as well. Our race director. So the 16 of Broden Holt. That cart heads off on the trailer. We're still checking on Broden on the ground there. If you're watching at home on MBTV Sports, I think Matt's dialing up the replay of Broden's crash there, going upside down. That's twice now today we've had carts upside down. Both of them in Junior 1, so. So we're gonna shut the motors off on half of the field, sitting over there in turns 1 and 2, the other half in turns 3 and 4, as we're still checking on Broden Holt out of Clear Lake, South Dakota. Still checking on Broden to make sure.
QualityFreightRate.com.
The LTL Freight Logistics Specialist for your small business.
QualityFreightRate.com.
We simplify shipping, eliminate those surprise charges, and negotiate the best rates from most LTL qualified carriers.
QualityFreightRate.com.
Special residential and liftgate rates available for automotive and ag implements.
QualityFreightRate.com.
Use the promo code ICE and get 10% off your first shipment. Startup is so easy. Get a quote and ship today. QualityFreightRate.com.
Every great journey begins with a trusted guide. And when it comes to finding your perfect home, there's no one better than Kathy Vetter. With over 10 years of experience and a passion for real estate, Kathy Vetter helps you find the perfect home, a peaceful country retreat, a cozy single-family house, or your very first step toward a lifetime home. She also specializes in commercial real estate, guiding you through every step of the way. From the heart of the metro to the scenic countryside, Kathy Vetter knows the Minnesota market inside and out, committed to finding the perfect fit for you, no matter where you are. Buying your first home can feel overwhelming, but with Vetter by your side, it's a smooth and exciting journey. She makes first-time buyers feel confident, supported, and understood, every single step of the way. From your first showing to handing over the keys, Kathy Vetter works tirelessly to ensure you get the home you've always wanted. Kathy Vetter, your trusted real estate expert across Minnesota. From vibrant metro living to serene countryside escapes to agricultural and commercial spaces. Let her help you unlock the door to your next chapter.
Again, we welcome everybody into the second stop of our AJC MidAmerica series, powered by FBM. This is our third of 4 South Dakota State Championship main events. This is our Junior 1 South Dakota State Championship final. It's been led the entire way by Hayden Arnold out of Stanhope, Iowa, with Jackson Reeves behind him. Dayton Van Beek was in the mix, but now it's Colton Brown. Keep an eye on that gray 15 of Colton Brown out of Lee Summit, Missouri. Brown was in an accident during practice earlier. And I saw him carrying a whole different body. I asked him if that was the only thing that was wrong, and he kind of nodded as he was carrying it off. It was all put together and ready to go. So the crew mounting it up, and that's a pretty fast cart right there, that number 15. Van Beek will be right there with him in 4th. And then I think it's Redleaf. So Lotsky is 5th. Then Ekstrom, then Redleaf.
There's a guy chasing you, look out! Catches you! They got the dance race.
All right, Peel should be ready. All right, let's see if we're going to give them. We're going to give them one. We're going to roll them around. Cooper will give them the roll green flag, meaning you have 1 to go. Back to green. Junior 1, South Dakota State Championship. One more state champion to be crowned. That's in our adult division. Coming up next, Hayden Arnold, Jackson Reeves, Colton Brown, Dayton Van Beek, Jackson Lotsky, your top 5. Kyler Ekstrom, Grayson Redleaf, in that back half of this field. Here we go, back to green. Arnold off and running. Arnold got a little bit of an advantage off the start, but watch how the draft plays a factor. Here comes Brown and Van Beek to the inside on Reeves. Colton Brown, Dave Van Beek, and now Van Beek to the inside. Trying to get around Brown, and he will. Brown gets tucked back in. Van Beek and Brown, Reeves and Ekstrom now. Your top 5 behind Arnold. Here comes Brown again. Through and into second. Reeves coming with. Van Beek won't be able to hold him off, but the yellow will come out. Got a cart off the back straightaway out in front of the bleachers over there. So we'll get a bit of a restart. We'll get everybody lined up. Hayden Arnold has led this entire race. The battle behind him has been fierce for second, third, and fourth. I mean, they are trading spots and swapping paint and whatever. I mean, they are after it. It's Van Beek, then Brown, then Reeves, then Ekstrom. Now your top 5. Going back to the last completed lap. Colton Brown with a little tap of the back of his helmet to the driver behind him to say, come on, right with me. You and I work together. We can make this thing go. This really, University Plains Speedway has always been a draft-friendly kind of track. Here we go. Nope, the yellow stays out again. Still got a little bit of a problem at the lineup at the back of the field, maybe. Trying to move. Trying to move the 17 of Lotsky up behind Ekstrom and in front of Redleaf. So we're trying to move the 17 up in a hole between that pink 3 and that white 7G. We'll see if Jackson can get there. All right, we're going to stop them, and we'll line them up from there. First 5 are good. Arnold. We're trying to move the 17 of Lotsky up right in there behind Ekstrom and in front of Redleaf. Okay, so the 7 will go in right there, and then everybody should be good. We'll go green coming off of turn number 4. Arnold has to get fired. Everybody else is good. Lineup is set. Here we come. All right, everybody's set. Hayden Arnold has led this thing from wire to wire so far. Can he hold off that hungry pack behind him? Here they come. Front 5 looking good. Going green off of 4. Brown quickly to the bottom on Van Beek. Colton Brown back into second. Van Beek to third. Reeves 4th. Ekstrom 5th. Lotsky and Redleaf. Hayden Arnold maintains the advantage, but here comes Brown. Colton Brown trying to work. He's got Van Beek. Brown coming hard. He'll tuck back in. You can see he sees the opening. Can he get there? Yes, he can. Brown gets there. We've got a new leader. But not for long. Here comes Arnold. Look out. Arnold got taken out alongside of Brown. Wow. Colton Brown out of the cart and walking around in some pain to that far side.
Make sure that gray one up there is okay.
EMT will come to visit with Colton Brown. What a run. He had the lead momentarily. Then Arnold got back inside, and then there was heavy contact, and how everybody stayed wheels down, I have no idea, because so the caution will be charged to Hayden Arnold. And that'll put Colton Brown in the race lead, but it looks like Colton's not going to be able to continue. So a tough break for Brown. And I believe that'll move Reeves to the lead, followed by Van Beek and Ekstrom. Then Lotsky and Redley. Quite the contact there. Tough break for Colton Brown. I think he had one of the faster karts out there. Had moved his way right into contention, had taken the lead momentarily, and then Arnold on the inside. Now let's see what's going to happen here. Now Brown, they're trying to refire the 15. Here he comes. He'll be the leader. So Colton Brown will bring it around, and he will be the leader, followed by Reeves, Van Beek, Ekstrom, and Lotsky, your top five, with Arnold to the tail. So Colton Brown, Lee Summit, Missouri, trying to win the Junior 1 South Dakota State Championship and that beautiful Mount Rushmore trophy. Brown, Reeves, Van Beek, Ekstrom, Lotsky, Redleaf, then Goff, Tarvis, Gonzalez, I should say, and then Tarvis. Back to green we come. Colton Brown, here comes Reeves. Reeves took a look inside, wasn't up there. Ekstrom quickly up into third. Ekstrom around Van Beek. Now Van Beek trying to get back into that spot, and he will. That'll allow the leaders to pull away a little bit as Ekstrom goes again. Here comes Arnold flying up through the field. Hayden Arnold already back. Now Reeves, heavy hit into Brown, but he won't bobble. Colton Brown, Jackson Reeves, Taylor Ekstrom, and Dayton Van Beek. And here comes Hayden Arnold. Arnold's back to fifth and coming like he's shot out of a cannon. Ekstrom down to the inside on Reeves. Van Beek comes. Reeves drops back. Arnold coming. Arnold's up in the fourth and right in the mix. Hayden Arnold, who got sent to the tail for that incident with Brown, now back in the mix. And now he'll battle Van Beek for third. And get there. Arnold back to third. Roll black flag coming for somebody. Looks like the whole field, too much rough driving. Here comes Arnold. He's into second. Van Beek back into third. Brown and Arnold. Colton Brown, Hayden Arnold. Arnold wasted no time coming from the tail. Back to the race lead. Arnold to the lead. Brown stays right there. Van Beek and Ekstrom running third and fourth. Van Beek with a little tap to the back of the helmet to tell Ekstrom, stay with me, we'll go. The draft's really important. At this racetrack, you've got to have a partner. 5 to go. Arnold, Brown, Van Beek, and Ekstrom. Here comes Brown. He's got Van Beek. They got a lap car in front. Arnold has to get out of it. The lap car spins. Ekstrom gets through. Reeves gets through. Brown, Ekstrom. And the yellow comes out. Wow. This is going to be interesting now. Brown is pulled back up to the, Arnold is pulled back up to the lead. Now Brown is pulled around in front of him. And now Arnold says, no, I'll go back up where I think I should be. And the ladies will sort this out. So right now the top 5 as they run on the track is Arnold, Brown, Van Beek, Ekstrom, and Reeves. Here comes Lotsky and Gonzalez, and then Keller. Tarvis, Gonzalez, and Keller. Arnold is the leader, followed by Brown, Van Beek, Ekstrom, and Reeves. Back to green. Van Beek to the inside on Brown. Ekstrom coming as well. Hayden Arnold. Dayton Van Beek running second. They have pulled away from third, fourth, fifth, and so on. This might just be a two-carter to finish this thing. Arnold and Van Beek. If it's the case, the state title will go to Iowa for one of these two guys. It's 2 to go. When does Van Beek make the move? Can he make it? Does he have enough? Coming to the white flag. 1 to go. It's now or never for Van Beek. Arnold. Van Beek. Final set of corners. Van Beek coming hard. No. Hayden Arnold will win it. And the state title goes to Stanhope, Iowa. As Hayden Arnold got caught up with Colton Brown, got sent to the back and said, ah, the heck with that. I'll just run you down and win this thing anyway. And he does. So Hayden Arnold comes all the way back from the tail end of the field to win this thing. Oh my goodness, what a run. And so the South Dakota State Championship in Junior 1 heads to Iowa. And a little bit of advice from the Iowa ace for Hayden Arnold as Brian Evans Jr. tucks in. What'd you tell him? What'd you tell him? Come on, ace. What'd you tell him? Here. Jade shot with our championship trophy for the South Dakota State Championship. You got to have a little bit of muscle there, bud. That thing is heavy. I don't know how much it weighs, but it's got some serious weight. All right, there it is. There he is, your Junior 1 South Dakota State champion, Hayden Arnold. He's like, here, you carry that trophy. That thing's heavy. I can't hang on to that thing yet. But that'll look nice in the trophy case, I got a feeling. All right, one more single shot. There he is. Hagen, Photography Motorsports crew taking pictures. All of those shots available. And so that brings us to the last of our state championship finals and the end of our Friday night program. This is our South Dakota State Championship final for adults. 26 drivers. 26 drivers are scheduled to start. They'll be led by the 51E out of Springfield, Missouri of Zachary Evans. Then the 98 out of Dalton City, Illinois of Logan Webb. The 1 from Alexandria, Minnesota of Jackson Clark. The 00N out of Isani, Minnesota of Noah Berglund. The 9S out of Cedar Falls, Iowa of Reagan Skolton. The 211 of Plattsmouth, Nebraska's Jacob Krug. From Aberdeen, South Dakota, the 119 of Landon Schott. From Nicollet, Minnesota, the 96 of Jake Robb. From New Brighton, Minnesota, the 13 of Jonathan Hansen. From Ham Lake, Minnesota, the 5X of Reese Whitney. That's your top 10. From Lennox, South Dakota, the 327 of Mark Jacobson starts 11th. From Cherokee, Iowa, the 9 of Max Pogler is 12th. From Mitchellville, Iowa, the 19 of Eddie Brose is 13th. From Laverne, Minnesota, the 4 of Gavin Gregory is 14th. From Newton, Iowa, the 777 of Kirk Weber is 15th. From New Richmond, Wisconsin, the 30 of Tyler Alton is 16th. From Sioux City, Iowa, the 43 of Richard Norby is 17th. From O'Fallon, Missouri, the 28T of Tanner Lowry is 18th. From Renner, South Dakota, the 98X of Max Keller is 19th. From Ham Lake, Minnesota, the 6 of Declan Whitney is 20th. From Marshall, Minnesota, the 7 of Travis Miller is 21st. From Rapid City, South Dakota, the 68 of Carter Johannesson is 22nd. From Renner, South Dakota, the 99 of Michael Payton is 23rd. And a caution right away out in turn 2. Lowry, I believe, and Keller. So Lowry and Keller will move back around. Evans, Webb, Clark, Berglund, and Skolton, your top 5. Then Krug, Schott, Robb, Hansen, Whitney, and Jacobson. Final of the Mount Rushmore trophies to be handed out here in adult clone. Stop them coming to turn 4. That way we can give them off of turn 4. We can give them the 1 to go. Checking something on Zachary Evans. Evans is good. I believe they're just checking the straps, arm restraints. I believe that's what everybody's looking at. Maybe somebody lost one, and that's why we're trying to see who might still have one or who might need one.
Who'd you give your weight to, Wolfie? Oh, this one's not mine. If the bolts came out, we're never going to find it. They'll end up sailing light. So at that point, we just have to disqualify them off that.
don't find it in the front 10, you ain't gonna find it, because I was going yellow.
The LTL Freight Logistics Specialist for your small business.
QualityFreightRate.com.
We simplify shipping, eliminate those surprise charges, and negotiate the best rates from most LTL qualified carriers.
QualityFreightRate.com.
Special residential and liftgate rates available for automotive and ag implements.
QualityFreightRate.com.
Use the promo code ICE and get 10% off your first shipment. Startup is so easy. Get a quote and ship today. QualityFreightRate.com.
Oh, I see what the case was. Somebody lost a chunk of weight, so there's a chance that somebody's going to come up light at the scale. All right, here we go. Field will get 1 to go this time, and we're Evans, Webb, Clark, Berglund, Skolton, Krug, Schott, Robb, Hansen, Whitney, and Jacobson, your top 10. Everybody's set, and we'll come back to the green this time. Cooper watches. Zachary Evans, Springfield, Missouri to lead them around, and we're back underway. Green, green, green. Evans drifts out wide. He's going to have to find a hole to get back in. He could get there in third. Nope, can't do it. Webb now your leader. Oh, look out. Skolton up over the top. And the field stays green. Well, that's a big break for Logan Webb, as he and Jackson Clark got away when everybody else got mangled up and when Reagan Skolton tried to get. Webb and Clark still 1 and 2. Evans runs third. Jacob Krug now running fourth. Here comes Eddie Brose. Brose into fourth. Webb goes way high down the backstretch. That opens it up for Clark. The two guys who started back in the teens are working their way forward. Talking about Brose and Gregory. Gavin to the inside on Berglund. Picks off another. Clark followed by Webb and Evans. Oh, look out. Keller spins down into the fence area, and I believe the caution will come out. Caution coming out. We did it. So Keller or Payton, I believe that's Michael Payton, the 99, not the 98. So Payton to the tail. And man, we have got some, this thing is going to be fun. Because look at this field. You got Clark and Webb and Evans. And then all of a sudden there's a guy right there who started 13th, now running 4th. That's Eddie Brose. And then Jacob Krug. And then the guy who started 15th, right behind him, Gavin Gregory, is in that 6th spot. So these guys are coming from deep in the field. Kirk Weber even moving, landed shot. Weber started 15th. Field's going to get 1 to go this time around. Jackson Clark, Alexandria, Minnesota. Logan Webb from Dalton City, Illinois. Zachary Evans out of Springfield, Missouri. Eddie Brose out of Mitchellville, Iowa. And Jacob Krug out of Plattsmouth, Nebraska. That's your top 5. And Gavin Gregory, Noah Berglund, Kurt Weber, Landon Schott, and then the Whitneys. Reese and Declan. Back to green we go. Here comes Bros. He's up to third, bringing Krug, bringing Gregory. Evans gets shuffled back. Still Clark and Webb. Now Bros, Krug, and Gregory are top 5. Bros to the inside on Webb. He's second from 13th to 2nd. And Gregory from 14th to 3rd. Clark and Bros. Gregory and Krug. Adult South Dakota State Championship. And the guys who started in the middle of the field are challenging at the front with Bros and Gregory. Krug runs 4th. Berglund runs 5th. Weber runs 6th. He started 15th. What a run at the front of this field by Jackson Clark. Holding off the legend of Eddie Bros and the youngster of Gavin Gregory. Caution coming out for Max Pogler, I believe, up in turn 4. Pogler gets it turned around and comes back in. Well, that'll give everybody a chance to take a breath. I mean to tell you, this is quite a race. Eddie Bros from 13th. Gavin Gregory from 14th. They're 2nd and 3rd. Kirk Weber from 15th. He's 6th. So these guys are moving up through the field. Picking them off. Jackson Clark still your leader. He started 3rd. Clark started behind Evans and Webb. As we've already mentioned, Bros started 13th, Gregory 14th. They're 2nd and 3rd. Then you've got Krug and Berglund, and then you've got Weber, and Weber started 15th. There we go. We get Webb in front of Skolton, and we should be pretty good to go. Field getting the 1 to go this time. The Adult Clone South Dakota State Championship is on the line, and I don't know, pick your favorite. This is going to be fun. Whoa, a little bit. That got screwy. Cooper's going to wave it off. They started to bunch up. Guys started to move. And they did not stay single file coming to the line. So we'll get them lined back up. And we'll give them the 1 to go this time, maybe. Let's see. We'll watch Cooper to see if he gives them the 1. And he does. All right, next time by we go green. As long as they can stay in line. Everybody scrubbing tires, weaving back and forth. Jackson Clark out of Alexandria, Minnesota. Eddie Bros, Gavin Gregory, Jacob Krug, Noah Berglund, your top 5. Whoa! And Weber gets up under Berglund and dumps him. Wow. Weber got way up underneath Noah Berglund of the 00N. And Berglund got the drive tires way up off the ground. He had nowhere to go. And all right, Field's going to get the 1 to go. Single file coming to turn 4. They stop scrubbing down the back straightaway. Everybody tucks in line. Looks good this time. Little bit of contact, but we should be pretty good. Green flag is back in the air. Green flag is back in the air, and up front we could have a new leader. Here he comes, Eddie Brose looking for it. He got it. Brose and Gregory get through. Krug gets through as well. Clark can't find a way to get down. Berglund coming, Skolten coming. It's Brose and Gregory. Krug, they're 3 wide down the back straightaway. Everybody settles in. Look out, Berglund with a lazy spin. And Noel just taking off to the starting grid. Nose to tail. They started in the teens. Brose started 13. Gregory started 14. They're set 1 and 2. Here comes Gregory. We're coming to the cross flags. We're halfway home. 20 down. 20 to go. 20 laps remain. Brose and Gregory with Krug. Skolten runs forward. Webb 5th. Whitney 6th. Then Weber and Hansen. Nose to tail that front 3. Gregory moves up a little tap. Nothing there. Gregory looks again. Content to stay with Eddie for the time being. Brose, Gregory, and Krug. Gregory again with a little bump into 3. 25 down. Look out! Brose way up high with a spin. And a caution. So Brose coming back around, I believe, all the way to the front. I have not seen any or heard any indication otherwise. Here he comes. So we're back to the same lineup. Brose, Gregory, Krug, Skolten, and Whitney. That's Reese Whitney in the 5 making a run. And now Krug pulls up to the race lead. We got to decide where the caution will be assessed.
No way. I even said at the top of the track, and you said you go to the back. That's not the right call, regardless of what happens.
So the 19 of Eddie Brose sounds like is going to be sent to the tail. So that'll move Gavin Gregory to the lead, followed by Krug, Skolten, Whitney, and Webb. Now your top 5. All right, the field gets 1 to go, and it's Gregory now your leader, followed by Krug, Stolten, Whitney, Webb, and Weber. Jonathan Hansen, Jackson Clark, Declan Whitney. That's your first 9. So Bros to the tail. Eddie's just going to slow and come off. Meanwhile, up front, Krug gets to the inside on Gregory. Gregory looking for a hole, and there just isn't one there. He'll try to make one in front of Webb. Still can't get there. Jacob Krug out front now. Reagan Skolden, Reese Whitney, Logan Webb, and Gavin Gregory. Krug, Skolden, Whitney. 1, 2, and 3. Gregory's now fourth and charging. Gregory got caught on the outside on that restart, and now here he comes. Gregory has caught the front 4, and it's on. Krug, Skolten, Whitney, Gregory. Gregory into third. Gavin Gregory trying to get back to the front. Krug, Skolten, Gregory, Whitney, Weber, Whitney, Webb, Hansen, and Keller. Gregory into second. We're right back to where we were just a minute ago. Only Krug was behind. Now it's Gregory. Gregory and Krug, nose to tail. Jacob Krug, Gavin Gregory, Reagan Skolden, Reese Whitney, Kurt Weber. That's your top 5 right now. Skolden and Whitney trying to draft together and close in on the leaders. We're inside of 5. We'll be at 5 to go. Still Gregory and Krug. Nose to tail. Here comes Whitney into third. Reese Whitney on the move into third. 2 to go. Krug trying to hold off Gregory. White flag, 1 to go. Gregory coming to the outside. Now dives back in. Krug's gonna win it. Jacob Krug holds on to outlast Gavin Gregory and pick up the South Dakota State title. And the South Dakota State title will go to Nebraska in adult clone as Jacob Krug picks up the victory. And he'll pull it around for the other look. And Ma and the youngster coming.
That was a good one.
And that will finish up our South Dakota State Championships and our actual Friday night program. The whole Saturday still coming. All right, we got to get them right in front of Victory Lane. There we go. There's the newest member. There's the trophy. Come on, Jody, we're waiting for you, buddy. We're going to wait. Here comes Pops. There comes Jody out to join. Yeah, can you hold that? There we go. There's the gang. Jacob Krug, our South Dakota State champion in adult clone. Oh, I think that trophy is a lot heavier than that little one there, Jay.
I'm taking this camera down and then I'll meet you over there, Jake. They both use the same power thing, if I remember correctly, though, right, Matt? Both these cameras use the same power. No, that camera over there has a different one. I gotta put that.
start moving our way to the starting grid. Rookie, MidAmerica. First round of heats. First up, then Stoplight. Then Junior 1. MidAmerica, then Arbox 2, MidAmerica. And then Arbox, MidAmerica. AJC MidAmerica Series, powered by FBM. Buck Wild Racing. We're about ready to begin the Saturday program, and we start with heat races. Rookie. We start with the rookie division in 2 heat races in this first round. There'll be 2 more in round 2. Then our stock light heat, and then junior 1 heat, and then our Arbox 2 heats and our Arbox heat. Those are our first 5 classes here this afternoon. Our first classes is our rookie MidAmerica, 2 heats in this first round, 2 more coming in round 2 a little bit later on in the lineup. Then it's our Stock Light MidAmerica heat races, followed by our Junior 1 MidAmerica heat races, Arbox 2, and then Arbox. So those are the first 5 classes. Rookies to the starting grid. Rookies to the starting grid for your 2 heats here in round 1. Stock Light, you're on deck. Junior 1, you are in the hole. Final calls on rookie for your MidAmerica heats, round 1. Second call for Stock Light. Second call for Stock Light. And our first call for Junior 1. Here's how the rookies will start their first round of heat races. Heat race number 1 on the pole. These will all be side by side. Starts. The heat races are side by side. The main events are single file. So just keep that in mind. All of our MidAmericas our heat races are side by side. Our features are single file, except in the wing carts. And in the wing carts, those both features and the heat races will be side by side. So rookie MidAmerica heat race number 1 on the pole out of Cornell, Wisconsin, the 22X of Jackson Back. To the outside from Renner, South Dakota, the 7 of Barry Payton. Row number 2 on the inside from Lenox, South Dakota, the 32X, that's Wyatt Jacobson. And to the outside from Chamberlain, South Dakota, the F10, that is Mateo Farnsworth. Back and Payton, Jacobson, and Farnsworth, rookie heat race number 1. Final call on rookie MidAmerica for your first round heats. Second call on Stock Light. First call on Junior 1, Arbox 2, and Arbox be getting ready. All right, here we go. First of our rookie heat races. Getting ready. Back, Payton, Jacobson, and Farnsworth in heat race number 1. Here we come. Let's see if we can get them side by side and move Peyton up alongside of back. And then we would have them. That still going to go yellow. Back and Jacobson out quickly.
Better than that one night.
Here we go.
That one needs to be outside second row.
Off we come. Off of 4. Green flag is in the air. Jackson back. Going to lead him to the line, but Wyatt Jacobson is quickly to the inside and grabs the lead. Jackson back running in second. Then Mateo Farnsworth runs in third. And Barry Payton runs in fourth. Jacobson all by himself with a full straightaway out the front. Jacobson off of turn number 4. The halfway point of this 8-lap heat. Second heat race coming up. Stock light drivers, you're on deck. Stock light, you're on deck. Followed by Junior 1 and Arbox 2. Two to go for Wyatt Jacobson. Jackson back runs second, that 22X, and then Mateo Farnsworth is third in the F10. And then Barry Payton in the 7 is fourth. White flag in the air for Jacobson. One more time around. Checkered flag a wave, and Wyatt Jacobson picks up the heat race win. Followed by back. Here comes the second of our 2 rookie heats. On the pole from Boone, Iowa, the 78 of Max Wolfgren. To the outside from Colton, South Dakota, the 67 of Owen Carsrud. Row number 2 on the inside from Lake Crystal, Minnesota, the 16. That's Zalia Manderfield. And the outside, he's been our rookie winner for the last 2 events. From New Richmond, Wisconsin, the 1 JMO, that is Jamison Finnegan. So it's Wolfgren and Carsrud, Manderfield and Finnegan. Rookie heat race number 2, 8 laps the distance. Stock light coming up next. Stock light coming up next. Here comes our rookies for their second of 2 heat races.
Just the 3. Just the 3. Throttle's broken over here. All right, see if I can get that flat road.
Trouble on the 16 of Manderfield. throttle issues. So here we go. 3 drivers, 8 laps, ready to go. Looking for the green, and we get it. We go green, green, green. Carsrud, Wolfgren, and Finnegan. Stocklight heat races coming up next. Then Junior 1 and Arbox 2, and then Arbox. Here comes Finnegan on the inside. Up into second, up into the lead. And off he goes. Finnegan opening up the advantage now. Wolfgren on the inside of Carsrud into second. Max Wolfgren moving into that second spot. Half a straightaway back from Finnegan. Jamison Finnegan all alone out in front with a half a straightaway lead on Max Wolfgren. Flowing blonde locks of the young Wolfgren. Got it. Coming out the back of the helmet just a little bit. 2 to go for Finnegan. White flag coming down for Jamison Finnegan. Max Wolfgren right now second. And Owen Carsrud running third. Checkered flag will be in the air as Finnegan posts another victory. Followed by Wolfgren and Carsrud. That'll set us up for Stock Light. 2 heat races. Heat race number 1 looks like this. On the pole will be the 98X out of Renner of Max Keller to the outside. From Marshall, Minnesota, the 7 of Travis Miller. Row number 2 on the inside from La Crosse, Wisconsin, the 16 of Corey Wolf to the outside. From Rapid City, South Dakota, the 88 of Emily Price. Row number 3 inside the 9S, Reagan Skolton, Cedar Falls, Iowa. Outside the 43, Richard Norby, Sioux City, Iowa. Row number 4 inside the 4 of Gavin Gregory out of Laverne, Minnesota. Outside will be the 15 out of Grimes, Iowa. That's Gable Tunick. Row number 5 inside the 189 out of Scandia, Minnesota. That's Scott Simons. And the outside from New Richmond, Wisconsin. That's the 30 of Tyler Alton. And starting shotgun of the field from Dalton City, Illinois is the 98 of Logan Webb. 11 drivers for 10 laps. Junior 1 drivers, start working your way to that starting grid. 1 more heat in Stock Light. Here we go, off and running. Green flag, no, yellow. Outside. All right, here we go. Field getting ready to go green right here. Keller and Miller. Got them good, going green. Miller and Price on the outside. Skolton trying to find a way around. Wolf on the inside. Now Wolf to the inside of Miller. Skolton there as well. Followed by Emily Price. Price up on Skolton. Couldn't get to the inside. Keller out front. Here comes Skolton into second. Wolf runs third. Price runs fourth. Webb's all the way up to fifth. Logan Webb quickly on the move from the front. Max Keller out front in that 98X. then Reagan Skolton and Corey Wolf. Wolf now into second, brings with him Logan Webb. Skolton back to fourth, Alton fifth, Tunick and Gregory. Max Keller maintains your advantage, followed by Logan Webb now. We're started at the back of this field. Webb started 11th, running second. Corey Wolf now into third. Skolton back to fourth, then Alton, Gregory, and Tunick. Alton to the inside on Skolton. Gregory coming as well. Jumps the display, slides way up high into Skolton as they come to the checkered. But Keller picks up your win, followed by Webb, Wolf. That'll bring us to heat race number 2 on the pole. From Ham Lake, Minnesota, the 6 of Declan Whitney to his outside. From Alexandria, Minnesota, the 1 of Jackson Clark. Row 2 from Asani, Minnesota, the 00N of Noah Berglund. From Cherokee, Iowa, the 9 of Max Pogler. Row 3, the 19 of Eddie Brose from Mitchellville, Iowa. And the 5X of Reese Whitney, Ham Lake, Minnesota. Row number 4, the 19X out of Elko, New Market, Minnesota. That's Carter Brown to the outside. It's his birthday today, the 327 of Max Jacobson. And the back row on the inside from Newton, Iowa, the 777 of Kirk Weber. And to the outside, the 211 of Jacob Krug. Final call on Junior 1. Final call on Junior 1. Arbox 2, you follow, then Arbox. And Super Heavy. Here we come. Off and running, green, green, green. Berglund looking to go to the inside. Grab the lead, he will out of turn number 2. Noah Berglund. Followed by Eddie Brose and Carter Brown. Berglund, Brose, and Brown running 1, 2, and 3. Here comes Max Jacobson into fourth. I don't know how Max feels about that number 327. He's always been number 19. Brown moves into second now. Around Brose. With Jacobson right there in the mix. Berglund, Brown, Brose, and Jacobson, your front 4. 2, 3, and 4 all knotted up. Here comes Max, inside on Brose. Jacobson into third, trying to get Brown. Into 3, got him. Max Jacobson into second. Pogler moving up, along with Whitney. Noah Berglund all alone out in front. Coming to what will be 2 to go. Max Jacobson running second. Eddie Brose running third. Then Whitney and Pogler. Checkered flag will wave. And it'll be Noah Berglund home in front of the birthday boy Max Jacobson. And we'll turn our attention to Junior 1. 2 heats. And they'll line up like this. On the pole from Cherokee, Iowa, the 4 of Macy Pogler. To the outside from Des Moines, Iowa, the 05 of Clyde Keenan. Row number 2 on the inside, the 85X out of Czech, Wisconsin of Emmett Gonzalez. To his outside, the 15 out of Lee Summit, Missouri of Colton Brown. Third and final row on the inside from Czech, Wisconsin, the 8X of Corbin Tarvis. And to his outside, the 3 out of Fairmont, Minnesota, that is Kaylor Ekstrom. Pogler, Keenan, Gonzalez, Brown, Tarvis, and Ekstrom for 10 laps.
Class number 9 did not have a transponder on. So, what are they doing?
Field looking to get lined up. Pogler and Keenan on the front row. There we go. Then Gonzalez and Brown. Ekstrom to the bottom. Macy Pogler in that number 9. Trying to get the field to slow down just a little bit. Her and Keenan on the front row. She's still looking for him to be slower. And no. We'll wait again. All right, so we're going to move Gonzalez and Brown to the front row. And we're going to move Pogler and Keenan to row 2. So we're going to swap the first 2 rows. Whoa, look out. That's a good way to get run over. Whew. Wow. All right, so now the front row will be the 85X of Emmett Gonzalez and the 15 of Colton Brown. We'll move Pogler and Keenan back to the second row.
9 and 5 going to second row then. So first row will be 85X and 15.
The 15 of Brown, that gray one at the back, will be up alongside of Gonzalez. Not, okay. All right, we'll move Pogler and Keenan back to row 2. The 15 on the back row should be on the front row, and the 8X should be on the back row. So switch the 8X and the 15 around, and then we're good. That white and blue one should be on the back where the 15 is. There, bring the 15 up. Okay. There, now 4. Now we'll need the 9 of Pogler and the 05 of Keenan. Tarvis. That's right. Now we need the 05. She goes there. Her number is 9, not 4. She's second, yes. And now the 05 on the outside, the 05. Yes, the 5 goes right alongside of her. Tarvis is holding his hands up like, what'd I do? Nothing. You are supposed to start on the back row. Okay, and Ekstrom's going to start there. All right, here we go. Let's see if we can get this one started in Junior 1. Gonzalez and Brown, Pogler and Keenan, Tarvis and Ekstrom. That looks pretty good down the back straightaway. They stay just like that. Cooper will wave that green flag like he's having a heart attack. Here we go. Watch him. Oh, there he is, like he did. Off and running. Colton Brown quickly to the outside. He'll jump to the race lead. Gonzalez into second. Keenan in a battle with Tarvik. Tarvis will move into third. Ekstrom fourth. Pogler and Keenan in that battle for fifth. Meanwhile, up front, Gonzalez trying to go to work on Brown. Here comes Ekstrom. Ekstrom looking to the inside. Has that spot from Keenan. Ekstrom into fourth now. Keenan back to fifth. Ekstrom now coming on Tarvis. Ekstrom into third. Keenan going to follow through. Pogler going to follow through. Tarbus back to the tail. Colton Brown, now Ekstrom looking for second. Ekstrom on the inside, side by side with Gonzalez. Kaylor Ekstrom and Emmett Gonzalez. Wheel to wheel. Ekstrom will get the spot. Now Keenan trying to get inside on Gonzalez. Keenan trying to get all the way to second and will. Here comes Pogler. Meanwhile, Colton Brown just driving away at the front of this field while the back half just keeps jockeying for position. Ekstrom now to the inside on Keenum. Trying to take second. And will. Gonzalez coming. Gonzalez looking to get there for third and can't quite clear. Colton Brown all alone out in front with a full straightaway length advantage on Kaylor Ekstrom. Then Clyde Keenan. Then Emmett Gonzalez. Then Macy Pogler. And Corbin Tarbus. Checkered flag waves as Brown wins with ease. Followed by Keenan. Followed by Ekstrom, Keenan, Gonzalez, and Pogler. Here comes heat race number 2. On the pole from Truro, Iowa, the 5 of Jackson Reeves to the outside. From Sandhope, Iowa, the 32 of Hayden Arnold. Row number 2 on the inside from Primgar, Iowa, the 12 of Dayton Van Beek. To the outside from Renner, South Dakota, the 100 of Camden Keller. And starting shotgun on the field from Esteline, South Dakota, the 45C of Colin Griffin. Reeves and Arnold, Van Beek and Keller, and Griffin. Oh, look out. Caution will come out. For Camden Keller in the 100.
He's going to need a start way here in the back.
Looks like Griffin's also going to need a start. Keller gets restarted, and now Griffin will need 2. Once Griffin gets fired, he'll be able to pull all the way back around or pull up behind the field. There we go. All right. Second of our Junior 1 heats. Arbox 2 on deck. Arbox 2 on deck, then Arbox and Super Heavy. Arbox 2, then Arbox and Super Heavy. Junior Wing, you follow Super Heavy, then Junior 2, and then Adult Stock Heavy. Here we go. Green flag is in the air. Reeves and Arnold. Van Beek in the mix. Now Arnold inside on Van Beek. Up into second. Behind Reeves. Jackson Reeves. Out in front. Here comes Arnold to the inside. Arnold brings Van Beek with. Reeves back to third. Nose to tail at the front. Hayden Arnold Dayton Van Beek, Jackson Reeves. Caution finally going to come out for Colin Griffin. Over there on the backside, right in front of the bleachers. Back to the green flag we go. Here comes Van Beek down on the inside with Reeves in tow. They'll get inside on Arnold. Dayton Van Beek to the race lead. Van Beek out in front of Reeves and Arnold. Then Keller and Griffin. Van Beek trying to hold off Reeves. Opening on the bottom off of 4. Here comes Reeves. Reeves looking for the lead. He's got it. Arnold comes through as well. Now Arnold looking for the lead. Hayden Arnold to the race lead with Van Beek coming, but he jumps the rear, spins himself out. If he stays going. So the leader, I believe I heard Cooper say the leader took the white, which means the heat race is over. Arnold will win it, followed by Reeves. So the leader had taken the white flag before the caution came out, and when the leader takes the white flag, that ends the race. So for Van Beek, he'll wind up 5th. And Hayden Arnold will post the win, followed by Jackson Reeves. That'll bring us to Arbox 2 heats, and we'll start like this. On the pole from Renner, South Dakota, the 100 of Camden Keller. To the outside, the 52E out of Greenville, Iowa, that is Elise Fairchild. Row number 2 on the inside from Crook, South Dakota, the 85R, that is Renly Goff. Outside of Goff in row 2 from Rock Rapids, Iowa, will be the 40 of Reagan Rosaboom. And then starting shotgun of the field from Olivia, Minnesota is the 10X, that is Daniel Landers. Keller and Fairchild, Goff, Rosaboom, and Landers. Field will get fired up and off they'll come. Arbox 2, heat race 1 of 2. Arbox on deck. This is Arbox 2, then Arbox. And then after Arbox, it'll be super heavy and then junior wing. Cooper to give them one. Let's see if they can be lined up side by side. Keller and Fairchild. That's not bad. What do you think, Coop? Yeah, I think that might actually work. Green flag is in the air. We're going green, green, green. Rosenboom quickly to the bottom and into second. Reagan Rosenboom of the 40. Here he comes to the inside on Keller. Rosenboom to the race lead down into turn 1. Rosenboom and Keller running 1 and 2. Then Fairchild. Here comes Landers. Daniel Landers in the 10X. And then Renly Goff. Landers trying to go to work now on Fairchild. That's the battle for third. Daniel trying to get that 10X up around the 52E of Elise Fairchild. Meanwhile, it's Reagan Rosenboom all by himself out front. Camden Keller running second. The battle for third, Landers and Fairchild. Elise able to hang on to it this time around. Landers had a pretty good run. Looked like he was going to stick his nose down on the inside, but then thought better of it. Tucked back in behind. Fairchild, Landers, and Goff. Two to go now for Rosenboom. Rosenboom to the white flag, 1 to go. Keller running second. Landers now runs third, then Fairchild and Goff as Rosenboom comes to the checkered and wins with ease. Keller will drive the 100 home in second, followed by Landers in that 10X. That'll set us up for the second of our Arbox 2 heat races. Arbox on deck, then Super Heavy and Junior Wing. Arbox on deck, then Super Heavy and Junior Wing. Here comes heat race number 2 of the pole from Eagle Bend, Minnesota, the 7M. That's Kaylee Milbrett. To the outside from New Ulm, Minnesota, the 21 of Colton Horsch. Row number 2 inside, the 40X, that's Reagan Graping, Rock Rapids, Iowa. And the 1R, that's his brother from Rock Rapids, that is River Graping. And starting in the back out of Winter, South Dakota, the 28, that is Ani Duffy. We are green, green, green off of turn 4. Horsch on the outside will get to the lead. Can he hang on? Nope. Graping and Graping. The brothers are at it again. Mom already said after the last one that one of them would have to ride home with me. I said, well, I still have a whole other day. She went, nope, we got graduation tomorrow, so we got to go. So it's Graping and Graping at the front. That is Reagan in the 40X. That is River in the 1R. Here comes Milbrett in the 7M. Kaylee Milbrett trying to get into the mix. Final call on Arbox. Super Heavy up next. Regular Arbox and then Super Heavy. Our Arbox field is already on the grid. Super Heavy drivers to the grid. Caution coming out. That's Horsch down in the bottom. Smash that perfectly good cone. Colton Horsch out of New Ulm, Minnesota. 3 down, 7 to go. We'll get horse fired. Rest of the field will come by, and then he'll tuck in at the tail. All right. And go. So horse will pull in behind Duffy. It's Graping, Milbret, Duffy, and horse. One more time around before we go green. That'll give horse a chance to get caught up. There we go. Now everybody's nose to tail. And we can go green. Round they'll come. Reagan Graping. Brother River Graping running 1 and 2. Milbret should be third. There she comes. All right. Nope, we're going to go another time around. River thought we were going green and jumped to the inside of his brother. Now they'll sort it back out. River into second, Milbret to third. Everybody's good. All right. Let's see if we can keep them like this all the way around for one more time. Graping and Graping. Milbret, Duffy, and horse. 3 down, 7 to go. This 10-lap heat race. Here we come. Field goes green. Nope. Caution comes out again. All right, here we go. Looking like we're good. One more time around, and then we hope to go green. Here we come, going green, green, green. Graping and Milbret. Then Duffy and horse. Graping's pull away just a little bit from Kaylee Milbret. River looking for an opportunity to get around his older brother. Milbret trying to get in the mix. Here comes Kaylee. Kaylee in the 7M, hustling to get in the hunt. Pulls up alongside of Graping, trying to pass on the outside. And she'll get it done. Milbret with an outside round pass into seconds. Splits up the Grapings, now running 1 and 3. Two to go now for Graping. Milbret looking to challenge. Watch the young lady in that 7M. Here she comes. Milbret down the back straightaway. She's going to the outside like she got Graping. Will it work? White flag will be in the air. White flag. Milbret trying to get Graping. To the high side she goes. Into 3 and 4. Milbret coming, but she won't be able to make the pass as Graping hangs on by half a cart length, followed by Milbret, Graping, horse, and Duffy. Remember, guys, we're not driving across the scale. You have to get out, shut it off, and push it across. We're not driving through the scale. If you do, there's a possibility you'll get DQ. All right, one heat race here in Arbox. And here's how they'll line up. On the pole, already with a win today. took the Arbox.
We're good. It's in front of me. Here we go.
Fairchild in front of Carsrud. Fairchild holds on to the advantage. Leo Fairchild, already a winner today once. So our Arbox heads off. Leo Fairchild, the winner, followed by Owen Carsrud and Rayleigh Rosaboom. Here comes Super Heavy, our single heat race. Jonathan Hansen, New Brighton, Minnesota, in the 13, alongside of Springfield, Missouri's Dylan McCord in the 26T on the front row. Row 2, the 777 of Kirk Weber, Newton, Iowa, and the 68 of Carter Johannesson, Rapid City, South Dakota. And starting shotgun on the field from Springfield, Missouri, the 51 of Zachary Evans. Jonathan Hansen working out front in that 13, followed by Zachary Evans and then Kirk Weber. It's Hansen, Evans, Weber running 1, 2, and 3, then McCord and Johannesson. Junior Wing heat race coming up next. Junior Wing coming up next. Jonathan Hansen maintains the advantage out front. Zachary Evans, and then Kirk Weber, Dylan McCord. We're coming to 2 to go. Hansen well on the way here in super heavy. Weber looking to the inside on Evans. Kirk Weber into second now. Weber into the 2 spot. White flag away. Jonathan Hansen. Kirk Weber running second. Zachary Evans runs third. Dylan McCord runs fourth, but Jonathan Hansen will pick up the win here in super heavy. Followed by Weber. So Johannesson comes off. And we get ready for junior wing, 2 heats. Heat race number 1, the pole from Bennington, Nebraska, the 27D of Riker Lopez back to the outside. Junior wing heat race number 1. Junior 2 coming up next, then stock heavy. Junior 2, then stock heavy. Lopez back out front. That 27D. Followed by Tarvis in the 8X, and then Krieger in the 2. Rosaboom in the 40. .7L of Liam Gimbel out of Laverne, Minnesota, and the 7M of Kaylee Milbury. Lopez back, followed by Tarvis, Krieger, Rosaboom, and Gimbel. It'll be 2 to go this time by for Riker Lopez back in the 27D, followed by Tarvis and Krieger. Gimbel has gotten by into 4th, Rosaboom back to 5th. Milbert runs 6th. Here in Junior Wing, Heat 1.
I can do it now.
Trouble for Luke Krieger, Colton Tarbus, and Reagan Rosenboom on the final lap coming to the checkered. Beck wins it, followed by Milbert and Rosenboom, I believe.
No, before that I had been watching 7 push 40 around.
I'm trying to get on my airphone, but I've got the 8 that I had in that
Yep.
whole mess, and I'm seeing if anything lined up to expire that anybody else can.
They switched P8. All right, Gimbal out of the infield, and Liam will drive the 7L around and off, and we get ready for heat number 2 in Junior Wing. We'll start with a 6 out of Dawson, Minnesota. That's Kara Mamelli, alongside of the 26 out of Dresser, Wisconsin. That's Dominic Weber. Row number 2 on the inside, the 10 out of Crooks, South Dakota. That's Rickson Gaw. To the outside, the 15 out of Lee Summit, Missouri. That is Colton Brown. Back row on the inside, the 1 of Ray Sun Sheehan. And outside, the 2R of Reagan Graping. Mamelli, Weber, Goff and Brown, Sheehan and Graping. Junior 2's up next. Junior 2 up next, and stock heavy. The last of our heat races. 2 in Junior 2 and 3 in stock heavy. Here we go. Green flag is off and running. Trouble for Sheehan, up high. It's Weber out to the front. Weber, followed by Goff, Mamelli, and Brown. Weber all by himself at the front, Dominic Weber. You've got Rickson Goff in the 10. You've got Kara Mamelli in the 6. Colton Brown in the 15, and Reagan Graping in the 2R. Good battle for 2, 3, and 4. The problem is that battle's a full straightaway behind the lead. Here comes Mamelli and Brown. Brown on the inside. Brown into second. Mamelli up to third. Graping coming inside on Goff and moves into fourth. Colton Brown in the 15. Kara Mamelli in the 6. And then Reagan Graping in the 2R. Weber continues to be your leader. Brown now has established himself in second. Battle is for third between Mamelli and Graping. 6 in that 2R. Dicing it up for third here in this final Junior 2, this final Junior Wing heat. 2 to go for Weber, all by himself out front. Battle still rages for third between Mamelli in the 6 and Graping in the 2R. Weber to the white, 1 to go. Brown home second. Mamelli continues to hold on to third now. Final set of corners. Weber to the checkered flag. He'll win the heat. Followed by Brown, Mamelli, Graping, and Goff. All right, here comes Junior 2. First of 2 heat races. On the pole, the 17 of Trenton Peterson, Russell, Iowa. Outside, the 72 of Henry Arnold, Stanhope, Iowa. Row 2, 78 of Ace Wolfgren, Boone, Iowa. And the 11R of Carter Roller, Sparta, Missouri. Row number 3, inside is the 07 of Robbie Perino out of Nicollet, Minnesota. Outside is James Machert, Grand Forks, North Dakota, and that's 71. And starting shotgun on the field is Bentley Kockelman out of Harrisburg. Peterson and Arnold, Wolfgren and Roller, Perino and Machart, and then Kockelman. Nose to tail, side by side. That looks pretty good. If they'll stay just like that, Cooper might give them a green, and he will. Green, green, green. Arnold lagging back a little bit, trying to find a hole, and he does. Tucks down in third. Wolfgren looking for the lead. Ace Wolfgren to the race lead of the 78. Peterson and Arnold. Here comes Henry. Arnold coming inside on Peterson. Wolfgren followed by Arnold. Peterson runs third. Kockelman into fourth. Roller runs fifth. Front 3 have stretched out just a little bit at the front. Wolfgren, Arnold, and Peterson. Nose to tail, you've got Kockelman, and Roller. Chart looking to get in the mix as well. That's 71. That could be 3 carts. Those guys start working together, they might be able to run down Peterson just in front of him. Wolfgren and Arnold have really checked out at the front of this one. Stock Light coming up next. Stock Light coming up next. Got one more Junior 2 heat and then Stock Light. So Stock Heavy should be moving to that starting grid. Got one more heat here in Junior 2 and then the Stock Heavies will take the grid. And that'll conclude our heat race portion of this show. We go to qualifying. From there, checkered flag is out. Ace Wolfgren will pick up the heat race win, followed by Arnold. Roller comes home third, Kockelman fourth, Peterson fifth. And here comes our final Junior 2 heat. On the pole, Elko New Market, Minnesota, the 3 of Carter Brown. To the outside, Portland, Missouri, the 35 of Blaine Kindle. Row 2, inside, Lake Crystal, Minnesota, the 16 of Braylon Manderfeld. To the outside, from Clear Lake, Minnesota, the 81 of Jaden Anderson. Row 3, Mount Ida, Arkansas, the 7G of Grayson Redley. Osceola, Wisconsin, the 32 of Riley Finnegan. And starting shotgun of the field, the 16P of Parker Holt out of Clear Lake. Radley and Finnegan moving quickly through the field. It's Brown and Kindle. Carter Brown, Blaine Kindle running 1 and 2, but on his horse coming in a hurry. That's Grayson Redleaf in that 7G. Redleaf trying to get through. Finnegan follows. Redleaf gives up another spot. Anderson got through. Brown all by himself out in front with a half a straightaway on Finnegan and Anderson. Redleaf and Holt. Carter Brown holds the advantage. Battle now shaping up for second between Finnegan and Anderson. Riley Finnegan in the 32, Jaden Anderson in the 81, Grayson Redleaf in the 7 in that 7G. 3-car battle for the 2 spot behind Brown. Coming to 2 to go, Carter Brown. Finnegan, Anderson, and Redleaf. White flag in the air for Brown. Finnegan trying to hold off Anderson for second. Down the back straightaway. Finnegan. Brown to the checkered flag. He'll win it. Finnegan hangs on for second. Followed by Anderson, Redleaf, Kendall, and Holt. So here comes the last of our heat races in this opening round of our Saturday show, the first of 3 stock heavy heat races. And heat race number 1 looks like this. On the pole from Des Moines, the 41 of Stevie Smith. Outside from Grimes, Iowa, the 15 of Gable Tunick. Row number 2 from Asante, Minnesota, the 00N of Noah Berglund. From Renner, South Dakota, the 99 of Michael Payton. Row 3 on the inside, the 19 out of Mitchellville, Iowa. That's Eddie Brose. Outside Ham Lake, Minnesota, the 5 of Reese Whitney. Row number 4 on the inside, the 68 out of Rapid City of Carter Johannesson. Outside, the 4 from Laverne, Minnesota of Gavin Gregory. And starting shotgun of the field will be the 777 of Kurt Weber. Smith and Tunick, Berglund and Payton, Brose and Whitney, Johansson and Gregory, and then Weber. Green flag waves. Here are the first of 3 stock heavy heat races. Stevie Smith, Gable Tunick. Tunick to the inside. Tunick's going to bring Berglund with. Berglund down to the bottom with Brose behind him. Stevie Smith on the outside. Brose to the inside on Berglund. Up behind Tunick. Gable Tunick and Eddie Brose. Noah Berglund. Gavin Gregory. Reese Whitney. That's your top 5. Now Brose to the race lead on Tunick. Followed by Berglund, Gregory, and Whitney. Then Weber, Johansson, Smith, Payton, Smith, and Johansson. Up front, Tunick back to the inside on Brose. Gable Tunick back to the race lead. Here comes Gregory inside on Berglund. Gregory up to 3rd. Tunick, Brose, Gregory, Whitney, and Berglund. Now Gregory into 2nd around Brose. Gable Tunick out with a sizable advantage in the 15. Then Gregory, Brose, and Whitney. Now Reese Whitney into 3rd around Brose. 2 to go. White flag coming for Tunick. Gable Tunick. Whitney inside on Gregory for 2nd. Tunick's going to win it. Followed by Whitney, Gregory, Berglund, Weber, and Brose. So Gable Tunick out of Grimes, Iowa picks up the heat race win, and here comes heat race number 2. On the front row from Springfield, Missouri, the 26 Dylan McCord. To the outside, the 211 Plattsmouth, Nebraska. That is Jacob Krug. Row number 2 on the inside out of Lennox, South Dakota, the 327, the birthday boy of Max Jacobson. Now it looks like we swapped it around. We had 3 heat races. Apparently now we only have 2 or 1. I don't know. So this is, we'll pick them up as we go. It's Max Jacobson, the 327. Max celebrating his birthday today, driving his brother's kart. Declan Whitney running in second. Here comes Reagan Skolton. Looks like we might have one more stock heavy featured heat race. I show a third one, so we'll see if we get enough karts for a third one. Jacobson and Whitney running 1 and 2, then Skolton, followed by Keller, Max Keller in that 98. Here comes Krug inside on Keller. Krug moving into 4th. Keller back to 5th. Kyle Manderfield in the 12 coming off. Meanwhile, up front, here comes Whitney for the race lead. Declan Whitney to the race lead. Jacobson back to 2nd. Skolton running 3rd. Skolton to the inside on Jacobson. Skolton into 2nd. Jacobson back to 3rd. Now Krug inside on Jacobson. Jacobson falls back to 4th. Whitney, Skolton, Krug. Krug now to the inside on Skolton. Coming to 2 to go. Whitney, Krug, Skolton, Jacobson, and Keller. White flag will be in the air for Declan Whitney. Jacobson back inside on Skolton, back to 3rd. Krug looking for the lead, couldn't find it. Came hard across that back bumper, but nothing there. Checker's gonna wave. Whitney's gonna win it, followed by Krug and Jacobson, Skolton, and Keller. 3rd and final stock heavy heat race on the pole, the 13 of New Brighton, Minnesota's Jonathan Hansen. Outside from New Richmond, Wisconsin, the 30 of Tyler Alton. Row number 2, O'Fallon, Missouri, the 2018, that's Tanner Lowry. To the outside, Nicollet, Minnesota, the 96 of Jake Robb. Row number 3, inside the 16 of Corey Wolf, La Crosse, Wisconsin. Outside the 1 of Alexandria, Minnesota's Jackson Clark. Row number 4, inside Springfield, Missouri, the 51E, that's Zachary Evans. Outside the 43 out of Sioux City, Iowa, that's Richard Norby. And starting shotgun of the field, the 119, that's Landon Schott, Aberdeen, South Dakota. Here we go. Hansen and Alton bring them to the Speedway. On deck, we go to qualifying. Pro Arbox. Pro Arbox, you're up next for full qualifying. Off of 4. Green flag in the air. We're going green, green, green. Jonathan Hansen. Clark settles into 2nd now in that 1, followed by Wolf. Then Robb, Evans. Alton on the move, picks up 1 spot. Meanwhile, up front, it's still Jonathan Hansen and Jackson Clark. Hansen has dominated super heavy, but this is just regular stock heavy. Jonathan, his brother Justin, used to race all the time here at UPS with their dad Doug. Doug has since given up that racing, just works as the crew chief for Jonathan. Here comes Clark to the inside on Hanson. Jackson Clark to the race lead. Hanson back to second. Rob runs third. Evans runs fourth. Wolf runs fifth. Alton sixth. Arbox Pro qualifying coming up next. Arbox Pro pole qualifying coming up next. Clark maintains the advantage on Hanson. Evans still third. Rob fourth. Battle for the 5 spot. Tyler Alton moving in that white 30. Hang on, Corey. Woo! Wolf with a nice job hanging on to that one. Got way up high down the back straightaway. But it's Jackson Clark who'll pick up the win. And now we turn our attention from racing to time trials. Final call for Pro Arbox. Final call for Pro Arbox. Looks like we're missing Fairchild. Rosaboom, Karsrud, and Fairchild to qualify. Waiting on Leo Fairchild in Arbox Pro. So we'll go time trials now, the remainder of the way. So here comes Rayleigh Rosaboom in the 14 and Owen Karsrud. Rosaboom from Rock Rapids, Karsrud from Colton, South Dakota. First lap, Rosaboom a 17:408. Karsrud lap 1 a 16:048. Rosaboom lap 2 a 15:324. Karsrud on his second pass a 14:495. Final pass coming. And Rosaboom will settle for that best lap on lap 2. Karsrud's final pass is his best at 14:464. Here comes Leo Fairchild. Final call on Pro Junior 1. Final call on Pro Junior 1. Second call on Pro Arbox 2. Second call on Pro Arbox 2. First call on Pro Stock Heavy. Fairchild ready to go. 14:464 by Owen Karsrud. Quickest so far here in Arbox Pro. Fairchild getting up to speed. Lap 1 is a 15:832. So Leo certainly should be able to get himself in a position where he'll start on the pole. Let's see if he can. Here comes lap number 2. Second quick at 14:682. Still about 2/10 off. Final pass coming here for Fairchild. And he will settle for second of 14:566. So Karsrud at 14,464, then Fairchild at 14,566, and then Rosaboom at 15,324. Pro Junior 1 up next. Final call on Pro Junior 1. Final call on Pro Junior 1. Second call on Pro Arbox 2. Second call on Pro Arbox 2. First call on Pro Stock Heavy. First call on Pro Stock Heavy. Slowly moving into staging is our Pro Junior 1. 9 drivers. We should have Emmett Gonzalez, Kaylor Ekstrom, and Colin Griffin in Group 1. I see Ekstrom there. I see Gonzalez there. And I see Griffin. So we should have that first group pretty much ready to go. The 85X from Shishak, Wisconsin. That's Emmett Gonzalez. The 3 out of Fairmont, Minnesota, that pink machine, that's Kaylor Ekstrom. And the third member of this first group should be the 45C out of Esteline, South Dakota, that is Colin Griffin. We'll see if it's just 2 or if it's 3 to the starting grid. Come on, guys, you got to be up here in line according to the list. So it should be Gonzalez, Ekstrom, Griffin, Arnold, Reeves, Tarvis, Van Beet, Pogler, and Keenan. That's the 9. Those are the 9 in order. That's the way you need to go. Here comes our field. Looks like we might have the first group ready. I see Ekstrom, Gonzalez, and Griffin ready to go here in Pro Junior 1. On deck, Pro Arbox 2. Pro Arbox 2, you're on deck. Then Pro Stock Heavy. Then Pro Junior Wing. And Pro Junior 2. So here comes Group 1 in Pro Junior 1. Kaylor Ekstrom, Emmett Gonzalez, lap 1. Ekstrom with a 14.475. Lap 2, he goes 12.618. Gonzalez 14.675 goes 12.936. Griffin with a 14.899 goes 13.099. Final pass, and Ekstrom with his best lap at 12.328. Gonzalez with a 12.830. And Griffin at 13.074. Everybody got faster with each and every lap. But it's Ekstrom quickest through Group 1. Now we get ready for Group 2. Should be Hayden Arnold, Stanhope, Iowa, Jackson Reeves, Truro, Iowa, and Corbin Tarvis, Chetek, Wisconsin. So it'll be Reeves, followed by Arnold, followed by Jarvis. A 12:328 from Kaylor Ekstrom, the time to beat. Reeves, lap 1, 14:529. Arnold, lap 1, 14:150. Jarvis, lap 1, 14:537. Now Reeves to second at 12:447. Arnold to third at 12:489. Jarvis still fifth at 12:994. Final pass. Reeves to the pole with a 12:224. Arnold stays third with a 12:362. Jarvis settles in fifth at 12:923. But Jackson Reeves now your provisional pole sitter with a couple of groups to go. Actually, one group to go. Here they come. Dayton Van Beek, Macy Pogler, Clyde Keenan. Van Beek, lap 1, is a 14:026. Pogler, lap 1, is a 14:784. Keenan, lap 1, is a 14:508. Now up to speed, and Van Beek is second quick with a 12:279. Keenan to fifth with a 12:749. Final pass for Van Beek to the pole with a 12:171. Keenan will settle in to fifth. Up next is our Arbox 2 Pro Arbox 2. Pro Stock Heavy, you're on deck. Pro Stock Heavy, you're on deck. Start moving to that starting grid. Here comes Pro Arbox 2. Starts with Reagan Graping in that 40X, followed by Kaylee Milbrett, the 7M, and Honey Duffy in the 28. Lap 1, Graping goes 13:903. Milbrett goes 13:933. Duffy goes 14:952. Lap 2, Graping goes 13:100. Milbrett, a 13:244. Final pass, and Graping with a 13:018. Milbrett with a 13:114. Duffy's best lap will be that one on lap 2 at 13:742. That'll set us up for Group 2. Reagan Rosenboom, Elsie Fairchild, and Daniel Landers. Rosenboom, Fairchild, and Landers. Right now, Graping has the pole. Here we come. Rosenboom, lap 1, 13:644. Fairchild, lap 1, 15:254. Landers a 14:176. Lap 2, Rosenboom to the pole at 12:699. Landers to fourth quick at 13:250. Final pass, Rosenboom at 12:610. Fairchild with a 13:750. Landers will settle into fourth at 13:250. So the matching 40s will be on the front row right now in Pro Arbox 2. One more group, and here they come. Colton Horsch, and River Graping. Up next, Pro Stock Heavy. Pro Stock Heavy. That grid is empty. Let's go, guys. Come on. Juniors don't have any trouble getting to the grid. We're just always waiting on the adults. Come on, boys. Final call on Pro Stock Heavy. Don't have a single cart there. Horsch, fifth quick, 13.507. Graping, now fifth at 13.342. Graping and Horsch, fifth and sixth. Colton's final pass. He'll settle for fifth at 13.254. And on his final pass, Graping will start sixth at 13.342. Final call on Pro Stock Heavy. Final call on Pro Stock Heavy. Pro Stock Heavy coming up. Come on, fellas, it wasn't that long ago you were on the track with a heat race. Nobody had to change weight or anything like that. You maybe had to wipe some tires, but should be Weber, Pogler, and Wolf, Group 1. Hansen, Johansson, and Bros, Group 2. Webb, Lowry, Tunick, Group 3. Field slowly making its way to the grid. Weber sitting down with a 777 out of Newton. Got Max Pogler out of Cherokee in that 9, and Corey Wolf from La Crosse. I see Wolf there. There's Pogler's cart walking away, so Group 1 is just about on the ground. Corey Wolf going down. Group 1 just about ready to come in Pro Stock Heavy. Pro Junior Wing, you're up next, and then Pro Junior 2. But we've got 24 Stock Heavy drivers, so we got a little ways to get through this one before we get to that Pro Junior Wing. But Pro Junior Wing drivers, make sure you're getting ready so that once we get down to the last few carts in Pro Stock Heavy, you're ready to take the grid and go from there. All right, motors are coming to life. Here comes Group 1. Should be Weber, Pogler, and Wolf. In no particular order, but it'll be that exact order. Here comes Kirk Weber, followed by Max Pogler, followed by Corey Wolf. So pole qualifying underway in Pro Stock Heavy. Weber, lap 1, goes 13.540. Pogler, lap 1 at 13.312. Wolf, lap 1 of 13.738. Weber, lap 2 to the pole at 11.615. Pogler, second quick at 11.722. Wolf, third quick at 11.728. Final pass, Weber at 11.477. Oh, I can feel sub 11. Wolf second quick at 11.602, and then Pogler at 11.695. But Kirk Weber with a 4.77. That'll give us Group 2. Jonathan Hansen, Carter Johansson, Eddie Bros. Here they come in that exact order. Kirk Weber's 11.477. Right now the time to beat. Hansen, around he comes, lap 1, 13,392. Johansson, 13,818. Bros, lap 1 of 13,123. Hansen to the pole at 11,463. Bros to fourth quick at 11,658. Final pass for Jonathan Hansen at 11,442. Now Bros to the pole at 11,315. It took Eddie Bros a couple of laps, but he nailed it on the final one at 11.315. So Bros now the pole sitter, followed by Hansen, Weber, Wolf, and Pogler, your top 5. Here comes the next group. Should be Logan Webb and Tanner Lowry and Gable Tunick. So it's Webb, Lowry, Tunick. Here they come. Right now, 11.315 is the time to beat for the pole, set by Eddie Bros. Lap 1, Webb at 13.221, Lowry at 13.648, Tunick at 13.037, Webb to fourth quick at 11.589, Lowry into the sixth spot at 11.68. Tunick to the pole at 11.262. Gable Tunick. Final pass, and Tunick no better on lap 3. Will take that 11.262, and that'll be good enough for the top spot. Here comes the next group. Gavin Gregory, Zach Evans, Reagan Skolton. Gregory, Evans, and Skolton on 11.262. Time to beat. Gregory, lap 1 at 13.197. Evans at 13.619. Skolton at 13.641. Lap 2, Gregory to second at 11.297. Evans to 10th. Gregory on his final pass to the pole at 11.244. 11.244 for Gavin Gregory. He'll knock Tunick off the pole. Bros back to third, Skolton fourth, Hansen in the 5 spot. Here comes Max Jacobson, Max Keller. And looked like we were going to send Reese Whitney, but he didn't go, so it'll be a 2-car. Jacobson, 13.268. Keller at 13.085. Jacobson, lap number 2, settles into 8th at 11.590. Keller into 11th at 11.638. Final pass, and Jacobson to 7th with an 11.529. Keller up into 9th at 11.573. Still Gregory's 11.244. The time to beat. Pro Junior Wing on deck. Pro Junior Wing on deck. Here comes Reese Whitney, Jacob Robb, Jackson Clark. Whitney, lap 1 at 13.368. Robb, 13.453. Clark, a 13.278. Whitney, lap number 2. Whitney into 5th at 11.438. Gregory, Tunick, Bros, Skolton still the top. Whitney takes the 5th spot with that 11:4:38. Clark 10th at 11:5:42. Here comes Declan Whitney, Noah Berglund, Dylan McCord. Whitney 13:089, Berglund 13:546, McCord 13:099. Second lap, Whitney to 11th at 11:556. McCord to 8th at 11:444. Berglund to 5th at 11:372. Berglund to 3rd at 11:286. Noah Berglund to 3rd quick at 11:286. Still Gregory, Tunick, now Berglund, Bros, and Skolton with McCord 6th. Here comes the final group. Kyle Manderfeld, Tyler Alton, Richard Norby. Well, maybe we'll have one more group. Manderfeld and Alton by themselves, so we'll have one more. Manderfeld at 11:4:59. That's 9th. Alton's best lap. Jumps him all the way to 19th at 11:627. Here comes Jacob Krug, Richard Norby, Landon Schott. Krug 13:065, Norby 13:506, Schott 13:306. Krug, pass number 2, is 10th at 11:448. Krug with his final pass, and he will settle into 4th at 11:315. Landon Schott to 4th now at 11:303 and drops Krug to 5th. Here comes Stevie Smith, last to qualify. Stevie Smith, lap 1 of 14:187. Smith up to full song, ready to roll. Lap number 2 is an 11:9:20. Final pass for Smith is an 11:687, and he moves into 23rd. And that'll finish qualifying in Pro Stock Heavy. That'll bring us to Pro Junior Wing, and we'll start with Kara Mamelli, Dawson, Minnesota. Lap 1 of 13:90. Dominic Weber, a 13:214. Colton Brown, a 12:935. Weber with a 12:052. Final pass, and Colton Brown second quick at 12:216. Weber quickest at 12:052, and then Mamelli at 12:841. Here comes Group 2, Liam Gimbel, the 7L, Corbin Tarvis in the 8X, and Luke Krieger in the 2K. Gimbel, Tarvis, and Krieger. Lap 1, Gimbel goes 13.114. Tarvis goes 13.430. Krieger goes 13.323. Gimbel the third now on pass number 2 at 12.240. Tarvis to fourth at 12.487. Krieger now to fourth. Final pass, and Gimbel the second with a 12.208. Tarvis and Krieger finish up fourth and fifth. Liam Gimbel with a 12.208. Here comes Rashawn Sheehan in the 1. Riker Lopez Beck in the 27D, and Kaylee Milbrett in the 7M. Sheehan, lap 1, a 13.679. Beck a 13.357. Milbrett a 12.973. Sheehan, second pass at 12.643.6. Lopez Beck to fourth at 12.216. Milbrett to sixth at 12.358. Final pass, Sheehan with a 12.605. Lopez Beck to second at 12.164. Milbrett to sixth at 12.303. I'm guessing we got one more group to go. It'll be Graping and Rosaboom, and here they come. Here comes Graping, and here comes Rosaboom. Reagan and Reagan, Graping and Rosaboom. A 12.052, a time to beat by Dominic Weber here in Junior Wing. UAS up next, then Pro Super Heavy, and then the second round of rookie heats. Lap 1, Graping 13.253, Rosaboom 12.938. Lap 2, Graping a 12.429. Rosaboom to the pole with a 12.016. Graping to ninth with a 4.29. Rosaboom can't better that 0.16, but that 0.16 will be good enough to give him the pole in the main event. Reagan Rosaboom with a 12.016 to grab the pole in Pro Junior Wing, followed by Weber, Lopez Beck, Gimbel, and Brown, your top 5. Here comes Pro Junior 1. Pro Junior 2, excuse me. Pro Junior 2. Bentley Conkelman, Robbie Perino, Carter Roller should be Group 1. Conkelman at 13.611. Perino at 13.868. Roller at 13.420. Lap 2, Conkelman at 12.009. Perino at 11.950. Roller at 11.771. So Roller the pole. Final pass. Conkelman at 11.919. Perino at 11.809. Roller's final pass, no better. He'll take that second lap, that 11.771, and that'll put him on the provisional pole here in Pro Junior 2. UAS and then Pro Super Heavy coming up. UAS and then Pro Super Heavy. Here comes Group 2. James Mockert of the night in the 71 out of Grand Forks, North Dakota. Goes 13.264. Ace Jaden Anderson, lap 1, a 13.463. Arnold at 13,361. Now Anderson to the pole at 11,694. Arnold to second, 11,695. 1/1,000th between Anderson and Arnold. Final pass, and Arnold to the pole at 11,581. Anderson no quicker. He settles for that 694. Mockert with an 11,728 for third. Then Roller, Perino, and Kockelman. Here comes our next group. It'll start with Wolfgren, Finnegan, and Kindle. Wolfgren, lap 1, 13,060. Finnegan, a 13,735. Kindle, a 13,437. Lap number 2, Wolfgren to the pole with a 561. Finnegan to 8. Kindle up into the 6th spot with a 790. Final passes, Wolfgren with a 561 on lap 2. That'll be good enough to give him the pole over Arnold. Kindle third quick with a 661. Then Anderson. Mockert with a 728. Here comes Grayson Redleaf along with Carter Brown and Parker Holt. Second to the last group. UAS coming up next. Then Pro Super Heavy. The second go round of the rookies. And we'll actually take a break before we get to the 3 AJC races. Holt with an 832. Brown with a 353. Brown second pass to 7th with a 767. Redleaf to third with a 588. Brown's final pass to 4th with a 653. Holt to 10th with an 851. And Redleaf to third with that 588. Final pairing coming up. Trenton Peterson, Braylon Manderfeld. It'll be Peterson, and then here comes Manderfeld. Trenton Peterson and Braylon Manderfield. Lap 1 for Peterson, a 13,216. Manderfield lap 1 is a 13,415. Peterson, lap 2 is 8th quick at 11,734. Manderfield into the 14th spot with a 955. Peterson, final pass, no faster. He'll take the best on lap 2. Manderfield will settle into that 14th spot, no faster either on his third and final pass. That'll bring us to UAS. And Evans, it looks like, will qualify. No Gregory. So Brian Evans Jr. will be our lone UAS. So let's see what Nevins can do. Lap 1, Nevins, an 11,440. Pro Super Heavy coming up next, then rookie. Nevins, lap 2, 11,394. Final pass coming. Nevins. And 11,167 for Brian Evans Jr. And 11,167 for Nevins. And that'll move us to Pro Super Heavy. Rookie drivers, you follow Pro Super Heavy. And then we're scheduled for a 5-minute break after the rookies before we go to AJC Junior 2, followed by AJC Junior 1, followed by our AJC Clone Heavy. Pro Super Heavy, 2 groups. Group 1 should be Zachary Evans, Kirk Weber, and Carter Johansson. Group 2 should be Dylan McCord and Jonathan Hansen.
Still qualifying then, or what? Yep. How much qualifying do we have left?
3 classes and 2 rookie heats.
Reminder, we need to throw our 5-minute break in there after the rookie heat too.
Now we already been talking about it.
Logistics specialists for your small business.
QualityFreightRate.com.
We simplify shipping, eliminate those surprise charges, and negotiate the best rates from most LTL qualified carriers.
QualityFreightRate.com.
Special residential and liftgate rates available for automotive and ag implements.
QualityFreightRate.com.
Use the promo code ICE and get 10% off your first shipment. Startup is so easy. Get a quote and ship today. QualityFreightRate.com.
Junior 1, and then AJC Clone Heavy. So here we go. Pro Super Heavy, Kirk Weber, followed by Carter Johansson and Zachary Evans. Getting up to speed down the back straightaway. Weber, lap 1 of 14:084. Johansson, lap 1 of 13:783. Evans, of 13:952. Pass number 2, Weber to the pole at 11:932. Evans to second at 11:942. Final pass, and Weber goes 11:914. Johansson at 12:040. Evans to the pole on the final pass at 11:909. Zachary Evans at 11:909. That'll give him the provisional pole with 1 group to go. And it's a doozy. Dylan McCord, and the guy who's taken all the super heavy events so far this season, a part of the AJC MidAmerica Series, one Jonathan Hansen. So McCord and Hansen getting ready to go. Hansen steps in. Everybody's ready, and here they come. Here comes Springfield, Missouri's Dylan McCord, and New Brighton, Minnesota's Jonathan Hansen. Everybody's on the clock. Rookies, second round heats coming up. Rookies to the starting grid for round 2 of your heat races. McCord goes 13.763. Hansen goes 13.913. Now at full song, Dylan McCord to second with an 11.913. Jonathan Hansen, a 12.629. McCord's final pass to the pole at 11.84. Hansen, meanwhile, stopped, so he'll start dead last in the Pro Super Heavy final with a 12.629. So it'll be the 2 drivers from Springfield, Missouri that will start up front in Pro Super Heavy. All right, back to the rookies we go for their second round of heat races. And then we'll head for a break, just a very short break. And then we go into our AJC classes, starting with AJC Junior 2, followed by AJC Junior 1, followed by AJC Clone Heavy. And we will poll qualify for all 3 of those classes. All right, here comes rookie second round of heats. The first of two on the pole, the F10 of Mateo Farnsworth, Chamberlain, South Dakota. To the outside, the 32X out of Lennox of Wyatt Jacobson. Oh, look out. Row number 2 on the inside should be the 7 out of Renner, South Dakota. That's Barry Payton. And on the outside is the 22X out of Cornell, Wisconsin. That is Jackson Back. Farnsworth and Jacobson on the front row. Jacobson won the first go-round of this quartet. All right, here comes Peyton Barry. Barry Payton, actually, my bad. Barry pulls it back up alongside of Black, and we're good to go. So Farnsworth and Jacobson. So side by side they come, Farnsworth and Jacobson. Payton lagging back a little bit, but Cooper says we'll go green, green, green. Jacobson looking to the inside on Farnsworth down into turn 1, and Wyatt will grab the lead. Now remember, he won the first go-round of these 4. Trying to sweep and put himself in a position to be on the pole or be on the front row with Finnegan. And heat race number 2 will have Jamison Finnegan on the pole, so Jacobson, Farnsworth and Back in the battle for second and third. Mateo Farnsworth in the F10. Jackson Back in the 22X. Back coming to the inside, a little bit of contact. Back's going to get through. Jackson Back to the second spot. Farnsworth back to third. Meanwhile, Jacobson's already out to half a lap. On Back. Wyatt Jacobson. Out in front, Jackson Back and Mateo Farnsworth. 2 to go now for Jacobson. Looking to sweep his 2 heat races. Off of 4. Jacobson to the white flag and 1 to go. AJC Junior 2, you'll be first up after a short break. Then AJC Junior 1, and then AJC Clone Heavy will pole qualify in all 3. Jacobson picks up the win, followed by Back and Farnsworth, and then Barry, then Payton. Second and final of our rookie second round heats. On the pole, the 1 JMO, Jamison Finnegan. The outside, the 16, Zalia Manderfield, Lake Crystal, Minnesota. Row number 2 has the 67 out of Colton, South Dakota, of Owen Karsrud, and the 78 of Max Wolfgren out of Boone, Iowa. Manderfield missed the opening round. He had throttle issues. Apparently they've gotten that all fixed, and Zalia's back in the lineup ready to go. Last of our heat races. It's looking good. Side by side. Oh, there's no doubt we're going green there. Finnegan's going to jump for the inside. Manderfield drops down behind Finnegan. They get single file. Karsrud and then Wolfgren complete the lineup. Finnegan and Manderfield. Then Karsrud and Wolfgren. AJC Junior 2, you'll be next up after a 5-minute break. Then AJC Junior 1, and then AJC Clone Heavy for pole qualifying. Finnegan continues to stretch the advantage. He won the first go-round of this group. Was only a 3-car battle then. As we said, Manderfield had trouble with the throttle. Apparently no problem for Zalia. She's solidly in that 2 spot and with a sizable advantage on Karsrud and Wolfgren. White flag now for Finnegan. He'll bring it to that white flag. 1 to go for Jamison Finnegan. Followed by Manderfield, Karsrud, and Wolfgren. Checkered flag will be in the air for Jamison Finnegan, who will win both versions of his heat races. Manderfield with a good run. She'll come home second after a DNS in round 1. So that'll bring us to our scheduled break. 5:10, we'll resume with AJC Junior 2. AJC Junior 2 at 5:10, we will resume.
From anywhere to anywhere.
QualityFreightRate.com.
The LTL Freight Logistics Specialist for your small business.
QualityFreightRate.com.
We simplify shipping, eliminate those surprise charges, and negotiate the best rates from most LTL qualified carriers.
QualityFreightRate.com.
Special residential and liftgate rates available for automotive and ag implements.
QualityFreightRate.com.
Use the promo code ICE and get 10% off your first shipment. Startup is so easy. Get a quote and ship today. QualityFreightRate.com.
My 2 passions in life is racing and selling good high-end meat. So my grandfather came here from Germany back in the late 20s. He decided to open his own shop in 1951. He had all the recipes, he had all the talent. His father was a meat guy. His father's father was a butcher. They weren't football players, basketball players. They were in the meat business. And that's our family. That's what we're good at. Old World Meats was derived from Frank's Meats. That was my grandfather's name. I know the quality of my beef is the best because I've purchased it directly from the ranchers that certified Angus beef. We know what our beef is continuously, and it's very consistent. So we're located up here in Duluth on beautiful Lake Superior, just a stone throw off of Highway 61. I've lived here my whole life, and it's where I wanted to raise my family. To be successful, you need to have a talent. And I knew I was going to be in the meat business. I can taste spices, I can pick out flavors, where they need to come in, where they need to stop. So knowing your strengths are important and knowing where you came from. We have a hot snack stick that's got actually 8 different spices of heat in that, and it layers the flavors in the heat. That's what makes the difference with our product. The most exciting part was becoming coast to coast with the Old World Meats snack sticks. My neighbor stopped me on the street and said, "Paul, I was just down in Georgia and this gas station had your product." It was one of the highlights of the year. I don't know of a state at this point that we haven't had product in. Being in business in a small town really puts things into perspective. It's the little things for me to be appreciated and respected. So this whole operation here, it doesn't have to be the biggest, but it needs to have passion. And today, I'm changing lives of people that work with me. My guys are learning lifelong skills and values. That's the good stuff. Let's make the world a better place. Let's have a good time at it.
All right, final call on AJC Junior 2 Heavy. Final call on AJC Junior 2 Heavy for pole qualifying. 14 drivers are entered. Should have 4 groups. Motors are running on that grid. Should be Riley Finnegan, Robbie Perino, Grayson Redley. All right, should be just about ready. for AJC Junior 2 Heavy. Finnegan, Perino, Redleaf. That should be Group 1. Everybody else still sitting on the cart stands. All right, here we go, Group 1. Finnegan, Perino, and Redleaf. Finnegan, lap 1 at 13:9:32. Perino at 13:6:30. Redleaf, a 14:1:37. Finnegan, lap number 2 at 12:1:43. Perino at 12:0:42. Redleaf to the pole at 11:9:79. Final pass. Finnegan to the pole at 11:9:31. Perino now to the pole at 11:9:27. Redleaf, final pass to the pole at 11:7:43. Pole, pole, pole. Everybody had it for a minute, but Grayson Redleaf hangs on to it after Group 1. Here comes Group 2. James Mockert, Bentley Konkelman, Ace Wolfgren. And 11:7:43 the time to beat. Mockert lap 1 at 13:5:03. Konkelman at 13:6:22. Wolfgren at 13:2:70. Lap number 2. Mockert to second at 11:7:54. Konkelman to third at 11:80. Wolfgren to the pole at 11:5:80. Konkelman to second at 11:7:31, and Wolfgren will settle for that 5:80, but that'll be good enough for the pole through 2 groups. So Ace Wolfgren at 11:5:80. Konkelman second quick at 7:31, then Redleaf at 7:43. And that'll bring us up to the next group. Blaine Kendall at 35. Parker Holt, the 16P, and Jaden Anderson of the 81. Kendall first lap at 13:5:21. Holt first lap 13:8:50. Anderson at 13:5:31. Second go round. Kendall to fifth at 11:8:51. Anderson now to the 5th spot at 8:28. Kendall to second at 11:7:20. Anderson's final pass will be good enough for 6th. No faster than his second pass. He'll take that at 11:8:28. Here comes Henry Arnold, Trenton Peterson, Braylon Manderfield. Arnold 13:380, Roller 13:478, Manderfield at 13:964. Pass number 2. Arnold is second at 11:664. Final pass, and Arnold, no, can't get there, ran a 6:60, but that won't be good enough. Roller to 8th at 11:880. Manderfield in 12th with a 12:330. 1 group to go. Trenton Peterson, Carter Brown. AJC Junior 1 Heavy to the grid. Final call, AJC Junior 1 Heavy to the grid. Let's go. AJC Junior 1 Heavy. AJC Clone Heavy beginning ready. Wolfgren Arnold, Kindle, Cockelman, and Red Leap, your top 5 here in Junior 2. Peterson at 13.088. Brown at 13.415. Peterson jumps to second quick at 11.619. Brown settles into 8th at 7.61. Peterson's final pass, no better than his second. Brown's final pass. Carter Brown will settle into the 4 spot with a 6.83. So Ace Wolfgren will grab the pole in AJC Junior 2 for the young man out of Boone, Iowa. And that'll bring us to AJC Junior 1 pole qualifying. There are 7 drivers in Junior 1 scheduled to qualify. Brown, Lotsky, Redleaf, Arnold, Ekstrom, Van Beek, and Reeves. Redleaf running both Junior 1 and Junior 2. So Junior 1 ready to go. Colton Brown, Jackson Lotsky, Grayson Redleaf. Will move Redleaf out of that first group because he just came off the Speedway. Well, almost just came off the Speedway. It was 3 or 4 groups afterwards, but they asked for a little extra time, so we'll give them. Looks like Redleaf might actually be ready to go with this group. And he is. So here we go. Colton Brown, Jackson Lotsky, and Grayson Redleaf. Group 1 in AJC Junior 1 Heavy. AJC Adult Clone Heavy to the starting grid. AJC Adult Clone Heavy to the starting grid. Guys, let's get moving. There's only a couple more groups here in Junior 1, so then we'll be waiting on the adults again. Brown with a 12.671. Lotsky at 7 at 12.705. Brown with a 12.492. That'll be good enough for the pole so far. Redleaf on his final pass at 13.249. Right now third with Lotsky second. 2 more groups to go, so Adult Clone Heavy AJC to the starting grid. Adult Clone Heavy AJC to the starting grid. Here comes Group 2, Kaylor Ekstrom. Hayden Arnold. So it's a 2-car run with 1 more group to go. Hayden Arnold to the pole with a 12.102. Ekstrom fourth quick at 12.536. But Arnold, the pole setter, with 1 group to go, 2 groups to go. I think looks like Wyatt Jacobson is going to run Junior 1. Been running rookie all weekend, but he did run the AJC Junior 1 at Golden Spike back in the beginning of the month. Reeves of 14.432. Van Beek of 14.585. Reeves of 14.432. Goes 12.6180. He's fifth. Van Beek to sixth with a. Now Van Beek to third with a 12.531. That'll bring young Wyatt Jacobson to the Speedway. Jacobson, you saw him earlier. He's won a couple of heats today in the rookie division, but moving up in Junior 1 here in AJC Junior 1 Heavy. Final call on AJC Clone Heavy. Final call on AJC Clone Heavy. Let's go, guys. Final call on AJC Clone Heavy.
That's right.
Checking the 32X of Wyatt Jacobson. Apparently his transponder either did not pick up or is not functioning. AJC's Clone Heavy. First group on the Speedway in our AJC Clone Heavy. Eddie Brose with a 12.157. Dylan McCord. Now Jake Robb with 11.646. Robb, Brose, McCord. Jake Robb at 11.517. Brose's final pass at 11.607. McCord at 11.992. So Jake Robb out of Nicollet, Minnesota with the early pole. Here comes Group 2, Gavin Gregory. Kyle Manderfield and Noah Berglund. Gregory, Manderfield, and Berglund. Gregory lap 1 at 13.164. Manderfield at 13.068. Berglund at 13.626. Lap 2, Gregory to the pole, 11.495. Manderfield to third at 11.542. Berglund to fifth at 11.794. Final pass, and Manderfield to the pole at 11.459. Kyle Manderfield with an 11.459. Gregory second quick at 11.492. Then Robb, Brose, and Berglund your top five. Here comes Reagan Skolton. Tanner Lowry. Two-car setup. Skolton and Lowry. Reagan lap 1 at 13:6:52. Lowry, second quick with a 13:7:57. Second lap, Skolton jumps to 6th at 11:7:11. Lowry, lap 2, moves to 7th at 11:7:92. Final pass, Skolton to 6th at 6:89. Lowry's final pass, no better. He'll settle on that 7:92 right now. That's 7th. 3 groups in. Here comes the next. Jackson Clark, Tyler Alton, Corey Wolf. Lap 1, Clark goes 13:386. Alton goes 13:387. Wolf goes 13:957. Second pass, Alton no faster now. Alton to 6th at 11:670. Alton to 5th at 11:551. Corey Wolf to 10th at 11:835. So here comes our next group. It'll start with Jonathan Hansen. Jonathan lap 1 at 13:342. Max Jacobson at 13:157. Reese Whitley at 12:995. Hansen lap 2 to 5th at 11:538. Jacobson to 6th at 11:550. Whitney to 8th at 11:561. Final pass, and Hansen to the pole at 11:353. Jacobson to 6th at 11:547, and Whitney to 8th with a 5:61. But Jonathan Hansen puts it on the pole at 11:353. Here comes Kirk Webber, Logan Webb, Declan Whitney. Webber, Webb, and Whitney. Jonathan Hansen's 11:353. Time to beat. Webber goes 13:422. Whitney 13:014. Webb at 13:257. Now Webb to 2nd at 11:403. Webber to 4th at 11:465. Final pass, and Webb goes 11:400 for 2nd, with Webber at 11:4. Landed shot, Jacob Krug. Shot lap 1 at 13:193. Krug, lap 1 at 13:612. Shot, lap 2 is 3rd quick at 11:443. Krug, lap number 2, settles in. Waiting for it to come up. Final pass, and shot settles into 3rd. Krug 9th at 11:534. Shot 3rd quick at 11:408. So that, ladies and gentlemen, concludes our qualifying runs. All of our preliminary heats and qualifying races All that remain are our 20 main events, starting with our rookie A feature. Our rookie A feature is up race number 1, then Stocklight MidAmerica, then Junior 1 MidAmerica, then Arbox 2 MidAmerica, and Arbox MidAmerica. Those are our first 5 classes. All right, 5:50 for the start time. 5:50 for the start time on rookie, followed by Stock Light, then Junior 1 and Arbox 2. We got just under 15 minutes, and then we're ready to go with our rookie main event at 5:50. We're just under 15 minutes. 5:50 for the start of rookie, followed by Stock Light and Junior 1, and Arbox 2 and Arbox, Super Heavy and Junior Wing, Junior 2 and Stock Heavy. Then our pro classes start with Pro Arbox, followed by Pro Junior 1 and Pro Arbox 2, Pro Stock Heavy, Pro Junior Wing, Pro Junior 2, UAS and Pro Super Heavy. And of course, we have the 3 AJC races at the end. After the break, we'll have AJC Junior 2 Heavy, followed by AJC Junior 1 Heavy, followed by AJC Adult Clone Heavy. Final call for rookie main event. Final call for rookie main event to the starting grid. Second call for stock light. Second call for stock light MidAmerica. First call for junior 1 MidAmerica. Final call for rookie MidAmerica. Second call for stock light MidAmerica. First call for junior 1 MidAmerica and Arbox 2 MidAmerica. So here comes rookie MidAmerica. 15 laps the distance. And the lineup will start like this on the pole. From Lenox, South Dakota, the 32X of Wyatt Jacobson. Starting second out of New Richmond, Wisconsin, the 1 JMO. That's Jamison Finnegan. Starting third from Cornell, Wisconsin, the 22X of Jackson Back. Starting fourth, the 78 out of Boone, Iowa, Max Wolfgren. Starting fifth from Colton, South Dakota, the 67 of Owen Karsrud. Starting sixth from Chamberlain, South Dakota, the F10, that is Mateo Farnsworth. Starting in the seventh spot, the 7 of Barry Payton out of Renner, and the 16, Lake Crystal, Minnesota's Zalia Manderfield. So it'll be Jacobson, Finnegan, Back, Wolfgren, Karsrud, Farnsworth, Manderfield, and Payton. 15 laps the distance. This is our rookie MidAmerica final. Final call on stock light. You're up next. Stock light drivers, you're up next. Then junior 1 and Arbox 2. Rookie drivers to the head of the grid. Final call on stock light. You follow the rookies. Then it's junior 1 and Arbox 2. Remember, all of our main events are single file except the wing carts. Those wing carts will be double file starts. All of the flat cart features will be single file. So we'll start with our rookie final. 15 laps the distance. Jacobson, Finnegan, Back, Wolfgren, Karsrud, Farnsworth, Manderfield, and Payton. So the field will try to get lined up. Again, it's Wyatt Jacobson and Jamison Finnegan. Jackson Back and Max Wolfgren, Owen Karsrud and Mateo Farnsworth, Zalia Manderfield and Barry Payton. So here we go, 15 laps, rookie MidAmerica. Final call on stock light. Second call for Junior 1. First call for Arbox 2 and Arbox. Field coming. Cooper's waving. We're going green, green, green. Jacobson and Finnegan lined up nose to tail of the front. Here comes Wolfgren. Max has moved into third now. Followed by Back and Manderfield. Finnegan has had the better of Jacobson in all of their meetings so far this season. Let's see what Wyatt's got here. Essentially driving on his home track here at University Plains. Finnegan looking, they're coming up on the slower car of Barry, they'll split him. Oh, and then Finnegan spins him out. They split the slower car of Barry Payton, and Finnegan came down a little too early and turned him. Jacobson went to the inside, Finnegan went to the outside, and when Finnegan came back down, he got all right, field is going to stop, or, well, maybe not. Field will slow and come to a stop over in turn 1. So it'll be Jacobson in the 32. And Wolfgren in the 78. The one Finnegan will be charged with a caution. So Jamison is headed to the tail after clipping Payton on the way by. He had him cleared, but then came down too early, and when he did, he clipped the 7 and spun him around, which brought out the caution. Farnsworth coming. Manderfield, then Farnsworth, then Karsrud, then the 1 of Finnegan, and then the 7 of Barry Payton. So the field sits in lane in corner 2, and we're ready. Payton moves in, and then Finnegan behind him. We should be able to go green right off the start. Single file down and around to turn 4. Here we go. Nose to tail. Green flag is in the air. Wyatt Jacobson maintains the advantage. Finnegan out and around Payton. He'll start his run back toward the front. Finnegan was running second until he clipped Payton, passing him. Leaders will be coming up on Barry Payton again. Try to put him a lap down. Finnegan moving out and around Carsrud. He's coming in a hurry. Jacobson, though, with a sizable advantage. Wolfgren runs second. Manderfield runs third. Back runs fourth. Then it's Farnsworth, Finnegan, Carsrud, and Payton. Wyatt Jacobson out in front. Trying for what would be his first feature win in his young karting career. Jacobson off of 4, coming to halfway. Halfway home, 7 down, 8 to go. Finnegan, meanwhile, coming up on back, has moved into 4th. Jamison Finnegan into 4th, but he's about a half a lap down to Jacobson. He's really going to have to go here in the back half to get back up front. Now Jacobson's got to work through lap traffic, does so with ease around Farnsworth. Gets around Carsrud and puts puts Payton another lap down. Finnegan still moving, has pulled up into 3rd now. Behind Wolfgren as he gets around Manderfield. Finnegan moving. He's going to need something to have a chance. Remember, our championship features all come back around to the front straightaway for our victory lane photos. Jacobson with 2 to go. Wyatt Jacobson. Finnegan into 2nd now. Around Wolfgren. White flag for Jacobson. One more time. Here he comes, double checkers, and his first ever feature win, I believe. I'll check with Dad to make sure, but Finnegan will come home 2nd, Wolfgren 3rd. But here he comes. I'm not sure he's ever been to victory lane. Come on, Max, all the way up here. Get it all the way up here, bud. Don't stop it way down there. Now we're going to find out. I got to find out for sure. First one, right? Very first feature win for young Wyatt Jacobson. Hey, how about for Uncle Max? He got him a nice birthday present by giving Uncle Max a win in the rookie. Got a minute to get the helmet off. There we go. There he is. Oh, take the checkered flag, buddy. There you go. All right. Right there. Hold it. Okay. That'll be a good one right there. Nah, she wants one more. Photographers are never quite. There we go. Now she's set. So, Wyatt Jacobson, on his Uncle Max's birthday, picks up his first ever feature win and does it in style. And now Uncle Max will come to the racetrack. Here comes our stock light lineup on the pole. The 98 out of Dalton City, Illinois. That's Logan Webb. Starting 2nd from Lenox, South Dakota, the 327, the birthday boy, Max Jacobson. Starting third, New Richmond, Wisconsin, the 30 of Tyler Alton. Starting fourth, the 00N, Nisani, Minnesota, that's Noah Berglund. Starting fifth, the 19, Mitchellville, Iowa, that's Eddie Brose. Starting sixth, Grimes, Iowa, the 15 of Gable Tunick. Starting seventh, Renner, South Dakota, the 98X of Max Keller. Starting eighth, Ham Lake, Minnesota, the 5 of Reese Whitney. Starting in the 9 spot, Plattsmouth, Nebraska, the 211 of Jacob Krug. Starting 10th, La Crosse, Wisconsin, the 16 of Corey Wolf. Starting 11th, Laverne, Minnesota, the 4 of Gavin Gregory. Starting 12th, Cherokee, Iowa, the 9 of Max Pogler. Starting 13th, Alexandria, Minnesota, the 1 of Jackson Clark. Starting 14th, Cedar Falls, Iowa, the 9S of Reagan Skolton. Starting 15th, the 7 out of Marshall, Minnesota, that's Travis Miller. Starting 16th, from Elko, New Market, Minnesota, the 19X of Carter Brown. Starting 17th, from Ham Lake, Minnesota, the 6 of Declan Whitney. Starting 18th, from Scandia, Minnesota, the 189 of Scott Simons. Starting 19th, the 43 out of Sioux City, Iowa, of Richard Norby. Starting 20th, the 777 of Kirk Weber out of Newton. And starting at the tail, scheduled to be the 88 out of Rapid City, South Dakota. That is Emily Price. Here we go. Trying to get everybody single file, strung out. Everybody working the carts. Stock light final. This is 25 laps. 25 laps. Junior 1, MidAmerica coming up next. Then Arbox 2, MidAmerica, and Arbox, the next 3 classes. Well, field kind of straggling. Everybody settles in. They get lined up. We're off and running, going green, green, green. Logan Webb, Max Jacobson, Tyler Alton, Noah Berglund, Eddie Brose. Corey Wolf looking to make a move inside of Krug. No change up front. Still Webb and Jacobson. Now here comes Mad Max. Jacobson to the race lead. Max Jacobson out front. Eddie Brose moving up into third. Here comes Tunick. Gable Tunick into fourth. Keller now moving into fifth. Whitney, Krog, and Gregory. Max Jacobson out in front. Remember, this is 25 laps. Here comes Eddie Brose. Brose around Webb into second. Jacobson, Brose, Webb, and Tunick. Then a bit of a gap back to Keller. Krug, Gregory, and Whitney. Nose to tail your front 4. They go to work. Max Jacobson, Noah Berglund, top of the racetrack off of turn 2, and the caution will come out. Berglund slowing to a stop in that 00N. I don't see anybody else, so I'm guessing that Berglund will draw the caution. So the 19X of Carter Brown is going to be called for the caution, not Berglund. Berglund got together with Brown apparently, and that sent Noah slowing at the top of the racetrack.
To the rear, right?
That's the one.
The 19X of Carter Brown, I believe, is being charged with the caution, although he still sits about 15th. So we're going to move Carter Brown. So Brown gets the universal symbol for tail. The old tap of the keister. That's what you get. You go to the back. So Brown to the back. Berglund gets his spot back. Looks like Berglund has pulled the 00N off the racetrack. Back to the green flag we come. Max Jacobson, Eddie Brose, Logan Webb, Gable Tunick. Here comes Jacob Krug. Krug into fifth now. Krug in the 211. Moving up into fifth around Max Keller. Now Keller back inside on Krug. Gregory joins that battle. Jacobson, Brose, Tunick, and Webb. Krug again on Keller. Gregory is in the mix. Clark there as well. And they are really going at it. Oh, heavy contact. The 9S got into the 98 of Keller. The 98 of Max Keller headed off after he and Reagan Skolton got together. Up front, it's still Max Jacobson, followed by Eddie Brose, Gable Tunick, Logan Webb, and Jacob Krug. Then Jackson Clark and Gavin Gregory.
The 9S is still out here. The first version of what you just said. 9-8 is at fault, so the 9S back to the spot.
So the caution will be charged to the 98 of Keller. Keller goes off the speedway. We'll move the 9S of Skolton back into the lineup in front of Alton. Now we need to get Wolf, who's all the way back third to the end, up behind Skolton. Trying to get Corey Wolf up and in behind Skolton in front of Alton. Here comes Corey. And he should go right there. All right. I believe we are ready to go. Max Jacobson is still your leader, followed by Brose, Tunick, Webb, Krug, then Clark, Gregory, Pogler, Stolten, Wolf, and Alton. Your top 10. Field coming back to the green at the line in turn 4 to be led by Max Jacobson. Max trying to give himself a really nice birthday present. Now Bros quickly to the inside. Eddie to the race lead. Bros, Jacobson, Tunick, Krug up to 4th. Clark to 5th. Now Jacobson looking back inside. No. He'll settle back in behind Bros. Now he'll make the pass. Jacobson back to the race lead. Jacobson and Bros. Tunick runs 3rd. Clark runs 4th. Gregory now 5th. Skolten. Pogler, Webb. Jordan Krug, Jacob Krug trying to work his way back up through the field after getting shuffled back. Jacobson. Bros, Tunick, Clark, and Skolten. That's your top 5. Gregory leads that next 5, followed by Webb, Pogler, Krug, and Weber. Max Jacobson out in front. Gave up the lead on the restart to Eddie Bros, but got it back within a couple of laps. He's led 90% of this one. Junior 1 final coming up next. 5 to go, 20 down and 5 to go. Jacobson, followed by Bros and Tunick. Clark and Gregory, your top 5. Three to go now. It'll be 2 to go next time. Jacobson, Bros, Tunick, Clark, and Gregory with 2 to go. Max has got a lap car in front. He'll have to clear. Jacobson to the white flag, clears Price into 1. Bros way up high, trying to make a run. Jacobson coming, foot up, he does it. He almost gave it up, but he hangs on to win, and it's Jacobson's back-to-back. Oh my goodness. Max Jacobson on his birthday of all days holds off Bros. Weber comes up. Here comes brother Mark. Here comes Wyatt. The Jacobsons went back-to-back in feature wins. That was almost close. That almost got away from Max right there. He put the foot off, he put the hand up, and Bros was there. It was a half a car length. But Max picks up the win in Stock Light. So it's back-to-back Jacobsons in victory lane. Wyatt wins the rookie, and his Uncle Max on his birthday wins Stock Light. Oh my goodness. I would be curious to find out where that ranks for Max Jacobson among wins. Eddie Bros, Gable Tunick, Jackson Clark, Gavin Gregory were all right there. And Jacobson, who started second, led it most of the way. So here comes our Junior 1 final. Junior 1 MidAmerica ready to roll. Kaylor Ekstrom, Fairmont, Minnesota in the 3 will lead them out. Followed by the 15 out of Lee Summit, Missouri of Colton Brown. Then in Stanhope, Iowa's Hayden Arnold in the 32. Esteline, South Dakota's Colin Griffin, the 45C. Truro, Iowa's 5 of Jackson Reeves starts 5th. Des Moines, Iowa's Clyde Keenan in the 05 starts 6th. Emmett Gonzalez. Chetek, Wisconsin in the 85X starts 7th. Camden Keller out of Renner, South Dakota in the 100 starts 8th. Macy Pogler out of Cherokee, Iowa in the 9 starts 9th. Dayton Van Beek out of Primgar, Iowa in the 12 starts 10th. And Corbin Tarvis out of Chetek, Wisconsin in the 8X will start 11th. 11 drivers for 20 laps. Off and running we go, green, green, green. Kaylor Ekstrom. Here comes Hayden Arnold. Arnold turns Brown. They get straightened back out. Then Brown gets run into by Griffin. Meanwhile, Ekstrom checks out in the front. Reeves, Arnold, Brown, and Van Beek, your top 5. Van Beek now moving inside on Keenan. That would be for 4th. Clyde Keenan in 5th, and then Brown in 6th. The 2 great carts. Kaylor Ekstrom out in front. The young man out of Fairmont, Minnesota in that pink 3. Driving for Cole Sharp. Here comes Reeves. Jackson Reeves got Arnold and Van Beek. Ekstrom gets shuffled back to 4th as Reeves takes the lead. Followed by Arnold and Van Beek. Ekstrom, Keenan, and Brown. Jackson Reeves out of Truro, Iowa, and that number 5. Started 5th, holds the advantage now. Here comes Arnold. Arnold looks, sticks a nose, but not enough. Doesn't drive it in there. Might have cost him, but he tucks back in. He'll set it up. A little bit of help coming now. Here comes Van Beek up behind Arnold. Arnold again takes a look, still not enough, halfway home, and now around goes Arnold. And the caution comes out just short of halfway. That probably will be on Van Beek. So Van Beek in the 12. So let's see if Peyton Van Beek gets tagged with the caution. Arnold's coming back up to the front. This may just be a racing kind of thing. And Arnold's spinning in front of Van Beek. Arnold pulls in behind Reeves. Van Beek back to 3rd. So the caution will be charged to the, well, we're not going back to green yet. We haven't even sorted out who gets the caution. Sounds like it'll be on Dayton Van Beek in the 12. that Van Beek made too much contact with Arnold coming out of the exit. All right, we're going to stop him to set the lineup. Lineup should be good. Van Beek has moved to the tail. So the lineup is good now that Van Beek has moved to the back. Just short of halfway. 9 down, 11 to go. They'll be coming to the green this time. Jackson Reeves is your leader, followed by Arnold, Ekstrom, Brown, and Keenan. Field set to go. We're back under green. And we'll go back under yellow, I would think. So the caution will come back out again. Colin Griffin, the 45C. So the rest of the field is set. Looks like we need a start over on Macy Pogler. Brett's going to get over there and help Macy get started. Pogler will come back around behind Tarvis. Then it'll be Van Beek and then Griffin. Still 9 laps down, 11 laps to go. Arbox 2 final coming up next. Wing carts all sitting, and then Arbox 1. Then our Arbox to follow. So Arbox 2, and then Arbox. All right, we're good. Lineup should be set. Ready to go to the green. Nine down, 11 to go. We're just short of halfway, and here we come. Reeves down the back straightaway with Arnold. Here comes Gonzalez, halfway home here. 10 down, 10 to go. Van Beek trying to work his way back up through the field. Memory was in the top 3 when he and Arnold got together. And now here comes Van Beek into 6th. Problems for Arnold, slowing and coming off. Hayden Arnold out of this one. Reeves all by himself out front now with a half a straightaway length on the rest of the field. Ekstrom and Brown running for 2nd and 3rd. Here comes Van Beek back into 4th. Dayton Van Beek trying to get there. Jackson Reeves all by himself out in front. Now we got a caution. Somebody lost a neck roll down in turn 1. That's a debris caution. Came rolling down the speedway. So it's Reeves, Brown, looks like it's Macy Pogler in that 9. She may have lost the neck brace. So that'll move Griffin around Pogler. Yeah, she's going to pick up the neck brace, get it back on. Apparently she's having trouble keeping it, holding that. Now, have her. Here comes the field. She'll have to hustle. Reeves, Brown, Ekstrom, Van Beek, Gonzalez, Tarvis, Keenan, move the 85X of Gonzalez up behind Van Beek. There we go. Tarvis, then Keenan, then Griffin, and then Pogler. Macy losing the neck brace, makes the debris collar, makes the debris caution. Arbox 2 final coming up next, then Arbox, then Super Heavy. Reeves, Brown, Ekstrom, Van Beek, Gonzalez, your top 5. Tarvis, Keenan, Griffin, and Pogler. Nose to tail, here we come. Field going green, green, green. Jackson Reeves. Here comes Van Beek. Van Beek up into 3rd. We got 5 to go. 15 down and 5 to go. It's Reeves, Brown, Van Beek. Oh, look out. Keenan spinning. He's still going. We're going to stay green. Keenan pulls down back in front of the leaders. Oh, my goodness. Reeves gets through. Now Van Beek into 2nd. Around Brown. Here comes Dayton Van Beek trying to get to the lead. Van Beek sticks it in, but Reeves chops him off. 2 to go. 2 to go. Reeves and Van Beek. Ekstrom, Brown. To the white flag. Jackson Reeves. Dayton Van Beek. Checkered flag coming. Jackson Reeves is going to win in Junior 1. Followed by Ekstrom and Van Beek. Brown. And here comes Jackson Reeves. Up to victory lane. Up this way. I think he might be going to give you the big loop, come around, put the pretty side out. Here comes the crew to join him. There's Jackson. So Reeves picks up the win. He had to hold off a challenge from Dayton Van Beek. The final 2. So Reeves picks up the win. And here comes Arbox 2. 20 laps the distance. On the pole will be the 40 of Reagan Rosenboom out of Rock Rapids, Iowa to the outside. It's Rosenboom's other car. From Rock Rapids, the 40X, that is Reagan Graping. Row number 2 on the inside from Olivia, Minnesota, the 10X of Daniel Landers. To the outside, the other half of the Graping family, the 1R, that is River Graping out of Rock Rapids. Third row inside, the 100 out of Renner, South Dakota, that's Camden Keller. To the outside, from Eagle Bend, Minnesota, the 7M of Kaylee Milbrett. Row number 4 on the inside from Greenville, Iowa, the 52E of Elise Fairchild. To the outside from New Ulm, Minnesota, that's the 21 of Colton Horsch. And then the back row inside from Crooks, South Dakota, the 85R, that's Renly Goff. To the outside from Winter, South Dakota, that's the 28 of Ani Duffy. Rosaboom and Graping, Landers and Graping, Keller and Milbright, Fairchild, Horsch, Goff, and Duffy. 20 laps, Arbox 2. And here we go. Nah, that's not going to work. That was looking good until Landers got kind of squirrely, crashed into Milbrett and Graping. Just about a really good start. But then Landers got kind of banged around a little bit. Lost control of it, ended up on the berm in the infield. A little bit of help. And here he comes. So we'll put him back up on that inside of row 3, right next to Graping, right in front of Keller. All right, here comes Landers. Landers will pull up. He'll look to get down to the inside. He's supposed to be inside of row 2, right where Keller is. We're going to have to move Keller back to get Landers in. Keller's going to have to back up to allow Landers to get down on the inside and move into that second row alongside of Graping. Meanwhile, the field thinks we're going racing, just about. Well, now that will let Landers get up there next to Graping. So the 240s on the front row, Reagan Rosaboom and Reagan Graping. Row 2 should have Landers in the 10X. Let's see if we can get him there. Come on, let him get through. Keller wanted to take the spot, but here comes Landers. He's supposed to be there. Keller and Milbrett in row 3. Fairchild and Horsch, Goff, and Duffy. All right, we're ready to go. 20 laps. Arbox 2. Side by side, nose to tail. That's a pretty good looking start. See what we got by the time we get to turn 4. Still looking pretty good. Landers lagging back a little bit, but we're good. We're going green, green, green. Rosaboom, Graping, Graping. It's Rosaboom and then River Graping in front of Reagan. Landers to 4th, Milbrett is 5th. Keller runs 6th. The battle among the Graping brothers is on again. The last time we saw this, it ended in a caution. Here comes Kaylee Milbrett. Milbrett trying to get on Landers. Rosaboom driving away at the front. River Graping out in front of his brother Reagan. If I know anything about sibling rivalries, you do not want to get beat by your little brother. Not a chance. Graping and Graping remain 2nd and 3rd. Milbrett has now moved into 4th. Kaylee's on the hunt. Here comes Reagan into 2nd now, around his little brother. Reagan Rosenboom all alone out in front with a full straightaway on the Grapings. Milbrett runs fourth, Landers fifth. Then Goff and Horsch. Rosenboom up and around Duffy. Graping now, pulling away from his little brother. River falling back just a little bit. Milbrett closing the gap. Kaylee trying to get to third. Got a cone out in the middle of the racetrack and a caution coming out. Somebody clipped the cone from down by the displays. And so the big lead for Reagan Rosenboom is gone. Arbox. Our Arbox final coming up next, then Super Heavy and Junior Wing. So it's Arbox 1, everybody's sitting at the grid for that one, minus Fairchild. Here comes Horsch and Fairchild. Duffy looking to catch up at the back of the field. The 240s back up front. Rosenboom and Graping. Then the other half of the Grapings, that's River running third. Milbrett fourth, Landers fifth. Then Keller, followed by Goff, Horsch, Fairchild, and Duffy. Green flag, look out, somebody's lost. Side panel of some kind. It's off of Duffy. I believe it's off the 28 of Duffy.
QualityFreightRate.com.
The LTL Freight Logistics Specialist for your small business.
QualityFreightRate.com.
We simplify shipping, eliminate those surprise charges, and negotiate the best rates from most LTL qualified carriers.
QualityFreightRate.com.
Special residential and liftgate rates available for automotive and ag implements.
QualityFreightRate.com.
Use the promo code ICE and get 10% off your first shipment. Startup is so easy. Get a quote and ship today. QualityFreightRate.com.
Duffy, back to green.
You are, Matt. Okay.
Reagan Rosenboom out in front of the 40X. Here comes Milbrett to the outside of Graping. Kaylee Milbrett trying to take that third spot away from River Graping and Will. Milbrett into third. Graping back to fourth. Landers fifth. Keller runs sixth. Then Horsch, Goff, and Fairchild. Rosenboom with a half a straightaway on Graping. Graping has about a half a straightaway on Milbrett. Milbrett's got River Graping and Daniel Landers both right there. Arbox final coming up next. Five to go for Reagan Rosenboom. Horsch down to the infield. Out of harm's way. Now the caution is going to come out for Colton Horsch. So Colton Horsch brings out the caution. So the 40s run 1 and 2. Millbright in the 7M will be third. Then River Graping in the 1R is fourth. And it should be the 100 of Keller. Landers in the 10, then Keller in the 100. I believe the 28 will be at the back in front of Horsch in the 21. Nose to tail, here we come. Gonna move Horsch in front of Duffy. Duffy is one down. Well, now Horsch decided, well, if you're gonna move me up, I'll just take 2 or 3 spots. I won't just take 1. And so we'll try him again. Horsch back 2. Should be behind Fairchild, but in front of Duffy. There we go, right there. "13 laps down, 7 laps to go. Trouble for Keller. Keller has now come to a stop. And we'll go at least another lap around before we can go back to green." All right, Keller has refired and will rejoin behind Landers in the 10X. So let's see if Keller will pull up. That looks like he'll just stay. Oh, now here he comes. Up in between the 10. There we go. Good to go. All right, let's see if we get a green flag here. Cooper watching. Next time by, we go green. Rosenboom. Looking to sweep Arbox 2. He won the Friday night Arbox 2 final earlier today. Trying to win this Arbox 2 MidAmerica final. Here we go, back to green. Front 4 all nose to tail. Rosenboom. 5 to go for Reagan Rosenboom, who's led this thing from the start. Graping runs second. Milbrett runs third. Graping runs fourth. Landers fifth. Horsch around in turn 2. And the caution will come out. So the second caution for Colton Horsch out of New Ulm, Minnesota. Arbox final coming up next. I see all 3 drivers sitting in the grid. Then following Arbox will be our Super Heavy, then Junior Wing, Junior 2, and Stock Heavy. All right. Horsch headed off, field ready to go. Should go green. Next time by. 15 laps complete, 5 laps remain. Here we come. Rosenboom, Graping, Milbrett, Graping, and Keller going green, green, green. Landers in the 6th spot. Then Fairchild makes contact with the 85 of Goff. And the caution comes out again.
White one in the back needs to go to the back. The white 52 is pulling, I think, well, the other two lapped or not?
So the caution will come out for Fairchild.
7 in front of the 1. 7 in front of the 1.
The 7 has to come, Milbrett has to come all the way up in front of Graping. She'll split the 2 Graping brothers, Reagan and River. Milbrett should be in between them. River's not going to let her in. River's going, hey, I thought I had the spot. No, Milbrett was there. Milbrett's just going to back up. But Graping will have to give way. And there we go. Now we got heavy damage on the 85, and we'll need a cart to haul him off. After the field came to an abrupt stop, Goff definitely broke open that nose. Going to move Landers in front of Keller. There we go. Landers right now 5th, and then Keller. The 21 is off the Speedway. 28 of Duffy is 1 lap down. So we've gotten the nose piece back on the 85.
Back to when I was like 9 years old to like these.
So here we go. Rosaboom and Graping, Milbrett and Graping, Landers and Keller, Goff, Fairchild and Duffy. One more time around. So here we go. Rosaboom, Graping, Milbrett, Graping, Landers, your top 5 coming back to green. 15 down. Graping looking on Rosaboom. Rosaboom drifts up. That opens the door for Graping, but Reagan can't get through. Graping coming again to the bottom, but Rosaboom carrying too much speed. Here comes Milbrett in the battle for second. Kaylee Milbrett in the 7th, closing in on Reagan Graping for that 2 spot. 2 to go. 2 to go. Rosaboom, Graping, Milbrett, Graping and Landers. White flag for Reagan Rosaboom. Off of 4, checkers away for Reagan Rosaboom. As he sweeps Arbox 2 with the Pro Arbox 2 coming up. And he'll be in the mix. Here comes Griefing alongside with a thumbs up for Reagan.
See what a big difference that made when they parked facing me? Something is selling. That
does give you a better shot. So Reagan Rosaboom, the third generation of Rosaboom racers. Grandpa Randy drove hobby stock cars, modifieds for decades at Rapid Speedway, Huset's, and I-90 around the southeastern South Dakota, northwest Iowa range. Then his son and Reagan's dad, Jody, drove go-karts for a while and then sprint cars. And now Reagan makes it 3 generations of Rosaboom racers in victory lane. And we get ready for our Arbox final. To be honest, I think I met Jody when he first was probably about Reagan's age. But he wasn't racing karts at that time. He was just helping his dad, Rosie's Raceland there in Edna, Iowa. Dad was running. Oh, come on, Bob. You can't start that. Oh, my goodness. I'm thinking the little girl gets a shot at it now. No. Ladies are having trouble getting Reagan started. Hang on. Are you coming, Jody? All right, Jody's coming. Mom's going to give it a try again. Dan's going to get it. If he can't get it, here comes Pops. There it goes. You'll work on that. You'll work on those starts. It's okay. You're going to have a lot more of those, I have a feeling. All right, so Rosaboom will roll around, head through the scale, way up. We go to Arbox. And here's how the Arbox final will line up. On the pole from Greenville, Iowa, it's the 4. That's Leo Fairchild. To his outside from Colton, South Dakota, the 67 of Owen Carsrud. And then the other half of the Rosaboom siblings, starting in the second row, Rock Rapids, the 14. That's Ray Lee Rosaboom. That's Reagan's little sister. Here we go. Fairchild, Carsrud, and Rosaboom. This one is 20. Here we go. Side by side, the front 2. Rosaboom's right there. We should go green, and we do. Fairchild out with a slight advantage, followed by Carsrud and Rosaboom. Fairchild had the quick time in qualifying, but Carsrud has been right there, was right there in their first go-round earlier today until Carsrud got in too far and he spun himself out. Wound up going a lap down and winding up second. So this could still be a pretty good battle right here. Carsrud and Fairchild. Leo in that 4. Owen in the 67. Here comes Carsrud on the outside. Now watch, see if he'll make the crossover to the bottom. Here he comes. Carsrud for the lead. Got it. Owen Carsrud to the race lead. Carsrud. You saw him set that move up going into turn 3. Went high, built some speed, started into turn 4, dropped down to the bottom, and was able to make the pass. Carsrud and Fairchild, 1 and 2, they're straight away in front of Rosaboom. Carsrud in that 67. Out in front. Field getting close to the halfway point of this 20-lapper. Carsrud now starting to pull away just a little bit from Fairchild. Carsrud, Fairchild. Rosaboom about a half a lap down for young Ray Lee. Carsrud will be able to see Rosaboom when he comes off a 2. Halfway home for Carsrud right here. 10 down, 10 to go. Super Heavy coming up next. Super Heavy, then Junior Wing. Super Heavy and then Junior Wing. Then Junior 2 and Stock Heavy. And that'll get us to halfway through our main events. Carsrud coming up on Rosaboom within a half a straightaway. Owen has a chance now to really kind of set this move up, and he'll get to the inside, no trouble, clearing Rosaboom down into turn number 1. Owen Carsrud in that 67. Leo Fairchild running second. But Fairchild is now a full straightaway back with the lap car Rosaboom in between he and Carsrud. Down the back straightaway, Carsrud will bring it to 5 to go this time. 5 to go. Super Heavy final coming up next. And then Junior Wing. Super Heavy and Junior Wing. Carsrud bringing it to 3 to go. It'll be 2 to go when he gets to the start-finish line. Half a lap, Carsrud. Now 2 to go for Owen Carsrud out of Colton, South Dakota. Leo Fairchild running second. Rayleigh Rosaboom in the 3rd spot. She 1 lap down. 2 to go. White flag now. White flag for Carsrud. Final trip around for Owen. He'll be headed to victory lane. Checkers in the air for Owen Carsrud. Carsrud wins it. Fairchild comes home second. Rosaboom comes home in 3rd.
Minutes.
All was it all?
Alright, no problem. I'll be there.
Sorry.
The button clicked down.
So here comes Carsrud. Owen Carsrud into victory lane. Was second quick to qualify, but man, he got out front, and it was never a challenge for the young man from Colton. Super Heavy coming up next. There comes Owen out. Rest of the crew coming. Oh, we going to take the helmet off so we can see his pretty face, or is he going to jump up on the wing? Or all right, here's the checkered flag. Super Heavy final coming up next, 20 laps. There we go. There he is. Now we can see him. Now we can see him. We'll pull the cart. We'll turn the... All right, there we go. Step up there. Now hold the checkered flag in your other hand. Oh, no, that's going to work right there. That's going to work. Get a little sis out front. All right, we're good. There we go.
Got 2 down here. I'm coming to you. I got a bike here. Alright, I'll be right here.
So Owen Carsrud picks up the win in the 67 in Arbox. And he'll head back for the scale. We'll see him in the Pro Arbox final. Coming up in just a couple of races. Won't be long, and Owen will be right back there in Pro. There we go. Steering wheel on. Motor fires on the second pull, and we're off and running. Owen's headed for the scale. And we're headed for super heavy 20 laps. Here's how they'll start on the pole. From Springfield, Missouri, the 51E of Zachary Evans. Starting second, the 777 out of Newton, Iowa. That is Kurt Weber. Starting third from New Brighton, Minnesota, the 13 of Jonathan Hansen. Starting fourth from Springfield, Missouri, the 26T of Dylan McCord. And starting fifth from Rapid City, South Dakota, the 68 of Carter Johansson. Evans, Weber, Hansen, McCord, and Johansson. 20 laps, super heavy. Junior wing final coming up next. Here we go, looking to go green. Off and running. Evans, Weber, Hansen. Not going to be long. Here comes Jonathan Hansen. Inside on Weber. Hansen into second now. Weber back to third. Hansen looking for the lead. Up high now. They'll cut back to the inside. Stuck his nose. Not enough. Evans gets through. Stays out of harm's way. Hansen will grab the lead. Hansen will get the roll black flag warning for rough driving. He turned Evans. Didn't really have to. Evans was able to save it. Keep it out of the infield. Trying to work his way back. Up front, it's Hansen and Weber. Jonathan Hansen and Kurt Weber. Don't count out that 777 of Weber. Side, nose to tail, about a cart length between them. Jonathan Hansen and Kurt Weber. McCord and Evans run third and fourth, the two Springfield, Missouri drivers. McCord in the 26T, Evans in the 51E. Junior wing final coming up next. Then Junior 2 and Stock Heavy. And that'll get us halfway home in our championship main events. Jonathan Hansen now stretching the advantage. Off of 4, he'll see the cross flags. We're halfway home. 10 down, 10 to go here in Super Heavy. And Jonathan Hansen looking to continue his domination of this Super Heavy division here in the AJC MidAmerica Series, powered by Farmer Brown Motorsports. Hansen won Super Heavy all weekend at Golden Spike in the season opener. Back on the opening weekend of May. He's already captured one today and got another one working here. Weber running second. Then it's McCord and Evans, the two drivers from Missouri, nose to tail. It'll be 5 to go when Jonathan Hansen gets back to the finish line. 5 to go. Hansen stretching out the advantage on Weber. Jonathan Hansen. All alone out in front with a half a straightaway on Kirk Weber. On what has turned into a beautiful evening here at University Plains. Down to 2 to go for Hansen. On his way to yet another super heavy win. Hansen coming to the double checkers. He'll win it again. Weber comes home second. Followed by McCord, Evans, and Johansson. Come on, Dad. It's Memorial Day weekend, and you're the military veteran in this family. Here comes our military veteran, many a year in the Air Force. Boy, oh boy, Johnny's got the super heavy field down. He got it dialed in just right, doesn't he, Pops? There we go, Memorial Day weekend, and Dad right there. Here we go, checkered flag to join him. There it is, just like that. That's a good one. So Jonathan Hansen picks up yet another super heavy, his second of the day. And his dad, Doug, comes out to join him in victory lane. Appropriately enough here on Memorial Day weekend after spending a number of years in the military. Good job. Good job, Doug. Doug used to race quite a bit as well, then ended up with some back problems, and that took him out of the driver's seat. But he's there for Jonathan, and Jonathan continues to just dominate super heavy. So that'll bring us to our junior wing final. This one is 20 laps, and here we go, side by side. On the pole from Chautauqua, Wisconsin, the 8X of Corbin Tarvis. To the outside from Lee Summit, Missouri, the 15 of Colton Brown. Row 2 from Dresser, Wisconsin, the 26 of Dominic Weber. From Bennington, Nebraska, the 27D of Riker Lopez Beck. Row 3 inside, the 2R of Reagan Graping, Rock Rapids, Iowa. To the outside, the 40 of Reagan Rosaboom, Rock Rapids, Iowa. Row number 3, Cara Mamali out of Dawson, Minnesota in the 6th. Luke Krieger, Spirit Lake, Iowa, the 2K. Kaylee Milbrent out of Eagle Bend, Minnesota in the 7M. Rickson Goff in the 10 out of Crooks. Liam Gimbel out of Laverne, Minnesota in the 7L. And Rayshawn Sheehan out of Gettysburg in the 1. Junior 2 final coming up next, and then stock heavy, and then we head for the pro divisions, starting with Pro Arbox, and then Pro Junior 1, and then Pro Arbox 2. Here we go. There we go. We'll move Goff up and Sheehan back, and we're good. All right, field is set. We should be able to go green for 20 laps. Tarvis and Brown. So now we'll have to stop them and line them up because we got them all messed up, and we've got a crash over in turns 1 and 2. So bring the field to a stop here in 4. So it'll be Goff over there, and that looks like Kimball. We were trying to work on get the inside back two rows lined up, but the field thought we were going green, and then we ended up with the crash over there in turns 1 and 2 between Kimball and Goff. So the field will get the 1 to go this time, I would assume. Well, it looks like Goff is not going to be able to continue, so Rickson will have to take the 10 off. So the 10 comes up and on to the cart and will make the ride back to the pit area. And so we will start with 11 minus the 10 of Rickson Goff out of Crooks. Tarbison, Brown, Weber, and Lopez Beck, Graping and Roseboom, Mamelian, Krieger, Milbrett, and Gimbel, and then Sheehan. Nose to tail, side by side, here we go. This one is 20 laps for our junior wing final. Tarbison, Brown, Weber, and Lopez Beck. Weber has been the dominant cage cart here in junior wing. From Golden Spike to earlier here at University Plains, and here he comes. Weber to the lead. Weber, Jarvis, Brown, Lopez, Beck, Graping, and Roseboom. Roseboom down to the bottle inside on Graping. Moves into fifth. Junior 2 final coming up next, and then stock heavy. Junior 2 and then stock heavy. Dominic Weber driving away at the front of the field. Dominating this one as he has done in every junior wing final so far this summer. Weber has almost been untouchable. Tarvis, Lopez, Beck, Roseboom. Roseboom trying to find his way. Nobody's going to catch Weber, but here comes Roseboom into third around Tarvis. Up behind Lopez Beck. Weber, your leader, with a half a straightaway and pulling away from Lopez Beck, Roseboom, Brown, and Gimbel. Weber continues to lead. The battle is for second between Riker, Lopez, Beck in the 27D. and Reagan Rosenboom in the 40. Rosenboom creeping up on back. Halfway home, 10 down, 10 to go. The lead is not in jeopardy. The battle is for second. Lopez, Beck, and Rosenboom, nose to tail. Rosenboom takes a look down to the inside, nothing there. Closes the gap off of 2. Lopez, Beck pulls away a little bit. Now Rosenboom trying to reel him back in. Brown and Gimbel. That's the battle for 4th and 5th. Gimbel coming to the inside on Brown. Can't get there. Field approaching, 5 to go. Dominic Weber dominating here in junior wing. Lopez, Beck, and Rosenboom running 2nd and 3rd. Gimbel has now moved into 4th. Move over flag coming for Sheehan and Milbrett. Both move up high and Weber easily drives by. Battle for second still rages between Lopez, Beck, and Rosenboom. Rosenboom looking inside, off of 4, inside of 5, down to a couple to go. Rosenboom coming again, makes contact. Can't move Lopez back. 2 to go now. Weber all alone out in front. Lopez, Beck, and Rosenboom in the battle for second. Gimbel runs 4th. Brown 5th. Krieger 6th. Double checkers coming for Dominic Weber, who'll win it again. Lopez, Beck just holds off Rosenboom for second. Gimbel comes home in the 4 spot. And then Krieger and Brown, I believe. And here comes Dominic Weber. His second visit to Victory Lane today. And both of them were about as dominating as the other. So Weber picks up junior wing, as he did in the final from last night, earlier today. Pull the head sock off. There we go. Now we got him. Oh, the neck brace is okay. That would have been fine. There we go. Everybody's lobbying to get Dad in the photo, but he's like, nah, I'm good. Junior 2 final coming up, and then stock heavy to follow. The last 2 of our MidAmerica finals. Everything else from there is a pro final, exception of the 3 races at the end, our AJC finals. So here comes Junior 2, 20 laps. On the pole will be the 32 out of Osceola, Wisconsin of Riley Finnegan. Behind him from Boone, Iowa, the 78 of Ace Wolfgren. Starting 3rd from Harrisburg, South Dakota, the 63 of Bentley Kockelman. Starting 4th from Elko, New Market, Minnesota, the 3 of Carter Brown. Starting 5th from Sparta, Missouri, the 11R of Carter Roller. Starting 6th from Clear Lake, Minnesota, the 81 of Jaden Anderson. Starting 7th from Stanhope, Iowa, the 72 of Henry Arnold. Starting 8th from Mount Ida, Arkansas, the 7G of Grayson Redleaf. Starting 9th from Clear Lake, South Dakota, the 16P of Parker Holt. Starting 10th from Russell, Iowa, the 17 of Trenton Peterson. Starting 11th, the 35 out of Fordland, Missouri, that's Blaine Kindle. Starting 12th, the 71 out of Grand Forks, North Dakota, James Mockert. In the 13th spot from Lake Crystal, Minnesota, the 16 of Braylon Manderfield, and starting 14th, the 07 out of Nicollet, Minnesota of Robbie Perino as we go green, green, green. Cockelman to the race lead, followed by Brown, Anderson in third, and then Wolfgren, Roller, and Peterson. Good start for Trenton Peterson from 10th, already up into the top 5. Here comes Wolfgren, inside on Peterson. On Anderson, I should say. Now Wolfgren to the inside on Cockelman and Brown, your leader. Carter Brown, Ace Wolfgren, Bentley Cockelman, here comes Carter Roller. Then Jaden Anderson and Trenton Peterson. Carter Brown out in front. Wolfgren closing the gap. Cockelman, Roller, and Anderson. Here comes Riley Finnegan now into the mix. Finnegan, who started on the pole, got shuffled out. Meanwhile, Wolfgren is right up on the back bumper of Brown. And the caution coming out. Caution coming out. I believe Kendall in the 35 was way up high on the back straightaway, and that's where the caution came in. Field coming around. Nose to tail. Junior 2 final. 20 laps, 14 drivers. 6 laps complete, 14 to go. Here we go. One more time around for Carter Brown. Brown has not been able to drive away from Wolfgren, Cockelman, or Roller, all in the mix at the front of this field. Carter Brown to lead Ace, Wolfgren, and Bentley Cockelman. Carter Roller and Jaden Anderson, your top 5. Here we go. Brown bouncing in the seat, back to the green we come. Nose to tail, that front 6 or 7. Oh, look out, couple of cars spinning up high in turn 2. And we will go caution. So caution will come out. Manderfield and Perino, I believe, were the 2 drivers involved. Braylon Manderfield in that 16. And then the 07 of Perino. Trouble now for Trenton Peterson, who has stopped. Motor died on that 17. Peterson gets it refired and will move back into the lineup. So the 17 will go back up into 6th spot between Anderson and Finnegan. Right there. Field is set. Brown, Wolfgren, Cockelman, Roller, and Anderson. Around they come. Should be going back to green. Coming to the green flag, 6 laps down. 14 laps to go, and we're back underway. Brown, Wolfgren, Kockelman, Roller, and Anderson, your top 5. Here comes Wolfgren, looking to the inside on Brown. Doesn't have enough of a run there. Settles back in. Now he'll take a run at him off of 4. Nope. Still nothing there. Wolfgren certainly looks like he's got something for Brown at the front of this field. Vanley Kockelman stays third, but now falling back a little bit from that lead pair. Here comes Jaden Anderson around Roller into 4th. Finnegan coming around Roller into 5th. Halfway home, Carter Brown and Ace Wolfgren. Henry Arnold trying to move deep in the field. Keep an eye on that front 2. Does Wolfgren have something he can pull to get Brown? Carter Brown out in front of Ace Wolfgren. Kockelman runs 3rd, Anderson 4th, Finnegan runs 5th. Then Redleaf and Kendall. Wolfgren again. Right there on the back bumper. He's running out of laps. He's going to have to make a move here eventually. If he's got one. It'll be 5 to go this time. 15 down and 5 to go. And here comes Wolfgren to the inside. He's got the pass. Wolfgren takes the lead with 5 to go. Now, can he hold off Brown? Ace Wolfgren, Carter Brown, Bentley Kockelman, Jaden Anderson, Riley Finnegan, your top 5. They'll be coming to 2 to go this time. 2 to go. Wolfgren, Brown. White flag will be in the air. Final chance. Wolfgren. Half a car length in front of Brown. Final corner. Ace Wolfgren's going to win it. Followed by Carter Brown. Roller lost the right rear in victory lane. We're going to need a cart stand. We're going to need the trailer for Roller out here on the front straightaway in victory lane. He lost that left rear. It went flying. Here it comes. Meanwhile, Ace Wolfgren has found his way to victory lane. You think so? You think Carter wanted to get in the picture? I mean, I don't know. That's up to Ace. So Roller comes up onto the trailer, and we'll pull tire collected as well. So Carter Roller exits, and Ace Wolfgren moves into victory lane. So Ace Wolfgren picks up the win in Junior 2 when we get ready for Stock Heavy. The last of our MidAmerica finals. Everything from here out is a pro race, with the exception of our AJC races at the end. So stock heavy comes up next, the last of our Mid-America finals. So here comes our stock heavy final, our stock heavy Mid-America final, 26 drivers. Ham Lake, Minnesota's Declan Whitney in the 6 will lead them out, followed by Alexandria, Minnesota's Jackson Clark in the 1, Laverne, Minnesota's Gavin Gregory in the 4. The other half of the racing Whitney's Reese Whitney out of Ham Lake in the 5 will start 4. Zachary Evans out of Springfield, Missouri in the 51E will start 5th. Then it's Kirk Weber and Gable Tunick, Landon Schott and Jonathan Hansen, Jacob Krug and Max Jacobson, Noah Berglund and Reagan Skolton, Jake Robb and Tyler Alton, Max Keller and Eddie Brose, Max Pogler and Stevie Smith, Corey Wolf and Michael Payton, Richard Norby and Carter Johansson, Kyle Manderfield and Dylan McCord, and then Tanner Lowry. This one is 25 laps. The last 25 on the schedule. Everything from here is either 15 or 20, the final 11 main events. Whitney, Clark, Gregory, Whitney, and Evans, your top 5. Then Weber, Tunick, Schott, Hansen, Krug, Jacobson, Berglund, and Skolp. Then Robb, Alton, Keller, Brose, Pogler, Smith, Wolf, Payton, Norby, Johansson, Manderfield, McCord, and Lowry, and we're going green, green, green for 25 laps. 25 laps. And quickly to the race lead goes Jackson Clark in the 1. Gregory moving into 2nd. Then it's Whitney and Whitney. Declan in the 6, Reese in the 5. Now Whitney and Whitney inside on Gregory. Tunick coming as well. Gable Tunick moving through. Gregory slides back to 5th in front of Schott. Jackson Clark out in front. Started 2nd. Has Whitney and Whitney behind him. Declan in the 6, Reese in the 5. Then Tunick, here comes Gregory and Jonathan Hansen. Max Jacobson coming as well. Nose to tail, the Whitneys running 2nd and 3rd. Tunick runs 4th. Gregory, Hansen, Jacobson, and Krug in front of Schott, Skolton, and Brose. Jackson Clark stretching the advantage. Here comes Gregory, look out! Hansen spins on his own. Whitney with trouble. Trouble for Jonathan Hansen, and the caution comes out. Hansen's got almost looks like he might have a flat left rear, but he'll pull back in. Looks like we got a little bit of fluid really high on the racetrack, not anywhere near the groove. We'll see what we decide to do. You can see that line from the start, the middle of turns 3 and 4, then it goes way up high. Trouble for Reese Whitney. Whitney lost the motor and laid down a track of oil outside of the groove, except right there in the middle of turns 3 and 4. Otherwise, it's all way out of the groove. It's nowhere near where anybody's going to get to. If they get there, they're not going to be in contention. So we're going to check the oil. We're going to sweep a little bit. I really think the only spot we're going to have to worry about is that one right there, coming out of 3 toward 4, and then the oil goes way up out of the groove. All right, so the red flag is going to come out. We're going to kill the motors. Apparently, we're going to move a little dirt to try to cover up that oil. Really, the spot is just over there in turn 3 and heading to the middle of turn 4. And then you can see where that line of oil goes way up out of the groove. Whitney got to the high side, and so we'll use some dirt, a little bit of broom, and we'll try to clean it up a little bit. Looks like some red rags will be in to assist. Shouldn't have to do much more than about where Jade's shot is right there, because then the oil goes way up out of the groove. So the field will get realigned behind Jackson Clark out of Alexandria, Minnesota. Clark in the 1. Jump to the lead, and he will have the restart. Then it'll be Tunick and Gregory. The 6 has moved into second, but he's not second, I don't believe. Maybe Whitney is there. Tunick in the 15 will move up in front of Gregory. Then Jonathan Hansen, who hit that oil and spun out way up high. And then Max Jacobson. So you got Hansen and then Jacobson. Then Krug, Schott. Out of the groove by a mile. Field rolling forward. So we got Skolten, Bros, then Berglund. The rest of the field starting to move forward. Weber will be right there behind Pogler. There it comes. Then it'll be Evans, and then the 12 of Manderfield. Zachary Evans in the 51E will be up behind the 777. The 51E will be up behind the 777, and then the 12. Yep. Here comes Evans. Okay, we're good. So Reese Whitney's number 5 blew up and lost a little bit of oil. Looks like the part on the track we've taken care of. You can see the line that's way up out of the groove where Whitney went down and finally came to a stop at the high side of turn 1. Field will kind of scuff their tires through that little bit of oil line there in 3 and to start a 4. And then you can see where Whitney's 5 went up off the top of turn number 4 and laid down that line, but that's way up on the flat, out of the racing, off the racing surface, essentially. So if somebody's going to get up there and race, they're going to be either really flying or they're going to be really out of control.
When you've got to ship it from anywhere to anywhere,
QualityFreightRate.com.
the LTL Freight Logistics Specialist for your small business.
QualityFreightRate.com.
We simplify shipping, eliminate those surprise charges, and negotiate the best rates from most LTL qualified carriers.
QualityFreightRate.com.
Special residential and liftgate rates available for automotive and ag implements.
QualityFreightRate.com.
Use the promo code ICE and get 10% off your first shipment. Startup is so easy. Get a quote and ship today. QualityFreightRate.com.
In case anybody has a little bit of oil on the tire, pretty sure only Jonathan Hansen really got into it. He went for a ride, spinning out. Field getting restarted. Everybody's running again. Well, everybody but Stevie Smith, and he'll fire. And so we're all good. Again, we'll give them a couple of laps. They'll be swaying back and forth, scuffing off the tires to try to make sure that nobody's got any oil. Jackson Clark is your race leader. And here we go. Pro Arbox coming up next. Pro Arbox coming up next. Clark, Whitney, Tunick, Gregory, Hansen, Jacobson, Krug, and Schott. Skolten and Brogues. Berglund, Alton, Wolf. right, caution flag will come out. Everybody's cleaned everything off, and we'll be ready to go. Jackson Clark out of Alexandria, Minnesota, has the lead, followed by Declan Whitney out of Ham Lake, Minnesota, then Gable Tunick, Grimes, Iowa, Gavin Gregory from Laverne, Minnesota, and then Max Jacobson out of Lenox, South Dakota. That's your top 5. That's your top 6, actually. Then Krug, Schott, Skolton, Bros, Berglund, and Alton. And we're back to green. Green, 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 down the back straightaway. Guys taking a look, nobody able to get in there. Evans moves inside on Weber. Here comes Hansen. Hansen bringing Jacobson and Krug inside on Tunick. Schott and Skolton moving through. Tunick just can't find a way to get to the bottom. Jackson Clark out in front of Declan Whitney, Gavin Gregory. Now Gregory's going to bring Hansen and the two of them. And Gregory gets bumped by Hansen. Jacobson comes through. Krug comes through. Jacobson now behind Hansen. Clark all by himself. Krug to the inside on Jacobson. Up into third. Gregory inside on Jacobson. Into fourth. Clark all by himself out front. Jonathan Hansen and Jacob Krug. Gavin Gregory and Max Jacobson. Jackson Clark is led from early on in this one. Jonathan Hansen running second. Jacob Krug running third. Gavin Gregory now closing in on Krug in the battle for third. Here in our Stock Heavy MidAmerica final. That battle for third really raging between Krug and Gregory. Max Jacobson in the 5 spot. Then Skolton, Bros, Berglund, Whitney, and Wolf. Coming to what will be 5 to go. This time, 20 down, 5 to go. It's Clark, Hansen, Krug, and Gregory, with Jacobson running in that 6th spot. Jackson Clark getting company at the front. Here comes Jonathan Hansen. Hansen has it down to a cart length, inside of a cart length now, on the back bumper. 2 to go. Clark, Hansen, battling for the lead. Rob down to the infield. White flag. Hansen to the race lead. Hansen, Clark, Gregory, Krug, and Jacobson. It'll be Jonathan Hansen picking up his 2nd of the night. His 3rd of the day. Winning super heavy earlier, and now he takes stock heavy. Clark winds up 2nd, Gregory winds up 3rd, Krug winds up 4th, and Max Jacobson comes home in 5th. Here we come. So the crew will step in, and Jonathan Hansen will pick up his 3rd win of the day, 2 in super heavy and now in stock heavy. And we head to the pros. We get to the halfway point of our main events here tonight with our pro finals starting. We start with Pro Arbox. Pro Arbox. Pro Arbox final ready to go. Once Hansen clears, this will be a 15-lap final. Owen Carsrud, Leo Fairchild, and Rayleigh Rosenboom. Here we go. This is our Arbox Pro final. This is 15 laps the distance. Owen Carsrud already with 1. He won the Arbox earlier. He won our Arbox MidAmerica. And he will be leading them to the green here in Arbox Pro. Off of 4, green flag is in the air. Fairchild, Rosenboom. Nose to tail, side by side. Carsrud and Fairchild finally string it out. Pro Junior 1 final coming up next, then Pro Arbox 2. Pro Junior 1 you're next, and then Pro Arbox 2. Carsrud stretching the advantage just a little bit on Fairchild and Rosenboom. Owen looking for a 2nd win tonight. He won the Arbox final earlier and is on his way here in Pro Arbox to get the matched pair. A reminder, drivers and crews, as we're moving toward the back half of our feature lineups tonight, if you are not competing again tomorrow, make sure your transponders are going back to registration where you picked them up. So just keep that in mind. If you are not competing in the program tomorrow, make sure that our transponders are going back to registration where you got it. Carsrud stretching the advantage down to a full straightaway on Fairchild. And Fairchild with a full straightaway back to Rosenboom. So the field is strung out now around this racetrack with Owen Carsrud. Carsrud brings them off of 4 to the 5 to go. 10 down and 5 to go, and Owen Carsrud on his way to a 2nd win here tonight. Won Arbox and now looking to win Pro Arbox. Carsrud coming up on Rosenboom. It'll be 2 to go when he gets back to the finish line. So there is a chance for Owen to get Rosenboom. Off of 4. Carsrud pulls through, and we're down to 2 to go. Rosenboom drops a lap. Here comes the white flag now for Carsrud, headed for victory lane a second time in Arbox. Double checkers will wave for Owen Carsrud, your pro Arbox winner. Leo Fairchild comes home with the victory, comes home second, and then Rayleigh Rosaboom comes home in third. So Carsrud headed for victory lane for a second time tonight as he sweeps Arbox, both Arbox and Pro Arbox. And we get ready for our Pro Junior 1 final, and then Pro Arbox 2. Pro Junior 1 and then Pro Arbox 2. A lot of Arbox 2 drivers sitting in that grid area. Not too many of our Pro Junior 1s. Carsrud in victory lane for the second time tonight. Captures Arbox and Pro Arbox. All right. We did this once, so let's see if we can do it again. All right, we got it. There we go. That looks good. Look at the lady with the big camera and smile. Yes. All right, now before anybody moves, hang on. This is going to be extra photo duty. Now we're going to take one more, make sure we're good. Always want to make sure. All right, here we go. Got the phone. Grab this one. It'll pop up on social media in no time at all, probably.
Big race, we're just going to do it tomorrow.
All right, here comes. All right, here comes our Pro Junior 1 final. Pro Arbox 2 and then Pro Stock Heavy coming up next. Leading them to the green from Primger, Iowa will be the 12 of Dayton Van Beek. Starting second from Truro, Iowa, the 5 of Jackson Reed. From Fairmont, Minnesota, the 3 of Kaylor Ekstrom. Starting fourth from Stanhope, Iowa, the 32 of Hayden Arnold. Starting fifth from Des Moines, Iowa, the 05 of Clyde Keenan. Starting sixth from Chetek, Wisconsin, the 85X of Emmett Gonzalez. Starting seventh from Chetek, Wisconsin, the 8X of Corbin Tarvis. Starting in the 8th spot from Cherokee, Iowa, that's the 9 of Macy Pogler. Starting 9th from Esteline, South Dakota, the 45C, that is Colin Griffin. Van Beek out to the early advantage, followed by Reeves and Arnold. Pro Arbox 2 coming up next, and then Pro Stock Heavy. Van Beek and Reeves stay 1 and 2 with Arnold in third. That trio has moved away from the rest of the field, led by Tarvis and Pogler, Ekstrom and Keenan. 4-car battle there. Macy Pogler down to the inside, trying to get through on Charvis, but Corbin able to hold her off. Halfway home for Dayton Van Beek. Van Beek leads Reeves and Arnold in a nose-to-tail battle. Now Reeves to the inside. He'll bring Arnold with. Van Beek from first to third, and now Arnold to the inside. And Arnold will go into the lead. Arnold followed by Reeves and Van Beek as they come up on Griffin. We'll see how the lap traffic plays out here. 5 to go. Next time by. Oh, look out! Van Beek got lifted in the air, trying to get through. Field will get slowed down. I believe the caution will be charged to Clyde Keenan in the 05. A reminder, drivers and crews, the Jody's Dirty Tire Challenge will be moved to tomorrow to start the day's racing program. Our Jody's Dirty Tire Challenge will be moved to tomorrow morning. That'll be the first thing on the schedule before we begin practice. Cart coming out for Hayden Arnold. Arnold still sitting in the 32. Van Beek got airborne. Fortunately, he came down with the rubber side still down on the track, but Arnold spun. Van Beek got airborne, and now we're going to attend to Hayden Arnold. Emmett Gonzalez in the 85X has shut that cart down. They're pulling around to the red while we attend to Hayden Arnold. Move the front two. So we'll send Reeves and Ekstrom down to join the rest of the field in between 1 and 2, and then we'll get them lined up. Still attending to Hayden Arnold in that 32. So Reeves and Ekstrom. Trouble for Emmett Gonzalez in that 85X. Apparently he has broken the throttle on that cart, so he's got no way to give it any gas. Arnold is up and out of the 32, the younger of the Stanhope, Iowa drivers. Back the 32 of Arnold up, and they're going to take that toward the grid. Arnold is done, so Hayden will come off, no worse for wear apparently, after the contact between Reeves Van Beek and Arnold. So the 85 of Gonzalez has a broken throttle, so they'll pick him up on the cart and take him off. So it'll be Reeves in the 5 and Van Beek in the 12. So the 05 of Clyde Keenan, I believe, is going to be tagged with the caution. So that'll move the young Des Moines, Iowa driver to the back of the field. Gonzalez heading off now as the field lines up. It'll be the 5 and then the 12. Reeves and then Van Beek. Here comes Van Beek around with Pogler, Griffin, and Tarvis. We'll move the 12 out and around or in between. Can he get through? Yes. All right, so Van Beek will pull in behind Reeves. Then it looks like it's Tarvis, Pogler, Ekstrom, Griffin, Keenan. All right, here we go. Looking back to go green with Jackson Reeves, your race leader. Then Dayton Van Beek, Corbin Tarvis, Kaylor Ekstrom, Macy Pogler, Colin Griffin, and Clyde Keenan. And we're back underway going green, green, green. Griffin out wide, that allows Keenan to get through. It'll be 5 to go when they hit the finish line this time for Jackson Reeves. 5 to go. 5 to go for Reeves. Van Beek stays right there. Ekstrom running 3rd, Tarvis 4th. Keenan has moved into 5th, and then Pogler and Griffin up front. Here comes Van Beek. Dayton Van Beek to the race lead around Reeves. It'll be 2 to go. Here comes Reeves back inside. He clips a disc. Van Beek hangs in there. 2 to go. Reeves and Van Beek. Ekstrom running 3rd. Tarvis, Pogler, Keenan, and Griffin. White flag, 1 to go. Van Beek coming again. Down the back straightaway. Can he find a room to get inside? No, sir. Reeves to the double checkers. Van Beek home 2nd. Ekstrom home 3rd. Then Tarvis, Pogler, and Keenan. Here comes Jax to victory lane again. Been here twice today now. Won Junior 1, wins Pro Junior 1. Reeves coming out. So Pro Junior 1 goes to Jackson Reeves. That'll turn us back to wing carts and our Pro Arbox 2 final. Here's how Pro Arbox will start with the Rock Rapids racers on the front row in matching 40s. On the pole, it's Reagan Rosenboom out of Rock Rapids in the 40, and alongside of him from Rock Rapids, Iowa in the 40X, that's Regan Grafing. Row number 2 has the 7M out of Eagle Bend, Minnesota of Kaylee Milbrett, and the 10X out of Olivia, Minnesota of Daniel Landers. Row 3 on the inside has the 21 out of New Ulm, Minnesota of Colton Horsch, alongside of the 1R out of Rock Rapids, Iowa of River Graping. And the back row has the 28 of Annie Duffy out of Winter, South Dakota, and the 52E of Elise Fairchild, Greenville, Iowa. 15 laps the distance. Rosenboom and Graping, Milbrett and Landers, Horsch, Graping, Duffy and Fairchild looking ready to go. Green flag is in the air. We go green, green, green. Rosenboom with a good start on the bottom. Graping trying to get down there behind him. Cannot. Milbrett and then Graping. Here comes Horsch and Landers. Pro Arbox 2, Pro Stock Heavy up next. Pro Stock Heavy up next. Milbrett and Graping in a real battle for second and third. Half a straightaway now behind Rosenboom. Landers, Fairchild, Horsch, and Graping all in that mix for 4, 5, 6, and 7. Rosenboom stretching the advantage out front. Here in Pro Arbox 2. Milbrett in the battle with Graping. Reagan looking to the inside, nothing there. Kaylee Milbrett able to hold him off. Landers runs fourth. Fairchild in the 5 spot. Then River Graping and Colton Horsch. Reagan Rosenboom rolling around and closing in on Duffy. Only about to go a lap down. Meanwhile, Graping and Milbrett continue that battle for second. Milbrett and Graping still duking it out for the 2 spot. Graping looks outside now, see if he'll make the move back to the inside. Not that time. Sets up high, heads for the bottom, coming out of turn 4, but Milbrett's got him covered. Rosenboom all alone out in front. Milbrett and Graping. Two to go for Reagan Rosenboom. Milbrett runs second. Graping runs third. Landers runs fourth. Then Fairchild, Graping, and Horsch. Rosenboom coming to the double checkers, and he sweeps Arbox 2. Won the regular Arbox 2 final and wins here in Pro Arbox 2. Reagan Rosenboom heading back to victory lane in that 40. Graping comes up alongside, gives him the thumbs up. Reagan driving. Reagan's second cart. Here comes his sister. Mom's coming again. Do we bring somebody who can start in this? Okay, we're gonna, maybe Reagan can start it himself. All right, there we go. Up on, bangs the wing. Here comes the checkered flag. There's your shot in victory lane. That's the one you're looking for right there. As Rosaboom wins in Arbox Pro. All right, Rayleigh's got to come around the front. There we go. Now we're good. So here comes Pro Stock Heavy. This will be 20 laps. Pro Stock Heavy final coming up. Gavin Gregory from Laverne, Minnesota will lead him to the green flag, followed by Gable Tunick out of Grimes, Iowa. Then Noah Berglund, Isani, Minnesota, and Landon Schott, Aberdeen, South Dakota. Jacob Krug will start fifth out of Plattsmouth, Nebraska. Hey, look at that. Mom got it on the first pull. All right. I like that. All right, Rosaboom heads for the scale, and then post-race tech to wrap up his sweep of Arbox 2. Third time in victory lane for Reagan Rosaboom. He won the Arbox 2 race from last night, that was earlier today, and then got both Arbox 2 finals part of the Saturday program. So 3 trips to victory lane for young Mr. Rosaboom. Grid is filling up. We have 26 drivers in our Pro Stock Heavy final. Like I said, Gavin Gregory will lead them to the green, followed by Gable Tunick and Noah Berglund. Landon Schott and Jacob Krug, your top 5. Eddie Brose, Reagan Skolton, Kyle Manderfeld, Dylan McCord, and Reese Whitney are 6 through 10. Jonathan Hanson and Kirk Weber, Max Jacobson, Logan Webb, and Jackson Clark, 11 through 15. Declan Whitney and Max Keller, Tanner Lowry, Corey Wolf, Jake Robb, 16 through 20. Richard Norby, Tyler Alton, Stevie Smith, Max Pogler, Zachary Evans, and Carter Johannesson, 21 through 26. Seven. Here comes Pro Stock Heavy, Gregory and Tunick, Berglund and Schott, Krug and Brose, Skolton and Manderfeld, McCord, Hanson, Weber and Jacobson, Webb and Clark, Whitney and Keller, Lowry and Wolf, Robb and Norby, Alton and Smith, Pogler and Evans, and Johannesson.
When you've got to ship it from anywhere to anywhere,
QualityFreightRate.com.
the LTL Freight Logistics Specialist for your small business.
QualityFreightRate.com.
We simplify shipping, eliminate those surprise charges, and negotiate the best rates from most LTL qualified carriers.
QualityFreightRate.com.
Special residential and liftgate rates available for automotive and ag implements.
QualityFreightRate.com.
Use the promo code ICE and get 10% off your first shipment. Startup is so easy. Get a quote and ship today. QualityFreightRate.com.
competed for the last time tonight. Make sure that you get transponders back to registration where you got them. If you're not competing tomorrow, only if you are not competing tomorrow, do you need to return transponders. If you're still racing tomorrow, then you're good to go. Keep the transponder, make sure it's charged, ready to go. Pro Stock Heavy Final. Gavin Gregory has led the field from the get-go. But now he has Krug and Bros right there behind him. And earlier today, Krug was able to get Gregory off a restart. So let's see if Gavin learned anything here and can find him off. Nose to tail, here we come. Gregory looking for the restart. Able to keep Krug at bay this time. A lot of bumping and banging, and Berglund goes around, and then he gets hit again. Berglund got tapped, round he went, and then he got drilled twice. Gonna need the cart trailer. If you're watching MBTV Sports, the full replay coming. A little bit of help for Noah Berglund to try to get him back up. I think the other two may not be able to continue. We're gonna have to find out. Pro Junior Wing coming up next. Then Pro Junior 2 and UAS. Looks like Dylan McCord's going to take the 26T off the Speedway. Berglund's going to have to take the 00 in. And then we'll see about Stevie Smith. Stevie Smith, the other cart involved over there, the 41. Smith pulling the neck brace off, so it appears that one he's done as well. Berglund got tagged, started around, and then Smith and McCord both tagged him. Smith's just going to put the cart in the infield. Here comes the cart stand for Stevie's 41. Got the cart stand coming for Berglund as well. So, cart stands, as three carts are now out of the event. $11 down, 9 to go. Gavin Gregory has led the entire way. Krug has moved into second, followed by Bros, Skolton, and Hansen, your top 5. Field is coming to green this time. Gregory, Krug, Bros, Skolton, and Hansen. Green flag is back in the air. We're going green, green, green. Gregory with a good restart. Pulls away a little bit from Krug. Now Krug and Bros ease back in. Krug down to the inside. Bros goes with. Skolton goes with. Gregory's going to get shuffled out of the top 5. And then he's going to get taken out by Clark. Gregory stays going. Clark will bring out the yellow. Caution will be on the 4 of Gregory. So Gregory gets the caution. He'll go to the tail after leading most of this event. Now he'll come from dead last. He's pulling back up there, but he'll be motioned to the tail when he gets there. It's Krug, Bros, Skolton. So Gregory will slide back as the field goes by. What looked like a promising run here in Pro Stock Heavy now has disappeared. And he'll go back into the back of the field. And Jacob Krug is back up front looking for a second win. Won the South Dakota State Championship earlier today in at Oak Clone. Trying to get Pro Stock Heavy here. A reminder for those folks watching on MBTV Sports on Facebook, we hit the 8-hour Facebook limit, so we had to restart. So if you're watching on Facebook, we lost the stream for a minute. We apologize for that, but we've restarted it. If you're watching on YouTube, and no problem there. We've had it the whole time. All right, here we go. So the field will come back to green. Krug, Bros, Skolton, Hansen, Tunick, your top 5. Then Clark, Schott, Jacobson, and Wolf. Bros down to the inside on Krug. Eddie Bros out front. Eddie Bros to the race lead. Bros opening it up. 2, maybe 3 car lengths on Krug. Skolton, Hansen trying to reel in Krug. Fast Eddie Bros out of Mitchellville, Iowa. Looking for Pro Stock Heavy and opening up the advantage. Krug runs second. Reagan Skolton runs third. Jonathan Hansen in fourth and Jackson Clark in fifth. Then Landon Schott, Corey Wolf, Reese Whitney, and Max Jacobson. Pro Junior Wing final coming up next. And then Pro Junior 2. Pro Junior Wing and then Pro Junior 2. White flag. Bros to the white flag with a half a straightaway length lead. Eddie coming off of 4, Rose to the checkers, and the win, followed by Krog, Skolton, Hansen, and Clark. Eddie Rose picking up the win, and here he comes to victory lane. Rose awaits our ladies from Hagen Photography Motorsports, and here they come. Congratulations. Everybody says, nice job, buddy. That's how that goes. Rose starting back in 6th, then he drives home the win. All right. Eddie's going to climb in behind the gang here. We'll get the flash set. We'll take the photo. And here comes Pro Junior Wing. This will be 15 laps, and they'll start like this. On the pole will be the 40 out of Rock Rapids. That's Reagan Rosenboom. To his outside, the 26 of Dresser, Wisconsin's Dominic Weber. Row 2 inside, the 27D out of Bennington, Nebraska. That's Riker Lopez Beck. On the outside, from Laverne, Minnesota, the 7L. That's Liam Gimbel. Here we come. Row number 3 from Lee Summit, Missouri. That's Colton Brown. On the inside, from Chetek, Wisconsin, the 8X of Corbin Tarvis on the outside. Row 4, Eagle Bend, Minnesota, the 7M of Kaylee Milbrett. Outside, Spirit Lake, Iowa, the 2K of Luke Krieger. Row 5, Rock Rapids, the 2R of Reagan Graping. The 1 out of Gettysburg, Rayshawn Sheehan. And then starting in the back, the 6 from Dawson, Minnesota, that's Cara Memely. Rosenboom and Weber. Weber's pretty well had control of Junior Wing. Can the kid from Rock Rapids outduel him? We're going to see. This is going to be fun right here. These are 2 very good drivers. Weber much more experienced than Rosenboom, but they got good fast karts. And Rosenboom trying to hold him at bay. Now Gimbel moving into 3rd. Liam Gimbel in the 7L. Rosenboom and Weber, Gimbel, Lopez, Beck, and Tarvis. That's your top 5. Pro Junior 2 final coming up next. Pro Junior 2 to the starting grid. Pro Junior 2 final up next. Look out, Tarvis into the infield. And the caution will wave. And then Tarvis drives away. Tarvis into the infield. Clips the cone, hits the berm, got hung up, but not enough that when the yellow came out, he couldn't just drive away. So Tarvis to the tail. I would believe. We'll see. Our officials will sort it out. But four laps down. 11 laps remain. Tarvis to the tail. We're bringing out the caution. Especially because he drove away after the yellow. Could have kept going, but did not. waited for the yellow to come out and then drove it off. Nose to tail. Rosenboom, Weber. Gimbal gets shuffled out a little bit. Mamali gets spun around, and the yellow comes out. We won't even get this one started. Kara Mamali with a spin. Mamali will pull up the back of the field, or right there in front of Torbus. Tarvis. Rosenboom and Weber coming back to the green. Everything looks good this time. We should go green, green, green. Reagan Rosenboom trying to find victory lane yet again. Can he hold off Dominic Weber? Weber looking off at 2, pulls up, little nudge into 3. Rosenboom stays. Now he shuffles a little bit. Gimbal now trying to get into the mix. Watch that 7L. Here comes Liam Gimbal in that 7L. Gimbal coming hard and fast on Weber. Halfway home, Rosenboom has led it from the get. Followed by Weber. Gimbal has moved up. Liam started 4th, he runs 3rd, right there behind Weber. Lopez back, running in the 4 spot, and then Colton Brown. Weber again, looking to go to the outside. Now see if he'll come back inside, look for an opening, no! Rosenboom shut the door. Gimbal coming hard. What a battle at the front of this one. I mean, Weber is all over Rosenboom, and the kid won't flinch. I mean, Weber has thrown everything at him. Gimbal hangs in there in 3rd. Lopez back in 4th. Brown 5th. Still Rosenboom and Weber. Rosenboom, Weber. Off of 4, down to 2 to go. 2 to go. It's Rosenboom, Weber, and Gimbal. White flag for Reagan Rosenboom. Down the backstretch. Weber coming. No, he doesn't have anything. Rosenboom's gonna win it. Oh, what a Saturday for Reagan Rosenboom. Rosenboom finds victory lane again as he outduels Dominic Weber. Oh my goodness. Man, oh man, what a day for Rosenboom. Grapin comes over to congratulate. I don't know if Reagan has ever had this kind of day ever. Holy cow, what a run for the kid from Rock Rapids. Rosenboom outduels Weber and wins Pro Junior Wing. I think he's kind of like hanging out in victory lane, this Rosenboom kid. He's been there all day. Every time we turn around, he's there. There's Mom getting in. All right. Yeah, we'll have to see. Man, oh man, what a Saturday for young Reagan Rosenboom. He wins Pro Arbox 2. He wins the Arbox 2 in the Saturday program. He wins Arbox 2 in the Friday program, and now wins Pro Junior Wing. That's 4 times he found victory lane today. Wow. No, Junior 2. Here comes Pro Junior 2. 15 laps the distance, then UAS. We'll see if we have any UAS takers. Brian Evans Jr. has been out. We have not seen Gavin Gregory's UAS today. So here we come. Ace Wolfman. Wolfgram will start on the pole, the 78 out of Boone. Henry Arnold, Stanhope, Iowa will start second. Then it's Grayson Redleaf, Mount Ada, Arkansas. Carter Brown, Elko, New Market, Minnesota, starts fourth. Wayne Kindle, Portland, Missouri, starts fifth. Jaden Anderson, Clear Lake, Minnesota, sixth. James Mockert, Grand Forks, North Dakota, seventh. Trenton Peterson, Russell, Iowa is eighth. Carter Roller, Sparta, Missouri is ninth. Robbie Perino, Nicolette, Minnesota is 10th. Parker Holt, Clear Lake, South Dakota is 11th. Riley Finnegan, Osceola, Wisconsin is 12th. Bentley Kockelman, Harrisburg, South Dakota is 13th. And Braylon Manderfield, Lake Crystal, Minnesota will start 14th. 14 drivers, 15 laps. Pro Junior 2 going green. Nope, we'll hold up. UAS and then Pro Super Heavy coming up before our break. Our short break in front of our AJC finals. All right, around we go one time. Oh, green flag is in the air. So, and now the caution comes out. We'll try it again. Wolfgren and Arnold. Redleaf and Brown, Kindle and Anderson, Mockert and Peterson, Roller and Perino, Holt and Finnegan, Kockelman and Manderfield. UAS coming up next. Looks like it'll be Brian Evans Jr. by himself. And then Pro Super Heavy. So Pro Super Heavy drivers, you might as well move into that grid. That UAS final is going to be a very short one with one cart. Here we go. Maybe we can get this done the third time. Wolfgren, lead him to the green. Yes, we do. We get her started. Wolfgren slides out. Redleaf to the race lead. Redleaf and Brown. Henry and Wolfgram. Anderson and Kindle. Here comes Arnold. Henry Arnold to the race lead. 3 wide, down into 1. Carter Brown trying to get through into second. Redleaf and Anderson. It'll be Redleaf. Now Anderson and Peterson. Wolfgren in the mix as well. Arnold and Brown at the front have opened up a big gap on Anderson. Jaden Anderson running third. Here comes Carter Brown. Brown to the inside on Arnold. Grabs the lead. Brown and Arnold. And now the red. Get a hold of it. Throttle is stuck on Trenton Peterson, 17. There we go. Peterson's out and walking away. Perino up against the fence. Here comes the cart carrier for Trenton Peterson's number 17. Peterson is okay. Finnegan and Perino were the other carts involved. Throttle stuck on the 17 of Peterson. Fortunately, Trenton was able to get out of the cart. Okay. And the cart then ran into that berm at the inside of the front straightaway and got hung up. Then our guys were over there quickly to pull the plug wire.
Line up over there.
So the field will come around, we'll get realigned. Finnegan and Perino. Field just driving around. Henry Arnold is the leader, but he's in the middle of the pack over there. Coming out of 3 and 4, and we'll have to finally get him stopped so that we can get him lined up. Carter, we go back to the last completed lap. So Arnold and Brown will switch spots. Carter Brown had taken the lead, but you go back to the last completed lap. And I believe that'll put Arnold back up front. So the 72 is the leader. That blue cart right there in the front is the leader. Carter Brown just driving around waiting somebody to tell him, nope, you're not the leader. So they'll come around. So here comes Arnold. Somebody going to catch him down in turn 1 or somewhere so that they don't just drive aimlessly around. So the 72 and then the 3. There we go. Then it's Anderson and Wolfgren. Ace Wolfgren, who started on the pole, has fallen back, but now back up into 4th. Then you've got Redleaf and Roller. Redleaf and Roller. UAS and then Pro Super Heavy. UAS and Pro Super Heavy. Super Heavy drivers should be starting to move to that starting grid. A UAS final will just be a solo kart run, and I would bet it won't last more than a half dozen laps. So then Super Heavy guys will be waiting on you. Pro Super Heavy to the starting grid. UAS lineup is set. Pro Super Heavy on deck. Four laps down. 11 laps to go. 4 down and 11 to go. Arnold in front of Brown. Caution. Brought him back. And now we'll try it again because we got him the wrong way on the back straightaway. That's Wolfgren turned around. So we'll try it again. So we'll hold him. Wolfgren will move back up into 4th. Behind Anderson's 81. Field is good to go as they head down into turn 2. We could go right to green this time. Cooper's got the green. Looks like we're coming to green right here. Arnold, Brown, Everybody good this time. Anderson, Wolfgren, and Redley. Down through 1 and 2. Wolfgren to the inside. Gets shuffled down to the bottom. Took a shot from Anderson. Said, "You're not going by me." And just drove him toward the infield. Wolfgren able to hang on to it. Meanwhile, Arnold and Brown pull away at the front. Anderson, Wolfgren, and Redley in that second trio. That's third, fourth, and fifth. Here comes Riley Finnegan now, moving around Kendall. Finnegan moving his way into sixth. Arnold and Brown still running 1 and 2. Anderson and Wolfgren. Now Brown to the inside on Arnold. He'll make the pass. Carter Brown to the race lead. Wolfgren looked to get around Anderson, but he knew what happened last time. He nearly got shoved into the infield. He'll try again. Can't get there. Now the front four all tightly bunched together. Brown, Arnold, Anderson, and Wolfgren. Redleaf in fifth, but that front four, there's your top of this lineup. Brown, Arnold, Anderson now into second. Wolfgren coming as well. Wolfgren into third. Arnold back to fourth. Brown still your leader with 2 to go. Brown, Anderson, Wolfgren, and Arnold. White flag will be in the air this time for Carter Brown. Brown, Anderson, Wolfgren. Through 3, off of 4, Carter Brown to the checkers. Followed by Anderson, Wolfgren, Arnold, and Redleaf. So Carter Brown comes around to victory lane. And we get ready for our UAS final, which should just be Brian Evans Jr. UAS and then Pro Super Heavy, and then a break before our final 3 main events. Carter Brown, victory lane. One more, there we go. Brown will make the run back around to the scale. He's going to need that over at the scale or he'll be light. Might be a little light at the scale without that helmet. Maybe not. All right, here comes Unlimited All-Stars. It's a solo run for Brian Evans Jr. He's trying out a new motor. Nevins to get 15 laps. We'll see if he takes all 15. He has gotten, that motor has performed better and better with each event. Final call on Pro Super Heavy. Final call on Pro Super Heavy. AJC Junior 2 Heavy be getting ready. AJC Junior 2 Heavy be getting ready. We've got a short break and then we go to AJC Junior 2 Heavy. Remember, if you are not competing tomorrow and you're all done for tonight, transponders go back to registration where you got them. If you are all done competing tonight and you are not participating in the Sunday program, Transponders go back to registration where you got them. A reminder as well, the Jody's Dirty Tire Challenge will start our racing program tomorrow. We'll start with the Dirty Tire Challenge, and then we'll have practice, and then get into our regular Sunday program exactly the same as today. So the Iowa Ace to halfway home. Seven down and 8 to go in this 15-lap final. Man, oh man, look at the muffler on the back of that thing. It is just glowing cherry red. I mean, don't touch that thing. Look at that thing. He has just got that thing super hot. With 5 to go. Nevins down the back straightaway, coming to what will be. That's it. He did not make it to 15. He got to what, 13? Got to 12, 12 and 13. Double checkers will come. And Nevins will stop. Yep. Looped it around perfectly in front of the camera. There he is. So Nevins got, what did he get, 12 of the 15? Yep, that's pretty good. He didn't make more than 6 most of the rest of the day, so that was a pretty good run. That's pretty good. That muffler was just cherry red. I don't know if you knew. I don't know if you noticed that or not, there, Ace. But that muffler was cherry red. There we are. And I think I would just. I think I would use that as a skateboard the rest of the way. That old muffler got pretty cherry red there running, but yeah, got a little bit. But man, it looked really good. I think you're figuring that motor out. Really starting to get it dialed in. So Nevins wins UAS, and we get to the last of our pro main events. This is Pro Super Heavy. And then we'll have a short break before the 3 AJC finals. Remember, the Jody's Dirty Tire Challenge will start our race program tomorrow, and again, gates are scheduled to open at 8 with registration and transponder pickup till 9:30, and the drivers meeting, and then following the drivers meeting, we'll have the Jody's Dirty Tire Challenge. 4 classes tomorrow: Junior 2, Junior 1, Adult Clone, and Junior Wing, I believe is the one we added. One of the wing classes. So remember, guys, if you're not competing tomorrow, transponders go back to registration where you got them. If you are not competing tomorrow, transponders go back to registration where you've got them. Only 4 main events left. Here they come. Here comes Pro Super Heavy. Looks like there'll be 4 instead of 5. I don't see Dylan McCord. So McCord is a scratch, so there'll be 4 for 20 laps. Zachary Evans to lead them in the 51E out of Springfield, Missouri. Then Kirk Weber in the 777. Then Carter Johansson, Rapid City, South Dakota in the 68. And then Jonathan Hansen out of New Brighton, Minnesota in the 13. Hansen had trouble in qualifying. That's why he's starting at the back of this. So let's see whether or not it'll make any difference at all. Hansen has just dominated Super Heavy. in our AJC MidAmerica Series presented by Farmer Brown Motorsports. Nose to tail. Evans, Weber, Johansson, and Hansen. Zachary Evans, still your leader. Here comes Jonathan Hansen, first move. Nope, can't get inside of Carter Johansson. Evans, Weber, Johansson, and Hansen. You can see that Jonathan Hansen looks like he might be fast enough to make a move. Here he comes. He'll get through Johansson. Up behind Weber. Jonathan Hansen moving into third now. Behind Kirk Weber and Zachary Evans. Hansen going to the inside on Weber. He's up to second. Jonathan Hansen to second. Behind Zachary Evans. Evans maintains the advantage. Here comes Hansen. Hansen looks inside. Evans, no, can't fight him off. Hansen to the lead. Jonathan Hansen from fourth to first. And here comes Kirk Weber. Weber with a little burst. Inside on Evans. Hansen, Weber, Evans, and Johansson. Pro Super Heavy. Jonathan Hansen looking for a fourth trip to victory lane today. Won the Super Heavy out of last night's show earlier. Won Super Heavy Mid-America. Won Pro Stock Heavy and now trying to win Pro Super Heavy. Hansen pulling away. Evans now into second. Weber back to third. Johansson running in fourth. Jonathan Hansen stretches the advantage. Battle now shaping up for second between Zachary Evans in the 51E and Kirk Weber in the 777. Weber right there with Evans. Falling behind Jonathan Hansen, but Weber looking. Maybe he can get into that second spot. Find some room. Down to 2 to go. Jonathan Hansen headed for victory lane again. White flag in the air. Evans and Weber in that battle for second and third. New Brighton, Minnesota's Jonathan Hansen wins Pro Super Heavy, followed by Zachary Evans, Kirk Weber, and Carter Johansson. So Jonathan Hansen makes another visit to victory lane, and this time he'll turn it around. Hansen fan club coming, led by Dad. Hansen picks up the win. Dad congratulates. Jonathan will get it started, drive it off with 4 feature wins today. He joins Reagan Rosenboom with 4 trips to victory lane. And so Hansen heads out, and we're off on break for 5 minutes. At approximately 9:15, we will start AJC Junior 2 Heavy. At approximately 9:15, we're hoping to start AJC Junior 2 Heavy, followed by AJC Junior 1 Heavy, and then our AJC Clone Heavy.
When you've got to ship it from anywhere to anywhere,
QualityFreightRate.com.
the LTL Freight Logistics Specialist for your small business.
QualityFreightRate.com.
We simplify shipping, eliminate those surprise charges, and negotiate the best rates from most LTL qualified carriers.
QualityFreightRate.com.
Special residential and liftgate rates available for automotive and ag implements.
QualityFreightRate.com.
Use the promo code ICE and get 10% off your first shipment. Startup is so easy. Get a quote and ship today. QualityFreightRate.com.
Every great journey begins with a trusted guide. And when it comes to finding your perfect home, there's no one better than Kathy Vetter. With over 10 years of experience and a passion for real estate, Kathy Vetter helps you find the perfect home, a peaceful country retreat, a cozy single-family house, or your very first step toward a lifetime home. She also specializes in commercial real estate, guiding you through every step of the way. From the heart of the metro to the scenic countryside, Kathy Vetter knows the Minnesota market inside and out, committed to finding the perfect fit for you, no matter where you are. Buying your first home can feel overwhelming, but with Vetter by your side, it's a smooth and exciting journey. She makes first-time buyers feel confident, supported, and understood, every single step of the way. From your first showing to handing over the keys, Kathy Vetter works tirelessly to ensure you get the home you've always wanted. Kathy Vetter, your trusted real estate expert across Minnesota. From vibrant metro living to serene countryside escapes to agricultural and commercial spaces. Let her help you unlock the door to your next chapter.
Kevco has been an industry leader in high-performance oil pans and components for over 35 years. Made in Fairmont, Minnesota, Kevco prides itself on being American-made. Kevco has expanded our product line way beyond just oil pans to valve covers, breather systems, jack stands, boilers, wheel sockets, and much, much more. Check out KevcoRacing.com to see everything we have to offer, including our line of street, off-road, and performance oil pans and accessories. Or call 800-770-3557 to talk with our friendly customer service today.
Barbecue going. AJC Junior 2 Heavy, 30 laps the distance, and they will start like this. On the pole, the 78 out of Boone, Iowa is Ace Wolfgren. Starting second out of Russell, Iowa, the 17 of Trenton Peterson. Starting third from Stanhope, Iowa, the 72 of Henry Arnold. Starting fourth from Elko, New Market, Minnesota, the 3 of Carter Brown. Starting fifth from Portland, Missouri, the 35 of Blaine Kindle. Starting sixth from Harrisburg, South Dakota, the 63 of Bentley Kockelman. Starting seventh from Mount Ida, Arkansas, the 7G of Grayson Redley. Starting eighth from Grand Forks, North Dakota, the 71 of James Mockert. Starting ninth from Clear Lake, Minnesota, the 81 of Jaden Anderson. Starting 10th from Sparta, Missouri, the 11R of Carter Roller. Starting 11th from Nicollet, Minnesota, the 07 of Robbie Perino. Starting 12th from Osceola, Wisconsin, the 32 of Riley Finnegan. Starting 13th from Clear Lake, South Dakota, the 16P of Parker Holt. And starting 14th from Lake Crystal, Minnesota, the 16 of Braylon Manderfield. 30 laps the distance, AJC Junior 2 Heavy. AJC Junior 1 Heavy, you're on deck, and then Adult Clone. Whatever. All right. Y'all just got to decide. Here we go. 20 laps the distance, not 30 apparently. My sheet says 30, but trouble for Henry Arnold in the 72. I don't think he's dead. I think something else is messed up. Oh, it's the arm restraint. So a little bit of adjustment on the arm restraint for Henry Arnold. Apparently he's okay. And here we go. Well, we'll have to wait for him to get around to the rest of the field where he starts third. Field getting ready. Looks like we could go green. Here we come. Off at 4, Wolfgren. Peterson, Arnold. Peterson quickly to the inside. Trenton Peterson. Now Arnold up front. Arnold and Brown. Kendall moving into third now in that 35. Henry Arnold. Wolfgren has started on the pole, working out of the 4 spot right now, and now closing on Kendall. Wolfgren headed back for the front. Arnold and Brown stay 1-2. Wolfgren now runs third. Kendall runs fourth. Anderson in the 5 spot. Then Redleaf, Mackert. Front 3 drivers now nose to tail. Wolfgren coming hard and fast. Can't quite get to Brown this time. Wolfgren, though, really coming on. Ran down that front pair, and now it's a trio. Running nose to tail. Brown to the inside on Arnold. Wolfgren goes with. Carter Brown, your leader. Ace Wolfgren runs second. Henry Arnold is third. Blade Kendall runs fourth. Kendall now, inside on Arnold. The kid out of Portland, Missouri, really coming hard and fast. Carter Brown and Ace Wolfgren stay 1 and 2. Kendall runs third. Now Wolfgren back to the inside at halfway. 10 down, 10 to go, and Wolfgren has retaken the lead. Wolfgren and Brown. Kendall and Arnold, Maggart and Anderson. Now Kendall slowing on the back straightaway. No, that's Arnold. That might have been Perino, I believe, the 07 slowing. Wolfgren stays in front. Leaders are coming up on lap traffic. That's Manderfield and Perino. Move over flag comes. Perino slides up. Meanwhile, Brown back inside on Wolfgren to the lead. Carter Brown, Ace Wolfgren, Blade Kendall. Then Arnold and Mackert, your top 5. Brown hard in to the lap car to Manderfield. Braylon able to hang on to it. Meanwhile, we're nose to tail of the front. Carter Brown. Ace Wolfgren. Blaine Kendall. Wolfgren looking again. Coming to 2 to go. 2 to go. Brown, Wolfgren, Kendall. Now Kendall to the inside on Wolfgren. They make contact. Brown to the white flag. He's well on his way. Wolfgren made a run at him, but Brown wins AJC Junior 2 Heavy. Followed by Kendall, Wolfgren, Margaret and Anderson, and Arnold. So Carter Brown back to victory lane again. And we get ready for AJC Junior 1 Heavy.
There's a box in this thing right here. Yeah, we could look at it. I kind of use it sometimes to see how it's like boxed out.
Oh, gotcha.
I think I found the setting that I was playing with that other camera, how to get rid of it.
All right, here comes our AJC Junior 1 Heavy final. 8 drivers scheduled to go, and here's how they'll start. On the pole from Stanhope, Iowa, the 32 of Hayden Arnold. Starting second from Lee Summit, Missouri, the 15 of Colton Brown. Starting third from Truro, Iowa, the 5 of Jackson Reeves. Starting fourth from Primgar, Iowa, the 12 of Dayton Van Beek. Starting fifth from Arlington, Minnesota, the 17 of Jackson Lotsky. Starting sixth from Fairmont, Minnesota, the 3 of Kaylor Ekstrom. Starting in the 7th spot from Mount Ida, Arkansas, the 7G of Grayson Redleaf. And then starting in the 8th spot from Lenox, South Dakota, the 32X of Wyatt Jacobson. 8 drivers, 20 laps. AJC Clone Heavy, you should be moving toward that starting grid as soon as the Junior 1s head out. You should fill that grid up and get ready to go for our AJC Heavy final.
Get the one at the grid that you were waiting for yet?
Again, a reminder, drivers and crews, if you are not competing tomorrow, transponders go back to registration where you got them. If you are not competing tomorrow, transponders go back to registration where you got them. All right, the grid is clear. So Adult Clone Heavy, our AJC Adult Clone Heavy, should be moving to that starting grid. This one is 20 laps as well. Field was thinking about going green, but half of it was down in turn 4, while the other half was in the middle of the backstretch. So we'll have to get them bunched up, try to get everybody together. Here we come. Green flag waves and we're off and running. AJC Junior 1 Heavy. Colton Brown and Dayton Van Beek running 1 and 2. Brown and Van Beek. Now Brown loops it down into turn 4. Colton Brown brings out the caution. The leader is headed to the tail. So Colton Brown brings out the caution. That'll send the leader to the tail, and that'll give Dayton Van Beek the lead. AJC Clone Heavy Final coming up next. AJC Clone Heavy Final coming up next.
How many cars in the last race? So a lot? Okay,
Single file we come. Van Beek, bring him around, followed by Reeves, Ekstrom, Lotsky in the 17. Dylan Van Beek in front of Jackson Reeves. Taylor Ekstrom. Then Jackson Lotsky in that 17. That's your front 4. Red Leaf runs 5th. 3 wide into 3. Everybody gets through okay. Ekstrom into 2nd. Reeves to the lead. Van Beek back to 3rd. Jackson Reeves out in front. Ekstrom, Van Beek, Lotsky, and Brown. Now your top 5. Carts running 2, 3, and 4. 2, 3, 4, and 5 are all right in the mix. Hard in comes Lotsky. That lets Brown get through as Van Beek has to give ground. Meanwhile, Reeves starting to drive away at halfway. Halfway home, 10 down, 10 to go. Let's go, adult guys. I don't see too many carts in that grid. We're 10 laps from you. Our AJC Adult Clone Final coming up. AJC Clone Heavy Final on tap. Jackson Reeves stretching out the advantage now over Colton Brown. Brown working on 2nd. Lotsky runs 3rd. Ekstrom runs 4th. Van Beek in the 5 spot. It'll be 5 to go for Jackson Reeves with a half a straightaway length advantage. Jackson Reeves continues to pull away at the front here in AJC Junior 1 Heavy. Our AJC Clone Heavy Final coming up next. And that'll wrap up day 2. 2 to go now for Reeves. White flag for Jackson Reeves. Into 3, out of 4. Reeves to the double checkers and the AJC Junior 1 Heavy Final. Reeves picking up the win, followed by Brown and Lotsky.
Because it's like before 10 o'clock. I don't mind just riding it out, getting it over with, and just saving that time for tomorrow. But I don't know.
So,
Tomorrow we'll go like we don't have like a makeup night.
no, we don't have to get 2 days in a row.
Yeah.
So we should just have the lineup. We figure we didn't start. I think we didn't start the Saturday portion of the program until like 2 o'clock in the afternoon.
The 30-30 races usually go by pretty quick in the car. They don't crash that much. They just go.
So Jackson Reeves picking up the win. And we get ready for our final main event of the evening. It is our AJC Clone Heavy Final. And the lineup for it will start like this. Leading him to the green from New Brighton, Minnesota, the 13 of Jonathan Hansen. Starting second from Dalton City, Illinois, the 98 of Logan Webb. Starting third from Aberdeen, South Dakota, the 119 of Landon Schott. Starting fourth from Mankato, Minnesota, the 12 of Kyle Manderfeld. Starting fifth from Newton, Iowa, the 777 of Kirk Weber. Starting sixth from Laverne, Minnesota, the 4 of Gavin Gregory. Starting seventh from Nicollet, Minnesota, the 96 of Jake Robb. Starting eighth from Alexandria, Minnesota, the 1 of Jackson Clark. Starting ninth from Plattsmouth, Nebraska, the 211 of Jacob Krug. Starting 10th from Lenox, South Dakota, the 327 of Max Jacobson. Starting 11th from New Richmond, Wisconsin, the 30 of Tyler Alton. Starting 12th from Ham Lake, Minnesota, the 5 of Reese Whitney. Starting 13th from Ham Lake, Minnesota, the 6 of Declan Whitney. Starting 14th from Mitchellville, Iowa, the 19 of Eddie Brose. Starting 15th from Asani, Minnesota, the 00 N of Noah Berglund. Starting 16th from Cedar Falls, Iowa, the 9S of Reagan Skolton. Starting 17th from O'Fallon, Missouri, the 28T of Tanner Lowry. Starting 18th from La Crosse, Wisconsin, the 16 of Corey Wolf. Starting 19th from Springfield, Missouri, the 26T, that's Dylan McCord. And starting 20th from Renner, South Dakota, the 98X of Max Keller. 20 drivers, 20 laps.
That came out like out of my phone too.
For at least one, if they're good, I'll give them one to go.
And I just got word they said we're walking for stop walking.
Your view in the corner, keep an eye on it.
So here we go. Looking for the green. Next time by, Hansen, Webb, Schott. Manderfeld, Weber, Gregory, Robb, Clark, Krug, Jacobson, your top 10. Green flag waves out of turn 4. Jonathan Hansen looking for a 5 on this Saturday. He's got 4 in victory lane. Can he get a 5th? We're going to find out. Gregory starting to move inside of Weber. Hansen. Here comes Schott. Landon Schott moving into second around Webb. Gregory coming as well. Logan Webb on the outside. Just can't find room to get back down. Jonathan Hansen out in front of Gavin Gregory. Then it's Jake Robb and Jacob Krug. Hansen, Gregory, Robb, Krug, and Schott. And Brose. Eddie already with a win tonight, trying to get another one here in AJC Clone Heavy. Hansen and Gregory. Gavin trying to close the gap a little bit. Bringing Jake Robb with Eddie Brose and Jacob Krug. Gregory coming hard and fast. He's got Robb in tow. Looking, creeping in on Hansen. Gregory off of 4, pulls up alongside of Hansen. He's got him and Robb goes with. Gregory and Robb get through. Brose comes through as well. Hansen back to 4th and halfway home. 10 down and 10 to go. Gregory, Robb, Brose, Hansen, and Krug. That front 5 is pulled away from the rest of this field. Here comes Robb with Eddie Brose. Inside on Gregory. Hansen inside as well. Gregory back to 4th. Jake Robb out of Nicollet, Minnesota. Out in front of Eddie Brose. Jonathan Hansen running 3rd. Gavin Gregory running 4th. Jacob Krug running 5th. Robb and Brose. Here comes Brose looking to the inside. No. Robb able to hold him off with 5 to go. 15 down and 5 to go. Eddie Brose looking, trying to find that opening. Can he get around Jake Robb? Jonathan Hansen runs 3rd. Jacob Krug up to 4th. Gavin Gregory back to 5th. Coming to 2 to go. It's still Robb in front of Brose. Jake Robb trying to hold off Eddie Brose. He'll see the white flag and 1 to go. Robb, Brose, Hansen, Krug, and Gregory. And Brose takes him out! And Brose takes him out to the checkers! Eddie! Oh my goodness! Robb is on his way to the win. So Brose wins. Reminder, drivers and crews, that wraps up day numbers 1 and 2 of this 3-day Memorial Day weekend AJC MidAmerica Series event here at University Plains Speedway. Completed Friday's show and now Saturday's show with 1 more to go tomorrow. We'll start. Gates open at 8 with driver registration and transponder pickup at that until 9:30. Then we'll have the drivers meeting. Following the drivers meeting, I believe we'll have the Jody's Dirty Tire Challenge, and then we'll have practice. I don't know if that'll be in group or if that will be on individual class. We'll find out tomorrow on that one. Remember, if you are not competing tomorrow, transponders back to registration where you got them. If you are not competing tomorrow, only if you are not competing tomorrow, transponders back to registration where you got them. And a reminder, drivers and crews, if you are not competing tomorrow, transponders go back to registration where you got them. If you're still competing tomorrow, then you just hang on to them, keep them charged, and we'll be off and running again tomorrow with another full day of competition.
You've got to ship it from anywhere to anywhere.
QualityFreightRate.com.
The LTL Freight Logistics Specialist for your small business.
QualityFreightRate.com.
We simplify shipping, eliminate those surprise charges, and negotiate the best rates from most LTL qualified carriers.
QualityFreightRate.com.
Special residential and liftgate rates available for automotive and ag implements.
QualityFreightRate.com.
Use the promo code ICE and get 10% off your first shipment. Startup is so easy. Get a quote and ship today. QualityFreightRate.com.
Every great journey begins with a trusted guide. And when it comes to finding your perfect home, there's no one better than Kathy Vetter. With over 10 years of experience and a passion for real estate, Kathy Vetter helps you find the perfect home, a peaceful country retreat, a cozy single-family house, or your very first step toward a lifetime home. She also specializes in commercial real estate, guiding you through every step of the way. From the heart of the metro to the scenic countryside, Kathy Vetter knows the Minnesota market inside and out, committed to finding the perfect fit for you, no matter where you are. Buying your first home can feel overwhelming, but with Vetter by your side, it's a smooth and exciting journey. She makes first-time buyers feel confident, supported, and understood every single step of the way. From your first showing to handing over the keys, Kathy Vetter works tirelessly to ensure you get the home you've always wanted. Kathy Vetter, your trusted real estate expert across Minnesota. From vibrant metro living to serene countryside escapes to agricultural and commercial spaces. Let her help you unlock the door to your next chapter.
Kevco has been an industry leader in high-performance oil pans and components for over 35 years. Made in Fairmont, Minnesota, Kevco prides itself on being American-made. Kevco has expanded our product line way beyond just oil pans to valve covers, breather systems, jack stands, boilers, wheel sockets, and much, much more. Check out KevcoRacing.com to see everything we have to offer, including our line of street, off-road, and performance oil pans and accessories. Or call 800-770-3557 to talk with our friendly customer service today.
My two passions in life is racing and selling good high-end meat. So my grandfather came here from Germany back in the late 20s. He decided to open his own shop in 1951. He had all the recipes, he had all the talent. His father was a meat guy. His father's father was a butcher. They weren't football players, basketball players. They were in the meat business. And that's our family. That's what we're good at. Old World Meats was derived from Frank's Meats. That was my grandfather's name. I know the quality of my beef is the best because I've purchased it directly from the ranchers that certified Angus beef. We know what our beef is continuously, and it's very consistent. So we're located up here in Duluth on beautiful Lake Superior, just a stone throw off of Highway 61. I've lived here my whole life, and it's where I wanted to raise my family. To be successful, you need to have a talent. And I knew I was going to be in the meat business. I can taste spices, I can pick out flavors, where they need to come in, where they need to stop. So knowing your strengths are important and knowing where you came from. We have a hot snack stick that's got actually 8 different spices of heat in that, and it layers the flavors in the heat. That's what makes the difference with our product. The most exciting part was becoming coast to coast with the Old World Meats snack sticks. My neighbor stopped me on the street and said, "Paul, I was just down in Georgia and this gas station had your product." It was one of the highlights of the year. I don't know of a state at this point that we haven't had product in. Being in business in a small town really puts things into perspective. It's the little things for me to be appreciated and respected. So this whole operation here, it doesn't have to be the biggest, but it needs to have passion. And today, I'm changing lives of people that work with me. My guys are learning lifelong skills and values. That's the good stuff. Let's make the world a better place. Let's have a good time at it.
When you've got to ship it from anywhere to anywhere,
QualityFreightRate.com.
the LTL Freight Logistics Specialist for your small business.
QualityFreightRate.com.
We simplify shipping, eliminate those surprise charges, and negotiate the best rates from most LTL qualified carriers.
QualityFreightRate.com.
Special residential and liftgate rates available for automotive and ag implements.